are ready.
Now it is all right.
Okay. There is some technical error that I could not correct. My son corrected it. Okay, thank you. Dr. Pradeep, he is principal scientist of Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment funded the most emerging botanical garden in Kerala, that is Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute for Plant Science. It is situated in Kozhikode, Kerala, India. Dr. Pradeep, the principal scientist, he got PhD from Gandhigram University, Madurai, and he had a lot of research experience, elongating for about 25 years, and he had published several papers. He edited some books, and he got one patent, and around 12 students got PhD under his precious guidance. And he is a life member of a large number of associations, and he is the expert committee member of a large number of bodies. These are all common to a lot of science. But Dr. Pradeep, he's to me, Dr. Pradeep is an unforgettable friend, an unimaginable host. Whenever I visited Malabar Botanical Garden, he is there. He assisted me, he associated me, and usually when I go around the Botanical Garden, he traveled along with me in almost all the times. And he is an unsubstitutable organizer. Then only he can do such a laborious work in a vast botanical garden. And more especially, he is a passionate plant lover. Plant lover. In the botanical garden, I observed many times. In the botanical garden, if we plant a tree, if we want to plant a tree, he planted the tree several times in his heart. In his heart, he planted the same tree several times, and then only he planted the tree in the soil. Such a lover, such a passion, and this passion, this love, this care, and above all, this observation in its most subtle level of a botanical garden. This made this person, these characters of Dr. Dev have made the botanical garden an unimaginable world of plants, more especially the rare plants. I think with these words, I very few words, I introduce Dr. Pradeep to you. I wish you all the best with us. Thank you very much. I'm giving mic to Dr. Pradeep, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jomi, for your nice words. In fact, I doubt whether I deserve such a great introduction. Still, sir.
Few words only. Few words only.
Let me go to my presentation straight away. Is it visible? Is it visible, sir?
No. No, sir.
Sir, not yet. No, not yet. Not yet.
Let me try, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, now
Yes,
it
sir.
is visible. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
thank
proceed.
you. Very good morning to one and all. Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Jomi, and the convener of this national webinar, uh, dear participants. Thank you. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me a chance to present the activities which is being carried out in a small botanical garden in Kerala. Well, I would like to present this as the activities like genetic resources conservation at Malabar Botanical Garden, Kerala. Uh, this botanical garden, if you look into this history, the now Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute for Plant Sciences initiated initially as a government botanical garden during 1991 as a grantinate center under Museum and Zoo Department, Government of Kerala, which was later renamed as Malabar Botanical Garden in 1996. It was during 1997 the center became grantinate under the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Kerala, and later in 2015 it was elevated to the status of a full-fledged R&D center under Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, KSCSTE, Government of Kerala. So this is the history, in fact, started at 1991 and now in 2002, this is a complete research and development center under Kerala State Council for Science and Technology, Government of Kerala. So the vision of this institution is conservation of aquatic plant resources. We focus mainly on the aquatic plants and the lower plant group forms like pteridophytes and bryophytes. And the vision, in fact, is the conservation of aquatic plant resources and lower group of plants and their sustainable utilization and generation of knowledge through R&D activities and its dissemination through training and education. This is our vision, in fact. And as I said, this institution is coming under the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. You must definitely know what is KSCSTE. It's an autonomous body under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of Kerala, constituted in November 2002 to be an agency for change and development through science and technology. Formerly, it was Science, Technology and Environment Committee, STEC, established in 1972 in concurrence with the science policy of the Government of India. The Council promotes and activates programs for increasing the stock of knowledge in science and fine-tune policies which are significant and for the sustainable development of humanity. The Council prepares a roadmap for development through science, research and innovation in technologies. Apart from the other state councils in the country, the Kerala State Council has got a significant difference because it possesses 8 R&D institutions on various aspects looking after the need of the state of Kerala. And ours is one among the institute, which is situated on the northern part of Kerala in the district Calicut. And when you come, about our institute, and our strength is definitely the total area covers with 65 acres, wherein 15 acres are wetland itself, and a collection of over 3,000 plants, species in fact, and over 400 medicinal plants, 600 aquatic plants. Out of the 800, nearly 800 aquatic plants reported so far from India, we have 600 aquatic plants and plus some about 50 to 60 that is seasonal. 35 orchid species, RET, then bryophytes, pteridophytes, gymnosperms, all plant group forms we conserved in the form of in different conservatories. Though our focus is on aquatic plants and pteridophytes and bryophytes, we have for the educational and training purposes and for to help or to assist the young researchers, students and teachers, we have all the most of the plant group forms as conservatories we do conserve. And the activities of MBGF IPS includes the research and development, of course, that's the prime activity. Then training and consultancy, extension and outreach and academic programs. Regular academic programs we do conduct here for the sake of the young budding scientists and students and teachers of the state. So we don't have any division or departments as such right now, but there are defined research areas, which is of course a result of the brainstorming session of our research council headed by Professor C.R. Babu, which comes under mainly biodiversity, floristics, and systematics, plant genetic resources conservation, horticulture and population biology, ecology, restoration and monitoring, plant biotechnology, molecular systematics, and of course outreach, education, and capacity building. So we have collaborations with the Botanic Garden Conservation International (BGCI), and we are operating a couple of projects with BGCI, research projects with BGCI. Then International Society for Horticulture Sciences (ISHS), for which we are in the process of organizing an international seminar on botanic gardens and landscapes during 2023 December. Then all the local self-governments like district block and Grama Panchayats, Harita Kerala Mission, State Biodiversity Board, State Medicinal Plant Board, University of Calicut. Of course, this is the research center under the Research Center for Botany of the University of Calicut. And apart from, we have programs and projects with DST, DBT, etc. And the major attractions, of course, these are all different conservatories. The Aquagene, we call it as, is a conservatory for aquatic plants. Then bryophytes, pteridophytes, orchids, begonias, medicinal plants, hortus plants, which we conserve it, in a valley called Hortus Valley. Then spices, climbers, inflorescence. So these climbers, inflorescence, such sort of things, and modification house, etc., are exclusively for the students who is pursuing their graduation and post-graduation in botany and life sciences, because they can see how best is an inflorescent look like. So different types of inflorescence that comes under the inflorescence house. Then RET, bamboos, butterfly park, gingers, aquaponics, carnivorous house, traditional plants, cacti. We have almost all plant groups conserved in the form of different conservatories. So while going along with the activities, the exploration and establishment of a national conservatory of aquatic plants is the major thrust area for which we are working for, and exploration and establishment of national conservatory of lower plant groups. These are the two major activities we focus on. And of course, eco-education and eco-conservation is the broad objective. So this is how we collect. During seasons, we go for continuous collections and collect these plant materials and bryophytes and pteridophytes from its habitat. According to various seasons and seasonal changes, we have collection programs to various parts of the country. And the plants mainly we collect in the flowering conditions. The collected plants were brought down to the institute and different conservatories and plant assets, of course, for the preparation of the herbarium identification process. That's on one hand. On the other hand is the live collection, live maintenance of the plants which is collected. And of course, once it is identified and confirmed, proper name boards will also be assigned to each plant groups. So coming to the conservatories which is available in our botanic garden, first and prime most is definitely the aquatic plant conservatory. We call it as Aquagene, and as of today it has 498 plants. The others, in fact, some of the plants we lost during the 2018 and 19 flood, which we are in the process of recouping it from its collection sites and localities. Some about 100 plants were definitely on the seasonal, which we may not have at times because that will come only in that particular season. So these are the unique the collection of aquatic plants. There are microclimatic issues. There's a pot in pot method we follow, and each pot definitely have different types of pH, different conditions we are providing. And so as such, the maintenance is very difficult, but we are trying our level best to maintain it in as the condition whatever is required by providing such sort of pH, micronutrients kind of a thing for each pot as such. So these are different views of our aquatic plant conservatory. Well, these are the, some of the flowering plants of our aquatic plant collections. So when apart from this aquatic plant conservatory, we have the collection of nymphaea and lotus, which we established as different programs, and we have breeding grounds for both this nymphaea as well as lotus. Apart from nymphaea and lotus, we have also a collection of heliconias. As of now, this program started in 2019, and we have 15 varieties of heliconia right now conserved growing. And we have, there is no, we are not into the cut flower market, but regular plant sales is there, of course. Then coming to the pteridophyte conservatory, this is one of the more of the rarest collection of pteridophyte with more than 100 species. And the ex-professor of Calicut University of Calicut, Professor P.V. Madhav, he was the brain behind establishing this conservatory for us. As of today, he's not there, but he was here for the past 10 years, and his effort brought this conservatory to the status of a national importance. And this conservatory was expanded during 2020 to accommodate more species and more collections. So this is again the bryophytes. This is probably one of the rarest collection or conservatory in India with more than 25 species. You may perhaps know that the conservation of bryophytes, the live collection of bryophytes is very difficult, and people used to collect and conserve, as a herbarium material for future references as well as for research, but we conserve in its live forms. This conservatory was also expanded during 2020 to accommodate more species. This is the old orchidarium. In fact, now we are in the process of establishing a new orchidarium, which I'll show the slides a bit later. As of now, we have 53 varieties of orchids conserved. This is in fact for the purpose of visitors. In fact, there is no research going on in this particular area. Then begonia, we have got a very good collection of begonias, 15 accessions we are maintaining. This is conserved in a different conservatory called Begonia House. Then the medicinal plant garden, more than 350 varieties of medicinal plants used in the traditional Indian systems, including many reportedly endangered ones are maintained here. The medicinal tree garden, which those plants which grown beyond the limit, we will plant it in the field, which we call it as a Sanjeevani, a medicinal tree garden. The others are in fact in the pots we are conserving in medicinal plant garden. Then the Hortus Valley, as you know, the Hortus malabaricus, whatever the plants reported in the Hortus malabaricus, 742 plants were reported, were described in the Hortus malabaricus. For us, in fact, we have 543 plants conserved in the form of a valley, right from the first plant, Cocos nucifera. We have 543 plants conserved in this valley. So this is a spices garden. As of now, we have 38 varieties of spices conserved over here. This is not a big collection, but still we have almost all the major or important spices in our conservatory. So this is the climber garden. Again, the nature and the type of climbers which is over there, which is definitely for the sake of BSc and MSc botany students, in fact. So there is a separate area with number of 20, 25 types of climber plants. We conserve it over here. This is inflorescence house. It's another thing for the students, in fact, how an inflorescence appears. So the chart indicating the different classification of inflorescence like racemose, cymose, mixed or special. It is displayed over there, and each plant is described with that what the type of inflorescence is and how it looks like, and almost in it is arranged in such a way that the inflorescence will be there at least in one of the plant for all the seasons. This is RET house. All the RET plants which we collected is conserved over here. Right now, there are 120 accessions of RET plants. We conserve it over here in the conservatory. And those plants which grown out of the, grown to a level, certain level extent, we will plant it over to the RET garden. I mean, the natural garden. This is how we plant things like. Then a fruit orchard is there. As of now, some about 45, 50 fruit plants are conserved over here. This is in the field, in fact, not in a conservatory. But our objective or our aim is that when a group of students comes, there must have a ripened fruits to pluck and eat within the garden itself. So within a couple of years, it is possible because it started flowering and fruiting even now, in fact. So this is the bamboo setting. We have got a small collection of bamboos. Some 30-35 species of bamboos are conserved over here. So small garden, small bamboo garden, because you may be knowing that once bamboo is growing, it won't allow any other plants to grow. So we have demarked a small area for the collection of specialized bamboos. Again, in the conservation aspects, we have a butterfly park. This garden, in fact, is visited by several visitors, family visitors, not the student kind of thing, but the general public to visit. For the sake of them, in fact, we have created a small walkway within the butterfly park, a sitting place, and so on and so forth. There are, in fact, nectar plants and the other type of plants for the feeding as well as for the rearing purposes of butterflies. So this is the Ginger Valley. This again is, as of now, it is 296. Now we are in the process of establishing this ginger garden, and all the plants coming under Zingiberales, like Marandaceae, Zingiberales, Marandaceae, and Musaceae. We are Canaceae also, we are conserving it here. Another professor, Professor M. Sabu, retired professor from University of Calicut, who is now with us as emeritus, CSIR emeritus scientist, is the person who is behind the establishment of this ginger garden. He is a man of ginger, in fact, and this garden is, becoming attraction of the visitors now. They started in 2020 only. And then aquaponics and hydroponics. We have both aquaponics and hydroponics system. This is a model thing which we are giving training how to establish an aquaponics or a hydroponics and how best this can be maintained, kind of things. And we do have sale of these fishes in a couple of in every 2 months or 3 months. It's a 40-liter capacity pond, in fact, which will be able to rear some about 1,500 fishes at a time. So this is a carnivorous house. We have some about 5 species or 7 varieties of carnivorous plants we are maintaining, just for the attraction of the visitors, in fact. And what is the peculiarities and other kind of things which we have displayed it over there in boards. Again, the local flowering plants, which we call it as traditional plants, which is being, which has, which is forgotten plants. In fact, while the new horticultural plants coming up, there are certain plants which go beyond our memory, which is being conserved in the traditional flowering plants garden. Some about 32, such sort of plants we do conserve it over here. Then aromatic house, this is recently established, and there are 38 accessions of aromatic plants which we conserve it over here. Then a small collection of cacti is also there. We are in the process of establishing an orchid cacti house together, wherein there is a small house for cacti is also planned, and in another couple of months' time, all these cacti collections will be shifted to the cacti conservatory. Then a small gardenia, we call it as a small play area for kids and children. Small, kind of playing gadgets were also installed over here. So people used to come and sit over here because it's a very calm and cool place. This is targeting at the local or general public visitors. So, of course, the Victoria plant is here, which also is an attraction for the visitors. And behind those palms, that is the wetland area we have, and our objective is to establish it as a Malabar Aquatic Biopark, which process is on the way. And in fact, a few weeks before the work started, but because of the initiation of the rain unexpectedly, we forced to stop it for the time being. And once it is, once the water is drained off, we will start the work again. And in another 2 to 3 years' time, the entire wetland area will be established as Malabar Aquatic Biopark. A specialized group of aquatic plants will be there, and a large pond will be there for the as a water reservoir. This is the major objective behind the aquatic biopark. This is a palm garden. We have 32 varieties of palms conserved over here. Then, of course, few collection of gymnosperms there. There are just 11 species of gymnosperms. As you know, I mentioned you in the beginning itself, being a botanic garden, though our focus is in some specialized group, we have conservatories for all these plants. And this is one of the major attraction for the students, systematic garden. So 285 accessions of plants are there. This is are organized. This was while the time is this established. It was in the form arranged based on the Bentham Hooker classification, and recently we changed it to APG system of classification. So now, in fact, APG is becoming I mean prominent or much more used. The students who visited was started asking, why don't you still having this the Bentham Hooker classification? So we thought of establishing one more conservatory by retaining Bentham Hooker and the other way thing. But later we decided to go for the latest system of classification, and we are in the process of, or we are planning a small representation of the Bentham Hooker classification in another area. Well, again, the star forest, of course, the natural way of conserving, trees, the star forest that we also have 28, all the 28 stars represented by respective plant species. A vitamin, a fortified garden is also there with 50 accessions of plants with the based on the vitamin classification. So whatever the plants represented for which vitamin it represents, that is being displayed over there in this vitamin garden. And the novelty, another novelty is the lichen house, which is nowhere, of course, in the country other than Uttarakhand, wherein in the natural area, they have a lichen garden. But here in our lichen garden, it's a very small garden. What we did is we represented the different forest types and placed the live lichens, which is being grown in each forest type. So the students can easily understand the different forest types and the lichen which is being grown in each forest types. So we definitely we do have to change the lichens regularly because this cannot established over here. So we are changing this lichens in a regular interval. So as of now, this lichen house holds 80 specimens of lichens, which is coming into different families and different forest ecosystems. And then this is the campus walkway, nearly 2 kilometers of campus walkway we have. Both the sides are, beautified for a good panoramic view. And we have got an electric buggy, which is for the use of the common public who is interested, in fact. There are people, in fact, we don't allow normally the visitors' vehicle inside the campus, but those who wishes can avail the facility of this electrical buggy to see the garden around. So all our garden is now fully digital. with any QR code scanner, one can definitely see what is there in a plant, what represent, how, which family it represents, what are the significance of that particular plant, what is the flowering time, what is the fruiting time, and a small description of that particular plant. You can have it. Each and every plant in the campus is now coded with the QR code, and the board is displayed over there. So anybody with a with a mobile with a QR scanner app can save it or view it. This is the so without any assistance, one can easily go to the campus and study the plants over there. This is established in 2020, and now it is completely digitalized. this is central nursery. Of course, we have regular sales of plants, a total of uh, 1 lakh plants, in fact, nearly these holes. And regularly we are multiplying the ornamental plant varieties, which is, and medicinal plant varieties also for the sale purposes. And this is an exclusive net house established by the State Medicinal Plant Board for the propagation of medicinal plants. This is funded by State Medicinal Plant Board, and as per the requirement of the medicinal plant cultivators, the medicinal plant will give us the list, and we are producing these plants and hand over to the respective agencies. This is what we do over here. And this is the Orchid and Cacti Conservatory, which is the establishment is in progress. And in another couple of months, the stages is far more, in fact, and in a couple of months time, this will be open to the public. So the other aspects, in fact, apart from the research, we have demonstrated technologies like bamboo forest for a Grama Panchayat along with the river side of a particular river, a 2-kilometer stretch over there. We are planted bamboos, and this is to protect the river banks. And this is done as per the request of the Mavu Grama Panchayat, and this is maintaining over there. And another program called the conservation of lotus varieties, banana varieties, and local fishes. So we have established a pond ecosystem with 17 varieties of local fishes and lotus separately, in fact, and 23 varieties of local bananas, which is which was common once in this region, especially in the northern region of the Kerala, like Kasaragod, Kannur, Calicut, and Malappuram areas. We collected 23 varieties and conserved it over here. And this is, of course, a program of the Kerala State Biodiversity Board through the Olavanna Grama Panchayat, wherein this institution is situated. The plant saplings, in fact, of this banana is given to the Panchayat for distribution. This is how this program is initiated and established. Then coming to the research programs, in fact, our objective, as I told, is definitely a focus is definitely to the aquatic plants. This is one of the very significant aquatic plant called the Crinum malabaricum. We are in the process of establishing a conservation strategy for this very significant, highly endangered, critically endangered species. It comes under Amaryldaceae, which is reported by Professor S.R. Yadav, who is also our research council member. So we have done a lot for the conservation. I mean, this is definitely the interesting thing is that this is available in season. In the seeds or whatever the propagules will be alive or dormant stage in the crevices of the laterite stones in a river, which is dry for a period of 3 to 4 months or 3 to 5 months. And then again, when the next rain starts, this coming up again, and the leaf of this particular plant has definitely a kilometer or more than a meter length. It's a very beautiful crinum species. So our objective is to establish a conservation program for this. So it was possible for us to establish it in our garden and started flowering, and all the phenological and such data we have collected for the past 2 years. And an ecological niche modeling was also predicted, and we are in the process of visiting that particular site. And if it is possible, or if at all it is not there, we'll explore the possibility of reintroducing this species to that particular areas. This is what we do with this Crinum malabaricum. And another plant species called Hopia punga. This is in fact, Professor Krishnan is here in this meeting, and this program was initiated by him as an emeritus scientist program of the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. And one of the students is proceed for a PhD degree with this species. This is Hopia punga. It's an endangered tree species of the Western Ghats. We are establishing the conservation strategy of this plant also. So we have a regular interaction with the society in terms of dissemination of the knowledge to the local folks through training and capacity building. We have regular training programs, spreading the message of necessity for conservation of natural resources, creation of better environment, and improvement of quality of life. And we have usually 2 or 3 times in a year, we propagate the vegetable seedlings and supply to the local farmer groups, 25 to 50,000 of varieties each time we do propagate and distribute to the local people. Yeah, this is a unique program we are organizing, academic attachment program. This is a tailor-made program exclusively for a college or a group of students based on their own syllabus of their either graduate or postgraduate programs. We will arrange a couple of lecture classes with practical sessions. This is exclusively based on their syllabus and their demand and their requirement. So these groups will come over there. This is a one night stay program. One fine morning they will reach, and the next day evening they will be leaving. So these day and night hours, in fact, they are really feeling the real life experience of an institutional atmosphere. They live over there for these days, and coming up with enthusiastic or energetic faces. And this program started in 2019, and due to this COVID there are some shortages, but still batches of people are coming for this program. Again, several programs organized for the for creating awareness among the local school groups and local people, which is periodically organizing. Either we will go to any school or a college, or the college or school will come to us for a day. That is how these programs are being arranged and organized. So our herbarium, in fact, is a recognized herbarium, and we have got a small museum and a library for the researchers and students in life science area, especially. This is the Malabar Aquatic Biopark, which I've mentioned about. This is an extension of the executive conservation of the aquatic plants combined with rainwater harvesting, water conservation, biodiversity conservation, and tourism potential. Different ecological niches created will be help conserve different aquatic species or plants, and will be a platform for researchers and students. This project is being implemented with the Kozhikode Block Panchayat, and this wetland area, in fact, is flooded with water majority of the time, and in fact the work was started a couple of weeks before, but sudden rain stopped the work for the time being, and will reinitiate after a couple of weeks, I suppose. And this is the flood which was largely affected us during 2018 and 19. All our aquatic plant conservatory got fully flooded with water, and the complete pH, the maintained pH in each and every port got disturbed, and the floating plants were we lost, in fact, and we are in the process of recouping these plants. We had several plants from even from the northeastern areas, which we are in the process, in fact. So this affected huge loss for us in terms of whatever the scientific or the resource materials we collected from elsewhere and conserved over here got damaged due to this thing. And once, if at all, those plants which is there, actually the vigor and the growth that is yet to achieve again, because the pH, the flooded water flooded for the 6 to 8 days, that causes severe damage to their microclimate. And recently we were nominated or selected as the best emerging institution among the institution under Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. It's definitely a greatest achievement in terms of this. In fact, and Professor Jomi and Professor Krishnan knows this institute doesn't have a permanent staff. I'm the only permanent staff over here, but still with the project staff and contract staff, we are maintaining all these things, whatever I have projected over here. So thank you, and this is all about the Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute of Plant Sciences and the activities which we carried out over here for the past several years. In fact, if at all, it started in 1991, and then uh, then it was a society, and the designated person was managing director, Dr. Ansari, who was a scientist from the Botanical Survey of India. He took initiative and spent his life over here till 2010, and made definitely a platform for others to build up this institute and institution to a greater level. So I sincerely acknowledge the contributions rendered by Dr. Ansari, and later Dr. R. Prakash Kumar for building up such an institution. Thank you all.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for your very excellent presentation. And I think Malabar Botanical Garden, the name recognized by the name Malabar as recognized by uh, J.D. Hooker around a half century back is pertaining, I think, to this botanical garden. Now only, even though now only it is materialized uh, to represent the flora of Malabar in a area where the limitations are well defined. But to talking about a garden of the plants, especially local plants, is a very difficult task. But Dr. Pradeep was successful in conveying the importance of a garden, very especially a garden situated in a tropical country where the plant explorations are rich in its practice. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep, very much. I'm opening this to the general audience for the clarifications or if queries any.
Pradeep,
Sure.
congratulations your
Thank you.
presentation because you covered all the areas. And the last 4 or 5 years, I see that a lot of development in my BGIPS, which I congratulate you as well as your colleagues, as well as directly in charge of the institute. Very good, very good improve prospects which you have. And I have a request to all of the participants, whenever you come to Kerala, make a visit to this garden because this, as a botanist, it is a special institute, which botanic garden, which keeps that lower plants, pteridophytes, gymnosperms, and other water plants, conservatories they have, and they have got a good collections which they good manage uh, very nicely and very systematically. And I request, thank you, Pradeep.
Thank you, sir.
If there are not some questions, Dr.
Hello.
Pradeep, can I ask one question, please?
Sir, please.
Uh, do we have a chance to contribute, any opportunity to contribute to the garden? Because our houses are very limited with a limited area, but your garden is very vast. So if I happen to find a plant of aquatic or one of educational or such interest, can we approach you to plant there instead of?
Sure, sir. We will come. Sure, sir. We will come.
Okay, I have some plans to come to there with
Okay.
the more plans.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're most welcome, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, welcome. Thank you, Dr. Anesh Pradeep, for giving a nice talk in this webinar. And Dr. Jomi Agustin, sir, shared the session. Thank you, all, both, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Dr. Pradeep, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I
Hello.
request all of you to visit our garden at least once.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
uh,
Thank you very much.
our
Thank you.
our next Kerala visit, we will meet you, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, thank you. So, now, next session, eminent speaker, Dr. Prabhas Sahu, Associate Professor, Ancient History, Culture, and Archaeology Department, RTM, Nagpur University, Nagpur. Our chairperson, Dr. Fanikant Mishra, Director, Heritage Cell, Macaut, Calcutta, and formerly Regional Director, Archaeological Survey of India. Welcome, Dr. Sahu sir, Dr. Mishra sir, welcome. And I am requesting to Dr. Mishra sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Sahu. Yes, sir. Mishra sir, please unmute yourself. Dr. Fanikant Mishra sir, please unmute yourself. डॉक्टर फनकांत मिश्रा सर, आवाज आ रही है? हाउ साहब, हमारी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
आपकी आवाज आ रही, बट डॉक्टर मिश्रा शायद म्यूट करके रखे हैं।
डॉक्टर फनकांत मिश्रा सर,
आई नॉट लिसनिंग।
यस मिश्रा सर, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। आप, हाँ ठीक है, खुल गया।
Is it audible?
Yeah.
Yes, हाँ, yes sir, okay.
Now you are fine with my audio, no? So I welcome all the members. Thank Dr. Skanda Mishra for such a nice presentation program which he has managed it, and he has been managing for the last few months. Lot of scholars are coming at one stage in archaeology, conservation, forest and all. Today we have got a very eminent speaker, very ideal speaker, very nice speaker, scholarly speaker, that is Professor Prabhas Sahu. I welcome him as the chairman of this session. Let me introduce Prabhas Sahu. I have seen him about 10 years back when I was posted in Nagpur prehistory branch. That time his hairs were little all black, but today I am seeing him all white. But the man is a very soft-spoken person, a very good scholar who passed his graduation in 1990 from Sambalpur University and postgraduate diploma in archaeology from Institute of Archaeology, New Delhi, and UGC NET. Also, he has cleared. He has been his PhD degree from Rashtra Sant Tukodji Maharaj University, Nagpur, Maharashtra. He has worked in Archaeological Survey of India as a very deep scholar and has excavated many sites all over the country. Especially his association with Ram Janmabhoomi at Ayodhya was very interesting excavation which he has participated. He has participated in Dholavira excavation also at Bhirana and has given so many new theories to the archaeological world. He is a research scholar. He has many research publications and has written many books also on archaeology and heritage. So we should say that although he is very junior to me, but I feel proud I feel honored to be the chairman of this session. We all will be very much delighted by his lecture. So I welcome him with my whole heart. Thank you. I think Prabhas Rao, you can start your lecture.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Piyush Badvia in line, sir. Dr. Piyush Badvia, ML Sukhadia University, Udaipur. Okay. Yes, Sahu, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying
Please
to
start, sir.
share.
चला ही दो. गर्मी कितना हो गया?
I'm not able to present my screen.
वो इवेंट प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पा रहा है स्क्रीन को.
हाँ, सर. Did you solve Golvalkar?
I think Dr. Sahu,
Yeah.
you see in your screen, there is one arrow mark in the below. You just go there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, but it's not operating.
Present now, then it will have a windows. 3 windows will be there.
Yeah.
You select in the middle.
Okay. Then I have to tap share.
You are using touch screen or you are, yes. Now it is opening. Wait.
Yeah. But where is my presentation?
और सुनाओ.
You open is that Dr. Sahu webinar is there.
जैसे एक पेन दे दो.
I saw somewhere. One wait. It will be opening.
Is my PPT opening?
Yeah, it's opening. Yeah.
इतना assignment
Yeah.
करना पूरे से
It's okay. You can
10 बजे रात तक
enlarge it. If not, otherwise you can continue.
किसी की मदर डेथ करेंगे.
Okay. Now it is
Yeah,
enlarged.
it's okay. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I congratulate Government Madhav Sadashivrao Golvalkar
मिल गया.
for organizing this beautiful national webinar, and I'm happy to be part of it. And I'm thankful to Dr. Phanikan Mishra for his sweet words about me. Yeah, I was in the Archaeological Survey of India, and being a member of very important excavations, this particular paper, that is a Harappan settlement at Vedana, it was also the effort of Dr. WLS Rao, who is no more with us. He was the director of the excavations. So I had been a part of this particular excavations, and since he is no more, the Archaeological Survey of India has asked me to write the report of it also. So as I was told by Professor Skand Mishra, who is the brain and person behind all this, that the majority of the attendees in this particular webinar are students, and they are from the Hindi background. So I'll be presenting my paper in both Hindi as well as in English. Will it be okay? Hello?
Yes, it is audible.
Okay. So first of all, if you look at the title itself, it's a Harappan settlement. at Bhidana, district Fatehabad, Haryana. And so far as the nomenclature of this particular civilization is concerned, we have different nomenclature, different names to the culture. As it was first excavated at Harappa, this particular culture was named as Harappan culture. Then subsequently it was named as Indus Valley civilizations because majority of the sites were at that particular time they were located in the Indus Valley. So it was known as Indus Valley civilization. Then subsequently after the partition of our country into two, India and Pakistan, so the Indian site had no major Harappan sites. So the archaeologists from Archaeological Survey of India took pain to discover many Harappan sites on the Indian soil. And due to these consistent efforts of Indian archaeologists, we find more sites of the culture on the dry bank of the river Saraswati. So, taking into consideration this particular fact, Dr. S.P. Gupta had suggested another name that is the Sindhu Saraswati civilizations because the majority of the sites are in the Saraswati River Valley, and this Saraswati River is now dried up river, but previously on the Indus Valley also sites were, so combinedly it can be called as the Saraswati Sindhu civilization. And if you look at the development of any culture, सो कल्चर में क्या होता है जैसे हमारे कोई भी लिविंग बीइंग के लाइफ में होता है डिफरेंट स्टेजेस आते हैं जैसे हमारे ह्यूमन बीइंग्स के लाइफ में भी 4 स्टेजेस होते हैं जिसको हम शैशव कैशोर यौवन वार्धक्य ये 4 स्टेजेस होते हैं इन्फेंसी एडोलेसेंस मैच्योरिटी एंड द वेनिंग स्टेज so similarly any culture also goes through this phenomenon so you have different stages of development of a culture. And similarly, the Harappan culture had a beginning, then it saw its adolescence, then matured, and finally they started burning out and leading to the decline of the civilization. So far as the Harappan cultural sequence is concerned, if you look at in the pan-subcontinent context, so it had a beginning, and we in archaeology divide these cultural phases into periods. But Dr. Padmasri Dr. R.S. Peast at Dholavira in the Kutch district of Gujarat, which he has established, instead of calling it a period, he calls it as stages. So at Dholavira you have 1 to 7 stages. Then in different parts of the other sites, you have different cultural periods. So in broad categories, we can divide the Harappan culture into the beginning, then the adolescence of it, then maturity, and finally the waning stages. So Bhidana, this particular site, because the time is not so long, so I have to complete the presentation in 1 hour or less than most probably. So I am directly coming to the topic. This Bhidana, as you see in the map, here it is Bhidana. It's in the Fatehabad district of Haryana. So the village Bhidana is situated in the Fatehabad district of Haryana state. It lies at a distance of about 14 kilometers to the northeast of the district headquarters and about 210 kilometers to the north of New Delhi. The nearest railway station is Hisar Junction, which is about 58 kilometers to the south of Bhidana. And this particular village, Bhidana, is a small village, and to the northern outskirts of the village, you have a mound, and it is this particular mound is situated on the left bank of the dried up river course of Saraswati. And if you look at the dimension of the city at Bhidana, it's a small city. It measures only 190 meter north-south and 240 meters east-west. So it's a small settlement, but it has all the features of a city. For example, it is 45. It has 2 city units, that is the lower town and the citadel. So these are the features, and all the urban characteristics of the culture is found over here. And the height of the mound from the surrounding alluvial plain is roughly 5.50 meter. This site was discovered in 1982, and it was Because of the nature and prominence of the site, it was declared as a protected site in 1982 by the Department of Archaeology and Museum, Government of Haryana, Kurukshetra. So this is the general view of the mount. If you see this particular road, it leads to the village, and the village is here and this is the northern side of the village, and this is the mount. Another view of the mount from another angle. If you see, there is a lot of erosion in this particular site, and interestingly, or most unfortunately, this particular site was used as a burial ground during the pre-partition days. So when we started the excavations, we found number of pit burials all over the sites. Even there are cases wherein one trench of 10 meter into 10, you find 3 to 4 burials. So the site was, you can say, it was destroyed because of this burial activity. But in spite of all these hindrances, the Archaeological Survey of India's excavation branch, under the direction of Sri L.S. Rao, excavated the site and gave a very good result, which opened a new chapter in the Harappan studies. So this particular site, though it's a small site, we had resorted to the horizontal method of excavations. So for the students, there are different type of excavations methods like your horizontal excavation, vertical excavation, trial trenches, sondages, pit excavations, open stripping method. There are so many methods of excavations depending upon your objectives. So our objective was to know the cultural sequence of the site, then know the entire settlement pattern. So we had resorted to the horizontal method of excavations. So these are the excavated trenches. It was first in the season 2003-4. It was subsequently excavated for 3 seasons from 2003 to 2006. So first in the 2003-4 session, we had excavated in a multi-scruss fashion. That means 2 rows of trenches were laid east-west and north-south orientations. And the cultural sequence is period 1A, Hakra well culture. Then period 1B is Ali Harappan culture. Period 2A is Ali mature Harappan culture. And period 2B is mature Harappan culture. So as in the beginning, I had told him that when Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were excavated, so it was considered to be a great city and urban life center, and all of a sudden, this city dwellers, they came. So people had thought, archaeologists had thought probably because from the transitions from Neolithic to the Harappan culture was not available at that particular time. But subsequently, the explorations carried out by Professor Mohammad Rafiq Mughal in the Hakra river basin, he found some of the typical pottery and artifacts which predated the known Harappan, early Harappan culture. At that time, from Pakistan, in Pakistan, it was called as Godijian culture, but in India, it was called as pre-Harappan culture or Kalimanga I culture. So, before the discovery of the Hakra wares, Hakra pottery and associated wares and the associated artifacts, it was not known anything about the genesis of the Harappan culture. So, on the basis of exploratory finds, Professor Mughal, he had emphasized that this particular Hakra wares, which were quite different from the known Ali Harappan fabrics, they predated it. And on the basis of exploratory finds, you cannot establish a fact. So he excavated Jalilpur, a site where he found the Hakra wares below the known Ali Harappan level. So the genesis of the Harappan culture was established in the Cholistan region, and subsequently he named this particular culture as Hakraware culture. And at Vedana, we have accepted this particular terminology. But in Indian context, if you look at, so before the excavations of Kunal, so there was no traces of the Hakra wares, though there were some five or six sorts of Hakra ware culture, those were coming from Kalibanga. But as a cultural horizon, it was established at Kunal that this particular Hakra ware culture, they coexist with the Ali Harappan culture. But Vedana is the only site where you have a defined different Hakra ware cultural period. And this cultural period is named at different sites differently. So nomenclature varies. Professor Mughal calls it a Thatraware culture. We at Vedana, we call it a Thatraware culture. But at Kunal, so there is no clear-cut distinctions of this particular culture. They are associated with the Ali Harappan culture. But at Vedana, we have a different horizon. At Farmana and Girawad, which Professor Basant Sinde has excavated, he calls it as the regional traditions of the Hakraware culture. At Rakhigadi, Dr. Amarendranath calls it as the pre-formative urbanization. In Harappa, which J.M. Kenyon has excavated, he calls it as Rabi phase of the Hakra culture. So there are different nomenclature to it, but it is clearly established all over the subcontinent, wherever the excavations has been carried out, that यह हाकड़ा वेयर कल्चर जो है आली हड़प्पन कल्चर के पहले था. So the genesis of the Harappan culture lies with the Hakra ware culture, which subsequently developed to the Ali Harappan culture. And the period 2A is Ali mature Harappan culture at Vedana. See, this Ali mature Harappan culture, this was also a concept which was devised by Padma Shri Dr. R.S. Pist in his excavations at Banavali, another Harappan site in the Hisar district of Haryana. So previously, what was the concept? So Ali Harappan, they transformed into or developed into the mature Harappan phase. There is no period in between. But it was Dr. Pist who established that between the Ali Harappan and the mature Harappan level, there is another level which is represented by both the Ali Harappan feature as well as mature Harappan feature, and he termed it as the Ali mature Harappan culture. And this particular evidence is also reflected in Vedana and also Dolabia. And the last period of occupation at Vedana, it was period 2B, that's the mature Harappan phase. So during the mature Harappan period itself, the site was deserted. So I have tried to, in this particular slide, I have tried to show the cultural sequence based on the evidences which we have excavated. So here is the natural soil, and in the natural soil you find dwelling pits, which is named here as DP. So these are dwelling pits followed by the Ali Harappan structures. Basically the Ali Harappan structures are made of mud bricks. There are only one or two courses of mud brick structures, and it is followed by the early mature Harappan structures, then finally the mature Harappan structure. And as I was telling about the burials, you can see here in the 1, 2, 3, and 4 burials are there in one. Here it is one burial is there. Here another burial is there. So entire site you find they are littered with many burials of the pre-independence era. And one of the burials which we had dated, we had collected C14 samples from the burial, and it is dated to 1942 CE. So I'll be talking about the different cultural sequence with their associated structures and other features. So period 1A in the Hakraware culture, we have dwelling pits in the form of structures. So dwelling pits, what they used to do for the students, I'm telling you. So they used to dig pits and they used to reside inside the pit. And the walls of the pits, the floor of the pits, those were beautifully plastered, and they were not so much deep at the dwelling pits at Bhedana in comparison to the Neolithic dwelling pits from Burjahan or Bukra. So this dwelling pit tradition is continued from the Neolithic culture itself. So at Bhedana, we have dwelling pits which are shallow. They vary from 34 to 58 centimeter in depth, and their diameter varies from 230 to 340 centimeter in diameter. So apart from the dwelling pits, we have auxiliary pits. Those are comparatively deep, and the depth varied from 70 to 100 centimeter, and their diameter 200 to 230 centimeter. And there were some pits which are also used for sacrificial or kitchen or industrial purposes also. So this is the location map of the dwelling pit complex. So towards the north of the mound, you have the dwelling pit complex, and in the right here, you have the dwelling pits. So on ground, these were the dwelling pits. Apart from this, from the main mound to the north of the main mound, these are the dwelling pit context. But in addition to that, in the central mound itself also, we have the evidences of dwelling pits, and these are the dwelling pits in the central portion of the mound. Here, this is the natural soil, and this natural soil has been poured to make the dwelling pits. And if you see, these dwelling pits are beautifully plastered. Yet the remains of the plaster is over here. And inside the dwelling pit, we have the reed impressed earth lumps, which clearly suggest that these dwelling pits had superstructures which had reed covered with, and it was ultimately plastered with muds to give protection to it. And inside the dwelling pit, you find the hakra wares and other associated artifacts inside the dwelling pits. So as I have told you, some of the pits were also used for sacrificial purposes. So even one of the pits, we had a complete charred Govt skull. The skull of a Govt inside the dwelling pit. It is this is the Govt skull. This is the close-up of that Govt skull. And you can see the Saraswati alivum. This is the natural surface, and the walls of the pit are beautifully plastered with this alluvial soil. And the floor is also plastered, and inside the floor you find the material remains scattered on the floor. So in the central portion of the mound, you have the dwelling pits. But even in the Hakrawar culture, where the people were residing inside dwelling pits, they had also transformational stages. So dwelling pit ko chhod ke, they started living in plastered floor without any postals here over. We don't have any postal, and you find one hearth just beside the circular floor. So here, the people are transforming from the dwelling pit living culture to living overground in circular floors. And subsequently, these people, they are transforming to the mature early Harappan culture, where they are making the use of bricks for making their structures. So the Hakra ware as such is the pottery. So there are, in the assemblage of Hakra ware, you have 8 different type of potteries, and the first 3 are the most important. One is the mud applique ware, then incised ware. In the incised ware, you have 2 type of wares, that is deep incised ware and light incised ware. Then you have tan or chocolate ware, like varnished ware, bichrome ware, where you have 2 colors used for painting on the pot surface. So black and white, 2 colors were used for making different motifs on the pot. Then brown on bob ware. So the pot is a bob color, and over the bob surface you find paintings in brown color, then black on redware. So black painting on redware, and finally the redware, which is the most common one. So this is mod applique ware. You see on the external surface of the pottery, you find mod is applied over it. Okay, so this mod is mixed with some gritty materials and they were pasted over the surface of the pot. Hence, because the application is on the exterior surface, this is called the mod applique ware. And in this mod applique ware, different shapes, that is globular pots, heavy bodied storage jars, they are the main pottery shapes. And the bigger bodied storage jars, they were particularly handmade. And if you see the evidences here, these are partly handmade and partly wheel made. So the rim portion is wheel made and they are luted to the handmade body portions. Then incised ware, you can see these are deep incised ware where the designs in the form of lattice, crisscross and oblique lines, then several motifs, जैसे मछली का स्केल होती है, हड्डी का जैसे शेप होती है, that is several motif, उस टाइप का आपको यहाँ पे deep incised ware में मिलता है. And there are also varieties of light incised ware, जिसमें जो डिजाइन किया गया है वो ज्यादा शार्प नहीं है, रफली स्क्रैचिंग के जैसे दिखते हैं. Then the tan और chocolate slipped ware, ये एक्सटीरियर सरफेस में आपका ये चॉकलेट स्लिप जो है एंटायर बॉडी में उसको लगाया गया है. सो फ्रॉम रिम टू द बेस ऑफ द पॉट यू फाइंड द tan or chocolate slip where chocolate slip those were dipped into, and you find the application of this tan or chocolate slip all over the exterior surface. Inside the pot you don't find the slip. Then you have the black burnished ware. Then this is the bichrome ware where you have the outline of the motif is in black, whereas inside is filled with white color. So here people motif is there, one fish motif is there, and different geometric as well as floral and faunal motifs you find in the painted repertoire of the bichrome ware as well as black and red ware. Apart from this pottery, you have also the Sondrat spherical and triangular clay cakes. So, as you know, one of the typical artifact or feature of the mature Harappan culture is the triangular terracotta cake. So, it had a beginning in the Hakrawar culture itself. You find Sondrat spherical or triangular clay cakes, and there are some shapes which resemble our own idli, the South Indian delicacy. So we have to be familiar with it and to give it a proper familiar identification connotations. We have called it the idli shaped terracotta cake. And also we have burnishes. So the Hakrawar culture, though the people were living in dwelling pits, they were using copper. And the copper, they used to get the copper ingots from outside and they used to melt in crucibles. And we have the evidence of a crucible where you can find the remains of molten copper here in the surface. That means this clearly suggests that people were used to get the ingots from outside and they used to melt it here and make their weapons or objects of use for different purposes. So when I say that this Hakrawar culture is a transformative space from the known Neolithic cultures, it is clear that they were living in dwelling pits. Number two, you see bone tools they were using and the typical Harappan feature of using the churred blade also you find in association with the bone implements. The people were using different type of semi-precious stones to make ornaments, And here are some beads and pendants which we have recovered from the dwelling pits. This is terracotta, this is carnelian. And the most interesting feature is the occurrence of the bead of lapis lazuli. As you know, lapis lazuli जो है बदख्शां रीजन अफगानिस्तान से हड़प्पन जो है लेके आते थे. सो हाकड़ावर कल्चर पीपुल भी, इसका मतलब ये है कि अफगानिस्तान में उनका रिलेशन था जो लेपिस लेजुली ये लोग लेके आते थे और इस्तेमाल करते थे. सो और एक जो टिपिकल फीचर हड़प्पन का है उसमें आपको टेराकोटा बैंगल्स मिलते हैं, कॉपर के बैंगल्स मिलते हैं, ब्रोंज के मिलते हैं. सो डिफरेंट मेटल्स है जो टेराकोटा बैंगल्स मिलते हैं. ये सिंगल होते हैं या डबल होते हैं या स्पाइरल से बहुत सारे 3-4 एक साथ मिलते हैं. सो इन द हाकड़ावर कल्चर इटसेल्फ वी फाइंड टेराकोटा बैंगल्स single, double. Then this particular Hakadawar culture was subsequently transformed into the period 1B, that is the early Harappan culture. So early Harappan cultures, जैसे आपको पता है कि कालीबंगा या जो कोटीजी है वहाँ पे जो पॉटरी फैब्रिक्स है they are different from the earlier Hakadawar culture. So basically कालीबंगा में Professor B.V. Lal had made the division of the entire pottery repertoire of earlier Harappan culture into 6 fabrics. Fabric A, B, C, D, E, F. So ये different fabrics जो है आपको हाकड़ावर कल्चर के बाद में early Harappan culture जो है भेड़ाना में आपको पूरा के पूरा सारे के सारे 6 fabrics मिलते हैं. And apart from the pottery, in the antiquities you have bangles made of copper, shell and terracotta. Then beads of agate, carnelian, fence, jasper, shell, steatite and terracotta. Then the terracotta objects comprise bull figurines, cakes, rattles, wheels, gamesmen and marbles. Then we have stone pounders, mullers and marbles. And in the copper antiquities we have a cache of copper bangles, arrowheads, rings and 2 small copper rods. So coming to the structure of the early Harappan period, you find the mud brick structures, and basically these are of 1 or 2 courses of mud bricks. And these mud bricks are in the ratio of 1:2:3. 8, 16, 24, then 9, 18, 27 centimeter. These are the dimensions of the mud bricks. And these structures are built of mud bricks in the ratio of 3:2:1, and they are properly planned. So from actual north, they deviate 20 degree. So all the early Harappan structures you find at Bidana, they follow the same pattern of 20 degree deviations from the actual north. So these are some of the early Harappan structures. Here, these are early Harappan structures. Here, early Harappan structure just above the natural soil. And you find chulhas, the hearths, and inside the hearths we have charred grains, which are basically wheat, rice, and barley. Then the early Harappan pipecroom, where you can see on the red surface you have black outline filled with white. They have different floral, geometric, and faunal patterns. Then apart from this, we have the cache of bangles. Here you can see, which are kept in one place. Apart from that, we have single bangle, then fisu, then arrowheads. And this particular arrowhead, these 2 arrowheads, they bear the reed impression. That means they were hafted to bamboo reeds and they were used as arrows. So the remains of the reed is quite clearly visible over here. Then you have antimony rod. Then the early Harappan culture was followed by period 2A, early mature Harappan culture. And these early mature Harappan cultures, they had the structures made of mud brick, and you find both the dimensions 1:2:3 as well as 1:2:4 dimensions. Both were used in the construction of these mud houses. So besides the 6 fabrics of period 1B, that is the Kaligunga 1 or Kotiji culture or the Ali Harappan ceramics, the ceramic assemblies witnessed in period 2A the introduction of new shapes like decent stand, beaker and bottom shaped waste goblet. And besides the painted motifs earlier period, now during period 2A, geometric and floral patterns include simple bends, opposite triangles, people leaf, and palm leaf, and fish motifs. So antiquities included few copper objects, bits of terracotta, shell, semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, agate, carnelian, jasper, steatite, and fans. Then bangles of fans and terracotta, stone quern and mullers, triangular bone, and oval-shaped terracotta pits. So these are the early mature Harappan structures. Here, the early mature Harappan structures, and this is the fortification wall where you have the projections up to this portion. It is the early mature Harappan. Then subsequently, the fortifications height was raised during the mature Harappan period. So 6 more courses of bricks were added to it, and you can find a drain. The difference you can clearly see that in the drains the Harappans have used burnt brick instead of mud bricks, because they had the idea that they if they use mud bricks naturally they won't sustain for long. So instead of mud bricks they have used burnt bricks. These are some chulas and hearths and furnaces. So these are the cache of beads from one of the trenches, carnelian. Then these are lapis lazuli, these are shell and terracotta. And in another pot we have found copper rings, one finished bead, some unfinished bead, and some flakes. So these are different materials made, beads made of different materials, especially semi-precious stones, shell and terracotta. Then the final phase of occupation at Bhidana was period 2B, which belonged to the mature Harappan culture. So during this period, the entire settlement was reorganized and encompassed within the fortification wall. The mud brick structures are oriented in north-northwest to south-southeast direction and are approximately 24 degree away from the north. In the earlier period, it was 20-degree deviation, whereas in the mature Harappan piece, so you find the orientations changed to 24 degree. That means the entire settlement was reoriented. And the structures made of mud bricks, they were invariably in the ratio of 1:4, 1:2:4. And the burnt bricks were used sparingly wherever there was a connection to water in the drains, especially they had used the burnt bricks. And you see the fortification wall, which was running all throughout the settlement. That means the entire settlement was encompassed within the fortification wall. And this fortification wall is made of mud bricks. So you can see the arm of the drain. So in the northern fortification, this particular drain was made to flush out the water from the city. And you can see the streets and lanes, how the city was organized. If you look at the city, so the lanes and bylanes, they are not in perfect 90-degree, as it was a concept that the Harappan cities were laid out in such a fashion that they were perfectly 90-degree, but it is not the case, as it is established also at Bidana. Bidana we have radial roads. Similarly at Banavali we have radial roads. Similarly at Bidana, if you see the lanes and bylanes cutting between two sets or two rows of houses, they are not in 90-degree. Some of the major Harappan structures. So apart from the private structures, we have also public structures during the mature Harappan period, and these are two silos. The silos were meant for storing grains. So when we excavated it, we found grains inside this, and on the floor of the silos, there was a layer of husk. Those were spread over the floor, and some ash was sprinkled over it, and the grains were stored inside. Then you have the Harappan hearths and tandoors. So if you reconstruct the entire settlement at Vidana, this is reconstruction, this part is, and we have excavated this. So the entire city was within the fortification, and you have lower town and citadel. There is just a bifurcation wall. So the units are within the fortification wall, and to distinguish the citadel and the lower town, just a bipartition wall was provided. So coming to the architectural remains, we have seals and ceilings. So in the early Harappan period, we have bottom seals. Then in the early mature and mature Harappan period, we have seals. These seals are made of steelite. So apart from the inscribed seals, we have also inscription on a copper shell. So this is the zoom portion. Here you have these inscriptions, and this is zoomed over here. These spot objects, this is a linga shape, then Mother Goddess figurines made of terracotta, then a people leaf. This particular feature is the typical one of Vidana, where you find the terracotta stylized horns. If you look at the Pasupati silk, for example, you find the deity or the central figure, he wears a horn. So for the first time at Vidana, we have these horns. They are made on terracotta, and you have holes over here with a central hole on the pot, so that it can be tied on the figure itself. Then another feature is the spoked wheel. So the Harappans had the knowledge of the spoke wheel, is well reflected on the terracotta wheels where the spokes are painted, and sometimes they are embossed over here. This one is the typical feature of Vidana, where this particular statue, bronze statue of Mohenjo-daro, that is the dancing girl, and from a potsherd, on a potsherd from Vidana, you find the same depiction. So this clearly shows that there was inland trade. The people of Mohenjo-daro were familiar with the Vedana people, or vice versa. So Vedana people were familiar with this dancing girl statue, and one person had engraved it on a graffiti form on a potsherd. Then terracotta tiles, which are having concentric circle designs. Then beads of semi-precious stones, shell objects, beads, bangles, which are of terracotta, copper, and fans. Then you have copper objects, bangles, arrowhead, shells, fish soup, and other artifacts. Then you have ivory comb, bone points, then short plates, bone objects, the different terracotta animal figurines, and the most prominent one are the bulls. Then Golvalkar, which are bird whistles. If you blow air here, you will hear a sweet sound in the form of whistling. This is the terracotta fox figure. Then this is your S, Ubalis. Then three-headed figure, composite figures. The different weights made of stone. Terracotta objects, which are rattles, triangular cakes, then stone balls, sling ball and stone objects. Then coming to the pottery, these are perforated jars, these are black on red wares, and these are goblets. So apart from painting on the surface of the pot, you find decorations in the form of steatite beads. They are embossed on the surface, external surface of the pot in the waist portion. So this is also one design motifs. And you find depictions of the Panchatantra stories on the potsherd. In these two potsherds, Panchatantra story is depicted. If you go through my book, Faunal Representation on Calcolitic Ceramics, you will find the detail of it. Because of the less time, I am not going into detail of it. And this particular story is related to the cunning fox and the crow. So the crow is holding a fish in its mouth, and the cunning fox is saying to the crow that you sing very well, your singing is melodious. So the crow feels inflated and subsequently starts crowing. So the fish drops down and the fox takes it away. So apart from this, we have terracotta pastels, and these are typical feature of the early historical period. But in the mature Harappan phase itself at Vedana, we have the terracotta pastels. So far as dating of the Vedana site is concerned, so in two batches we had dated the samples collected from Vedana, and both the dates were obtained from the Global Sahni Institute of Paleobotany, now it is Paleosciences, Lucknow. And look at the date. 7th million BC, 6th million BC, then 5th million BC. And this one is, this particular date goes back to 8 million BC. So, Vedana has clearly shown that there is a continuous development of the culture from a humble origin to the mature Harappan phase, and the C14 dates, whatever we have, it clearly suggests that from at least from 7th millennium BC onwards till the 3rd millennium BC, Vedana was a promising Harappan city. Thank you. So with this, I am ending my lecture.
Yes, sir. Mishra, sir. Hello. Dr. Phanikant Mishra, sir. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Phanikant Mishra, sir, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Am
sir.
I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Shall I go ahead? Am I audible?
Hi. Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Professor Prabhas Sahu, for delivering such a interesting, nice, very informative and scientific lecture. This excavation was one of the very interesting excavation which all of us have heard about its detail. This site was a very interesting site in Haryana. Bhirana was well known in history, which was discovered in 1982. So after partition of Pakistan, this site was discovered by archaeologists. As we all know that Bhirana is situated in Fatehabad district, and this site is preserved by the State Department of Archaeology, Haryana. This site is situated in a very nice place on the main road, just near the embankment of main road. Unfortunately, the director of this excavation, Dr. L.S. Rao, is no more in this world, who has taken up this excavation, and Professor Sau was assisting him for this excavation. Here you people have done a wonderful scientific work by doing an horizontal excavation, and you have tried to find out the cultural sequence and settlement plan of this important site. As you have already discussed that you have 4 cultures here. The first culture was Hakraware culture. The second was early Harappan, for which you have given period 1B. The third was period 2A, for which you have given early matured Harappan, and period 2B is a matured Harappan. You have gone up to the natural soil and you have given a very good description about the findings, as you had gone to this extent to prove that Saraswati alluvium also you have found here. You have a circular rammed floor and chula in central portion of the mound. That is a very interesting find of this site. Mud applique ware, incised ware, 10 chocolate slipped ware, black burnished ware was a very interesting find which you could get here. I was little amused and little, I can say, you have some idli shaped terracotta cake also. So I am surprised that you have given a very good name. That is the idli. Whether idli was found in Harappan time or not, that needs to be taken up. You have very good bone points there. You have chairs, beads, terracotta bangles. You have mud brick. Mud brick are also 4:2:1. That is very interesting sizes which we get. You have bricks which measures 36 into 18 into 9 centimeter and 40 into 2, and the third one. The fortification wall you have explained so well about the northern arm with drain, streets and lanes. Harappan hearth and tandoor has been explained very well by you. Your findings were seals, early and late Harappan, inscribed copper cells, cult objects, terracotta stylized terracotta animals, terracotta wheels, dancing girl, which is a very popular of Harappan, that also you have found in the potsherd, terracotta tiles, beads, shell objects, bangles, copper objects, ivory, bone point, terracotta animal figurines, stone weights, matured black and red ware, pottery, steatite beads, and a very interesting story which you say about the Panchatantra story you have written in your book. We would also like to know about it, which you have described in a very small reference. So it is very, very interesting lecture for especially for the Harappan scholars who know Harappa, want to know about Harappa, and the archaeologists. Only Professor Sahu, I am fighting now in this country for certain things. I just want to tell to all archaeologists, I have written many letters to the archaeologists all over the country that I don't know whether this excavation report has been published or not. I am sure it is.
Archaeological Survey of India has assigned me to write the report on it.
Oh,
So,
wonderful.
yeah.
Wonderful. I would request you to see that its excavation report is published as early as possible, because you were the one who was the eyewitness of this excavation. You are like that neurosurgeon who, when opens the head of the human being, he knows what are the nerves inside the brain. So similarly, when you have opened this site, you would be knowing very well about the details of the site. So I am happy that you have been assigned with this work, and you will come out with very good, very informative, very technical and scientific excavation report. I am happy that you have taken the dating also of this site from Birbal Sahni Institute, Lucknow. So most of the works you have carried out during your excavation, and only balance which is left, which is very important, is the excavation report. And I'm sure very soon we will see your excavation report. I congratulate you from my heart on behalf of all archaeologists of the country for giving such a good, informative, and very scientific lecture. Thank you very much, Professor Sahu, and all listeners who are here from my field and other fields. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for chair the session, and Dr. Sahu, Dr. Pravash, Dr. Professor Pravash Sahu sir, Professor RTM University Nagpur, for given time and a nice lecture, archaeology and Harappan settlement. Thank you, sir. And I am welcome to our some senior expert, Dr. B.R. Mani, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan sir, Dr. P.N. Krishna sir, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, Director Project Temple, Bhopal, uh, Archaeology Department. So welcome, sir. And now next session, very important session, sir. Next session. Uh,
Thank you so much.
Tiger Reserve.
Thank you.
Nagarwale Tiger Reserve.
our eminent speaker, Mr. D. Mahesh Kumar, IFS, former Field Director, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, presently Executive Director, Jungle Laws and Resort, Bangalore. Our chairperson, Sri Ajay Mishra sir, IFS, former Principal Chief Conservator, Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka. Welcome, sir. Mr. Mahesh sir, respected Ajay Mishra sir, welcome. And I am request to Mishra sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Mahesh Kumar.
So thank you very much,
Mishra sir, respected Mishra.
Professor Nanduma Mishra. I thank government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, MP, for organizing this 5th national webinar series of August to 5th of the September on the theme which has a very broad range of topics, including the national parks. So thank you very much. Now we will start our session. We are 20 minutes late actually. So hopefully we will try to cover the things within the time allotted, 50 minutes. Just want to know whether our co-chairperson, Mr. KL Purohit, is also there. He has joined.
एक्चुअली सर वो गांव गए हुए थे तो उनने मैसेज किया है नेटवर्क उधर कम है।
नो
कहीं गांव में ही वो
ठीक है,
उड़ीसा से हैं सर वो और
जी
गांव में
जी okay. So now we will start our session. Now this is a very important thing. The wildlife conservation, as you know, with the so much challenges growing around us, not very easy to do it. In Karnataka, we have very good wildlife conservation. As you know that next to Madhya Pradesh, we have the highest number of tigers in Karnataka and highest number of elephants also, both the flagship species. And as far as the Nagarhole Tiger Reserve is concerned, one of the iconic park in the country. So I'm very happy that Mahesh Kumar, D. Mahesh Kumar has joined us. Actually, Mahesh has worked with me also. So after quite some time, I am seeing him, and during his time, Nagarhole has taken a lot of initiatives to do many things, and he faced the challenges of the poaching, habitat improvement, uh, relocation of the people who are staying inside the park, and many other things. And very successfully, he has done it. So, brief resume of biodata, I will just, for the benefit of our audience, I will say. B. Mahesh Kumar, IFS is from 2011 batch of the Indian Forest Service, and he has completed his graduation from the College of Forestry, Porampet, and post-graduation from Forest College and Research Institute, Mettupalayam. And in a short time of period, he has a very wide exposure in different fields. He has worked in the Bangalore Rural Division as the Deputy Conservator of Forest, and had a valuable forest land protection and experience in the forest land protection in urban areas. Then he moved to the Dharwad, where he has done very, very good work in tree park development and median plantation development, awareness generation. Then he came to this challenging post of the director, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, where he faced a lot of issues but successfully did everything very well. And he has his special things about this wildlife rescue, control of poaching, habitat improvement, forest fire management, man-animal conflict mitigation, ecotourism, eco-development, and documentaries. What he has done it. So since the time is short, we will start our session, and it will be followed by question answer, and then our remarks on the this session. Over
महेश
to
सर,
Mahesh Kumar.
महेश सर, हेलो महेश सर, टाइम पर्याप्त है क्योंकि अगले स्पीकर अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो आप पूरी बात कहें, मतलब नागरहोल इम्पोर्टेंट नेशनल पार्क है, उसके बारे में कोई बात छूटे ना, अपने पास है टाइम क्योंकि अगला स्पीकर अवेलेबल नहीं.
So thank you very much, Dr. Mishra. You have given extended the time limit of the session, and I think Mahesh will be able to present all the important facts and details about the Nagarhole for the benefit of the audience. Over to Mahesh, please.
Sir, good morning, sir. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would also like to thank the organizers, government, Madhav Sadashivrao, Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Actually, I was supposed to present in the previous webinar, and unfortunately, I was down with COVID, and I could not present. And this time, I got another opportunity. So, thank you to Mr. Dr. Skand Mishra ji, who had pursued again and again for this webinar. Uh, I would like to know whether the screen is visible to all the participants.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes.
This is
Thank you very much, sir. So I will start with my presentation on Nagarhole Tiger Reserve. So I had a brief like a stint about 2.5 years in one of the very popular tiger reserves of the country, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve. So as a small idea about the park, it is in the south western part of the Karnataka state, and it is about 843 square kilometer. And the name Nagarhole is drawn from the word in the Kannada itself. It is a serpent stream. The stream runs along the inside the park in just like a snake pattern. So that is why it is called as Nagarhole. And in order, like just a brief history about the park, it started as a wildlife sanctuary in the year 1955, and as everyone knows, in the year 1973, when Project Tiger was commenced by the then Prime Minister Madam Indira Gandhi, it was part of Bandipur Tiger Reserve in 1973, and it is declared as Nagarole National Park in the year 83, and further in the year 2007 it became an independent tiger reserve, and subsequently in the next 5 to 10 years it was also given additional responsibility of buffer zone. So the present day the area of park is about 843 square kilometer. So, with respect to the positioning of the park, as you all can see, it is having a very crucial role with respect to landscape management. Just in the other context, if we would like to understand wildlife management in a landscape level, I will give a contrast. If you can imagine a small place like an island like Lakshadweep or Andamans, there wildlife management becomes a challenge because it is not having any habitat connectivity. Whereas the wildlife population there also is not uh, comparable with respect to what we are having in parks like Nagarhole, because here we have the advantage of landscape connectivity, uh, where you can see plenty of protected areas like Bandipur, BRT Tiger Reserve, Mudumalai Tiger Reserve, Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary, Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. So, with respect to the connectivity, this is the one of the largest landscape holding the world's highest wild tiger population. The area is about 12,000 odd square kilometer, holding about 724 tigers, wild tigers in this landscape. So that is why Nagarole plays a very important role in terms of maintaining the diversity of the different species, and also serving as a source for the largest source for breeding tigers. So, as I said about breeding tiger population, Nagarole is having third highest density in the entire country with respect to tiger numbers. These are the density figures of previous All India Tiger Estimation Exercise of 2018, wherein Corbett Tiger Reserve stands first, which is having about 14 tigers per 100 square kilometer, and Kaziranga is on the second place with 13 tigers per 100 square kilometer, and Nagarole is having 12, which is also highest in the state. And we are having roughly about 130 individually camera trapped tigers within the area of about 850 square kilometer. And to take you more inside the wildlife management aspects, Nagarole is also part of the larger Mysore Elephant Reserve. There are two elephant reserves in the state. The western, northwest, somewhere here, this is Dandeli Elephant Reserve, and all the southern belt, it is part of Mysore Elephant Reserve, which is about 8,000 odd square kilometer, and this is also very important with respect to elephant management, because like like Ajay Mishra sir had mentioned, Karnataka is also called the elephant state, with roughly about I must say 6,000 odd elephant population, of which roughly about 800 to 1,000 elephants live within and in and around Nagarole Tiger Reserve. So this Nagarole serves very important role with respect to habitat connectivity for the elephants as well. So, with respect to the previous estimate, which was done in 2017, density is about 1.5 elephants per square kilometer, which is one of the highest amongst all the 52 tiger reserves in the country. And during the summer months, we also witness world's largest congregation of Asiatic elephants, where the Nagarole Tiger Reserve is on the one side, and there is a river called Kabini which will bifurcate Bandipur Tiger Reserve, and there, because of abundant water and also grass availability, green grass availability, all the entire forest will be dried during the summer months, and this is the season one can witness close to 300 to 500 elephant herds in elephants in different herds in one go. And Nagarole also has a very healthy population of wild dogs, and as per the recent report, we are having equal number of leopards also. So this is a very good indication, and also a very nice habitat which is available to to hold the population of top predators. In order to have a very good population of the top predators, we also need to have equally good numbers of herbivores. So we have a very high density of spotted deers, decent figures with respect to the Indian gaur, sambar deer. We also have wild pig, then we have barking deer, and so on and so forth, because of which, like I previously said, we have a very good number of predators. So with respect to wildlife management, I would like to cover the topic in three different subcomponents, that is within the tiger reserve, and one in the fringe of the tiger reserve, and outside tiger reserve, where we call it as tiger bearing areas, that is what is called TBAs. So within the tiger reserve, there are plenty of activities which we take up. Like sir was mentioning about the controlling of poaching, then habitat management. Then we also take up rigorous training and capacity building in order to manage the park. Apart from that, we have regular exercises to come out with the density estimates and the animal numbers. So this is the map of Nagarole Tiger Reserve, and we have different type of patrolling methods, and all the yellow marks on the map, what you can see is nothing but the intensity of patrolling which has been carried out in different ranges. So just for the sake of understanding in terms of facts and figures, uh, we have something called M Stripes application, which is devised by National Tiger Conservation Authority. So we take those, we download that applications on our mobile, and especially for the foot soldiers who are on the field, they will go for foot patrolling, and the entire patrolling route has been mapped, and it is projected on this map. So in the previous year, the year 21 and 22, a total of 2,48,000 kilometers of patrolling efforts were logged in the application. Apart from that, we also have boat patrolling and night patrolling, elephant back patrolling. So there are plenty of activities, and like I said, in order to have a decent habit, population of predators and the herbivores, we need to have a very strict protection regime. Apart from that, if we concentrate on habitat improvement, which I'll talk in the coming slides, the numbers of tigers, the numbers of predators or the herbivores will automatically take care of its own. And this is very important aspect in the tiger reserve, the fire management. I'm sure you people may be reading across lot of media that there is lot of bushfire in the western countries, including Australia, and also here we have a serious problem of fire within India also. And there were a lot of news which was making noise with respect to Bandipur Tiger Reserve in 3 to 4 years ago. And there was a lot of disturbing videos which we have all seen. So of course it is an emotional thing to see a lot of forest areas getting suppressed with respect to fire, but we also have adequate opportunity to control the fire. So that is why we rope in the local tribals, because here in and around Nagarole Tiger Reserve we have very good number of tribals who are residing outside the Tiger Reserve and also residing inside the Tiger Reserve. So we employ close to 400 tribal watchers as the fire watchers, and they will be employed for roughly 3 to 4 months during the peak summer season, and they are the ones who support us wherever fire occurs. Immediately they go to the place, douse it off. They are also reason for achieving zero fire, like, like something called zero fire, where a couple of years we have not seen even a single spark of fire. That all credit goes to the foot soldiers and the tribal watchers. And we also take deployment of fire and emergency services department just as a confidence building mechanism to support our staff. Of course, we take up lot of awareness activities outside the Tiger Reserve, explaining about the benefits of forest and do's and don'ts of fire season, so that they are not engaged in like putting on fire, like putting the fire for fresh grasses. So we request them not to take up such practices and control the fire during the entire summer season. And this is also very important aspect. Sir also mentioned in his opening remarks about habitat management. Like I also said, if we want to have a very decent population of herbivores, we need to give them like good habitat. So as you know, most of the parks in the country or forested areas in the country is now taken over by this invasive alien species called Lantana camara. So this is a very dangerous weed which has taken over all the palatable species, especially the grasses which are growing on the forest floor, and it is not edible, and it is like dispersing very rapidly, taking over the native vegetation. So that is why we have introduced a system called Lantana uprooting and grassland development scheme, wherein we are employing the local tribals under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. It serves two objectives. One, we'll uproot the lantana and we'll take up the grassland work in the area. And second objective is we will give employment to the local tribals. So after uprooting the area, this is how our staff and tribals take up grassland development, wherein grass seeds are sown in the area, and something called grass slips are also sown in the area, and the area is restored with grassland, wherein we can see mega herbivores like elephants, gaur, and also other herbivores taking over the area, which is in turn supporting the predators. And apart from this, habitat management also includes water management. Sorry. So water is a very crucial like factor in terms of the wildlife management, and we have adequate water holes, roughly about 250 water holes in the entire park, and we also have the advantage of the solar powered borewells. So because as you know, water pipelines cannot be drawn from a city to forest area, we need to generate our own water source. We have dug up the borewells, and it is augmented with solar powered system. So that is how it will support two objectives. One, during the summer months, animals which which tend to move out in search of water will have sufficient availability of water within the park, and also the water availability will help us in giving confidence to the staff during the fire season. So the water availability will boost their like confidence in, if at all they need to go for dousing the fire. So moving away with the management with respect to habitat and water, we also have a very dedicated team and I must say expertise with respect to population estimation and research, because until and unless as a park manager we know what is the number of or estimate of a tiger or elephant which is available within the park, we cannot allocate resources for different activities. So that is why we take up population estimation for tigers on a annual basis, and we also have something called radio collaring of the elephants. So wherein we have a satellite tracking radio collar which will be put on to the elephant, especially the female, which is the leader of the herd, and also sometimes the solitary tuskers where it will go for crop raiding. By this, we also achieve two objectives. One, we'll understand the behavioral pattern of the animal, and two, it will serve as an early warning system, because every 1 hour we get the GPS coordinates of the elephant movement on the mobile application, and in turn we will send it to the ground staff to go and monitor where the elephant is moving. If at all it is trying to move out of the park, it will be again the ground team will try to drive the elephant herd back to the forest. Thereby we will control the conflict cases wherein human life and animal life both are protected. So these are glimpses of the camera trap exercise, wherein you all might have known about the camera trapping exercise which takes over throughout the country, and we have roughly about 32 mammal species which has been recorded with the help of camera traps. Then we also have like I said, we need to understand and know what are the resources available in the park, so that we can plan and manage the park in a better way. So we also took up something called bird festival, wherein we invite volunteers. Thereby we'll also create awareness to the public, and the volunteers who will take part in the activity will be more like ambassadors who will go and spread the words of conservation. So about 270 species of birds are also seen in Nagarole Tiger Reserve. And for the very first time we also did butterfly survey, because generally whenever a common man goes to any national park or tiger reserve, they'll be concentrated only with respect to mammals, the tiger, elephant, or gaur. These are the things which very often people will be looking forward to see in any protected area. But there are very small lesser known taxa which we need to understand what are their needs, how we can support their habitat. Thereby it will serve a larger purpose, like as we all know, this will support the pollination, thereby spread of the conservation of diversity is also served. So such small things will have a long lasting impact in park management. Like I said, we have a huge ground army who have to be regularly trained with respect to management of the conflict. Then also like booking of offense cases, taking it to logical end, then quickly act on the crisis, and also have a lot of documentation, so that in the future if there are any issues which we can go back to the archives and guide the team in the present scenario. So that is why we take up spread in the fringe areas, that is the transition between the national park boundary and private lands. So here we have challenges of lot of livestock which tend to go to the national park limits or graziers tend to take their cattle for browsing and grazing activity. So in order to, it is very challenging to control the grazing activity, but nevertheless, we take up immunization of all the cattle or livestock which is in the fringes of the forest. And I will speak about the other aspects about conflict and anti-snare walk and eco-development in the coming slides. So this is glimpses of vaccination drive where entire park boundary is like covered. And I would like to talk more about conflict, because as park managers and the team of the national park deals, at least I must say 70 to 80% of their regular time is consumed in conflict mitigation. So these are few glimpses where we see both the loss of animal and sometimes human death occurs. Then crop raiding happens. Against this, we need to be on our toes 24/7. We have something called e-parihara application, where entire case will be like not compensation, it is as per the government order. For example, if there is any human death, then 7.5 lakhs ex gratia is paid by the government. So in order to thing called e-parihara, 5 crores of rupees is paid as ex gratia throughout the state every year, and about 1 to 1.5 crores are paid. Immediate conflict, we take up elephant proof barriers or wild animal proof barriers. So this is one of the example. We call it as a tentacle solar fence. We take up in the boundary of the national park, so that animals are controlled or contained within the park, and these are taken up only where the national park is abutting to the private lands. So we don't block any adjoining national park or any forested area, so that the habitat connectivity is not compromised. So this is another example, which is called rail barricade. So the used rails from the railways department is procured and erected in order to control the elephant movement. So here you can see the success of rail barricade, where on one side it is forest, and other side the private land is there, and the agriculturists there never used to grow any crop, because regularly elephants used to do crop raiding. After we have erected the rail barricade, they have started growing commercial crops like banana, ginger, sugarcane, paddy, all such crops. And this is a new attempt, like the latest attempt by the department in Nagarole Tiger Reserve. We have taken up roughly about 4 kilometers of rope barricade. uh, all these barricades are like a semi permanent designs, which will contain the elephant movement and thereby reducing the conflict. And I did mention about snares, because this is a attempt to control the I must say crop raiding by wild pig and other species. But eventually, the snares which are set up to control wild pig by the farmer will be a reason where tigers and leopards will also fall prey to it. So that is why on a daily basis we take up anti-snare walk in the boundary of the forest, where all the snares set up by the farmers or any other person who is interested in poaching leopard or tiger, they will be removed on a daily basis. So in the last 3 years, I can proudly say that my team has saved about 70 to 75 animals, because each snare may be causing the death of one animal. So we might have saved about 75 lives there. So coming to outside the tiger reserve components, wherein I spoke about the rescue of animals, because as you might be reading in papers, you might be seeing in social media that there is a tiger straying incident, there is a leopard straying incident, there is an elephant herd outside the park boundary. So in order to give a quick relief to the public and common man, we need to deploy teams which will take up rescue operations. So this is we almost do at least 5 to 6 tiger rescue and roughly about 10 to 15 leopard rescue on an annual basis. We also have issues with respect to elephant calf which strays out, and again we have at least 3 to 4 cases of elephant calf reuniting cases in the park. So all credits to the ground staff who are always on their toe. And one such case is here. What I have presented is about a range officer by name Sidraju. He went inside a dry well, sitting inside a cage to rescue a leopard, and with repeated attempts of 2 days, we could rescue the leopard on third day. It was about 60 hours of intense operation, and it was quite successful. So, special thanks to our Ajay Mishra sir. Also, he was the chief wildlife warden then, who gave us continuous guidance and support to take up such operations. So about sir also mentioned about tribal relocation, and like I said, there are a lot of tribal hamlets and tribals who are residing inside the tiger reserve. So we have something called voluntary tribal relocation scheme, wherein the beneficiaries are provided with a package of rupees 15 lakhs for each beneficiary. For example, there is a family of say husband, wife, and major son about 18 years. So we give two benefits to that family, one for the major and other for the rest of the family. So they are given houses. They are given 3 acres of agriculture land, so that they are brought into the mainstream society, and they are also given training with respect to various livelihood generation and skill development training, so that they are brought into the mainstream. So by doing this also, we will achieve two objectives. One, the area which is inhabited by the tribals is made inviolate, so that wildlife will have sufficient space to disperse. And another objective is the tribals are given benefits, so that they are brought into the mainstream. So about till now, from 97 98, Nagarole has been pioneer in voluntary tribal relocation, wherein roughly about 900 families have been rehabilitated, and there are roughly about 1200 more families, and it's a continuous process. Maybe about 20 25 years down the line, entire park may be inviolate. And we also have the corporate social responsibility activities which are taken up to augment our protection activity. Here we have like the Nandan Nilekani sir and Rohini Nilekani ma'am, who have supported us with providing protection vehicles. Then TVS has given us field kits wherein torch lights and other protective gears are provided. So a lot of corporates who visit the park support us with various supporting systems. So we park managers thank them immensely for their support. And at last, I would like to talk about ecotourism. As you all know, it is a very important aspect in terms of park management. So most of the activities which are taken up inside the park will not be visible to the common public. So that is why we have something called safari, where it is part of ecotourism and people come to witness the wilderness, and they go back with good memories. So by carrying out ecotourism, we are again achieving many objectives. One, we are employing local people in the as safari drivers and nature guides, who will who are on a regular employment basis. They will be paid salary just like a regular employees, and the local community gets benefited with this. And whatever money is collected with respect to safari, which is also it is again flowed back to the system for various habitat improvement works. I spoke about the conflict mitigation measures to raise barriers. Then we also give insurance cover to all the employees who are working in the park. So multiple objectives are achieved by the safari operating within the park. And this is one unique attempt we have done to track the vehicles, so that there is no much disturbance to the wildlife in the park, because there will be a lot of videos and photos which is circulated in social media that park authorities are not tracking system, wherein each vehicle is monitored, and this is a glimpse of about what is the total number of visitors. So we have roughly about 1 lakh visitors on an annual basis, and generating close to 6 to 7 crores of revenue. And 90% of it goes back to the park management for payment of salaries, habitat improvement, conflict mitigation measures, and other henceforth. So thank you for patience hearing, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So thank you, Mahesh. We have some time. We can take some questions.
Yes, sir. I have
Audience,
a question.
Thank
This
you.
is good afternoon from Goa. Manoj Borkar here.
yes, sir.
Chairman, sir, may I please ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Maheshji, I mean, your image of a range forest officer sitting inside the cage has been, was very striking, and I'm not very sure what is the whole idea of your officers sitting inside the cage. I mean, kindly clarify, was that meant to be a bait, or, what exactly was that? And how
Yeah,
ethical
it
is it
is
to have your
because
officers sitting inside a cage?
Yes,
okay,
Mahesh.
I'll answer that. Sir, should I go ahead, sir?
Yes, please, Mahesh. Mahesh,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you, sir. Uh, yes, sir. Actually, Mr. Manoj, the entire idea was to rescue one of the leopard, which had fallen into the dry well
Right.
within agriculture field, where within a farmer's field. So the range officer took a lead to go and check the leopard's status. So that is why we had sent him in a protective cage. Even if the animal is there in the bottom, it should not attack the person, whoever is going. So being the like leader of the range, he took the initiative that he himself will go and check the status, so that later a veterinarian can go inside the cage with adequate veterinary drugs and also protective gear, and rescue the animal. And by doing that, in the next attempt, when the veterinarian went, the animal was tranquilized, and we had rescued the leopard. So I think it was a very bold decision by
Absolutely,
somebody like a
absolutely.
range
And
officer
I'm
who
glad
took
the
the
bravado
initiative
did
to
not
go.
manifest into a misadventure. Thank God for that. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Actually, that I will add one more. This is
Ji sir,
a
ji sir.
Excuse me.
yes, this is a problem. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Request all others to mute their microphones, please.
Yes. So, Mr. Borkar, you have asked a very good question. As you know, this is a big problem. This problem is in many states, including the Maharashtra, Karnataka, where the open well systems are there in the agriculture field, and these open wells are not having the boundary. Means there is no boundary wall on them. So many times these animals they fall in the well, and these problems happen. If the well is only a few feet, some 8 or 10 feet, it can be rescued easily, leopard. But if the well is deep, 30, 40 feet, sometimes it becomes a big challenging thing. So what this happened in Nagarhole, this is really very, I will not say that some adventure was there, but a great concern for the animal, and they were able to successfully rescue the animal. And thereafter, they have taken a decision to make a small boundary around these wells so that animals should not just get fallen inside. So this is how they have done it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We will take next question from Mr. Anis Ahmed Ansari. Then we'll come next to Satyanarayana.
I want to ask
Yes.
what are the threats to the animal, and the health problem, diseases are infighting, and there are range of occurrence in the area. Do they migrate to other areas or they remain in the same area? And ratio between herbivores and predators.
Mahesh, please. Mahesh. Mahesh, are you able to hear us? Mahesh Kumar? Mahesh, please unmute your mic. Mahesh Kumar?
Sir, sir, I lost in middle, sir. I think
Okay,
there was some network
I
issues.
will request Mr. Ansari, just please repeat the question.
What are the threats and their range of traveling or movement in the area? Do they cross the area? They remain in the area. One second is their health or some diseases or their infighting, and third is herbivores and predator ratio. That is how much it is. It is sufficient or there is some increasing of one or other.
Mahesh, are you able to hear?
Sir, I'm not able to hear properly, sir. I would request you to
Actually, his questions are what are the threats to the wildlife in the park?
Okay, sir.
That is the first question. Second question, he is asking that how this behavioral issues, infighting among the animals, impact the conservation.
Okay, sir. With respect to the first question, threats, of course, the presence of, I must say, since the park is surrounded by about 75% exposed to the private land, we have a lot of intruders who attempt to go for poaching. So we have roughly about 20 to 25 cases every year with respect to attempt on poaching. So we have different mechanism to thwart the attempt of poaching by placing the like camera traps in very secluded places so that we'll trap them. We have been successful in such operations, and beyond that, there are cases people who tend to go inside and take up hunting. We have also caught them. We have seized about 20 guns in last 2 years. So that is a serious attempt. That is one serious threat. Number two, we have two state highways which are running across the national park. So we have like regulation mechanism wherein the roads are closed from 6 p.m. In the evening up to 6 in the morning. So that is one threat which is being managed with respect to road kills and other aspects. And of course, we have invasive alien species where lantana, which I spoke about in the lecture, that it is also a threat to the wildlife. And apart from that, in order to create inviolate space we have challenges where roughly about 1,200 families of tribals are still residing in the park. I think these are the broader threats. And behavior of animals infighting, yeah, we do have problem where the ratio of the male and female of tigers have to be in a like a decent like stage. For example, we need at least three female for one male tiger. That is like textbook figures, but when we see in the ground, we have about 1:1. So that is like that will also result in mortality of the more number of females when territorial fights happen. And also the because of such ratios, a lot of animals tend to move outside its natural range in search of a new habitat. Thereby they will end up in conflict. So these are also the typical behavioral changes which we are seeing in the park. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, now we'll take next question from Mr. Satyanarayana, please.
Yes. So I am a retired Professor Satyanarayana from Department of Wildlife Biology, ABC College, Tamil Nadu. Really excellent presentation about the Nagarpole. Now I would like to know what is the present scenario of the Maknas, whether the population is decreasing or increasing. What's your observation there?
Makana wise, yes, we are seeing more numbers. In fact, we have a team who is from Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, Professor TNC Vidya, who is working for a long time, and even our retired chief wildlife warden, Sir Ajay Mishra, sir, also has very vast knowledge about it. We have seen more number of Makna in crop raiding incidents, and the uh, park is abutting to Kodagu district, where we see lot of elephant movement towards Kodagu in coffee estates. There also we have seen more number of Maknas, and they are also engaging in frequent conflict cases. And we have like attempted to radio collar a couple of them, and the radio collared elephants, especially the Makana, are also tend to move in the coffee estates, and they go back to the national park or forested limits. And we are seeing a lot of conflict cases with respect to Makanas.
So this is a very interesting question, Mr. Dr. Satyanarayana. What you have asked, this population studies in this landscape, they have shown their numbers. Actually, it is stable. Unlike, because as you know, it's the nature's response for the survival of the species when the poaching was very rampant and tuskers were killed. So that is why there is population of Makna, some in some other part, like in northeast and in Sri Lanka, it has increased. But in this area, fortunately, the population as such of tuskers, females, and among the males of this Makna, this is stable actually. So that's a good thing. But Maknas are very aggressive, and sometimes, as it happened in the Asian elephants, female do not have the tusk. So people get confused whether it is a female or it is a male elephant. But then these Maknas are very aggressive actually. So overall, the population is stable, and there is no cause of concern about it. So thank you, Dr. Satyanarayana. And now we'll go to Dr. Panduranga. Mr. Panduranga, please unmute your mic.
Dr. Mr. Magesh Kumar and Dr. Panduranga. In fact, I was former coordinator for biosphere program, especially Nilgiri, Gulf of Mannar, and Agasthyamala. In fact, I have prepared for the status report for Nilgiri for UNESCO's recognition, and it was upgraded after again a decade. During that time, I think Mr. Sir has directed his counterpart in Mysore to provide the base document for upgradation of this rehabilitation work in Nagarwale. It is very nice that you have told around 900 families rehabilitated from the protected areas. That means effectively we are actually controlling the wildlife conflict and saving the great human resource and others. So such a thing is you can write a short note and submit to UNESCO through your office, that is through the wildlife warden to MOEF. So that will be, they take it as a experience of various biosphere reserves, and it's posted in the MabNet, that is Man and Biosphere Net, UNESCO. They have a separate site where across the world our achievements will be actually passed on. So that it is very nice, because 900 people is rehabilitating from their area outside the park is a great task, because we could not able to do in Kerala, because everywhere in Kerala people are there as a part of the biosphere reserve, but not willing to come out of the reserve. So this was one good example how what you call you have developed a harmonious relationship between nature, that is wildlife and human beings they are living, and you can share your experiences. That will
Certainly.
be definitely for others to follow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Actually, you are actually correspondence with you when you are holding a chief wildlife, but I am only seeing right now. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good suggestion, Mr. Pandurangan. I think it
Yes.
can be taken forward.
Yeah, that's
Thank
right.
you. Professor Ramaswamy, you want to ask something? You please unmute your mic. Please, your mic is muted. Please unmute your mic, Professor Ramaswamy.
I think it's disconnected, sir.
It got disturbed. So in the meantime, any other person from the audience, if you have any question, we have some time, we can take it up.
Yes, Kumar, right now, where are you now posted?
I am now posted as BCF working plan in Mysore.
Oh, in Mysore.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the meantime, if we get connected, we will have the question of Professor Ramaswamy. But let me share some of my experience, because I believe Professor S.K. Mishra, we have a few more minutes we can take. Professor S.K. Mishra?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, actually, I will share some of our experience. There was a big issue of the eco-sensitive zone. Perhaps, as you know, in all the protected areas, Wildlife Sanctuary National Park, Government of India has mandated to delineate one eco-sensitive zone area. And the eco-sensitive zone, it falls outside the park. And they want to regulate certain activities which are detrimental to the conservation. So there it brings a lot of conflict between this man-to-man conflict. People want to construct something, they are prevented. They want to change the land use, which is not permitted, or some certain activities. So in one of such cases,
I think there is some connectivity issues. Sir, yeah.
Yes. So when Mahesh, when he was a director, he has taken a lot of interest to ensure that no such thing should take place. And I remember in one of the poaching case, they have used the CDR, means this call detailed records, to track the accused, which escaped. This happened actually during the COVID time, the first phase of COVID, when all the activities, nothing was happening around, but some of the people, this, he has given the location. These coffee estates are there, villages are there, so it was very challenging. So some poaching has taken place, but the accused escaped. But because of their camera and other CDR's details, they were able to catch the accused. That is a very good thing. Something has happened which is not easily done actually. So that is one thing happened. And in the human wildlife conflict, especially tiger conflict, one of the evening, one grown up tiger, it has killed one person. Normally it is very difficult to get the tigers trapped in the cages, but somehow he put a cage there, and then we were organizing, and he was also in touch with the people to get it tranquilized and capture it. But fortunately, because of timely action, very safely we could get the animal trapped in the cage, and it was rescued and sent to the rescue center. So many of these things happened, and this is a very, very good part of the landscape. What he said about 12,000 square kilometer, which includes the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, Nilgiri Eastern Ghat areas also. Very important link between the down south and north of our Kodgo, Hassan, and Dandeli landscape. So very challenging things are there. which was taken up. So if we could, any other question if it is there, or shall we conclude the session? So if there is no other question, so Mahesh, I will just say it is a very, very excellent presentation you have made, and you have put so many things together. During your time, you have taken up a lot of interest in habitat improvement, especially this grassland development, as you have said, this Parthenium, Eupatorium, Lantana, all these weeds which are covering and spreading, they are shrinking the habitat, and the carrying capacity is coming down. So that initiative of grassland management and weeds uprootal, it was a very, very good thing. And then about this eco-sensitive zone, you have managed it very well. Rescues have been taken well in time. Protection was strengthened. So all these things have helped in tigers density. You have said now it stands third in the country, almost 12 tigers next to the Corbett and Kaziranga. So I believe that with the improvement and good measures which have been taken up, it will cross this 13 and 14 per 100 square kilometer having this tiger. Already more than 100 tigers in such a small landscape. Managing is not very easy, because tigers' ecology and behavior is something very different, not like any other thing. And not that what he said, that having 1.5 elephants per square kilometer, about 1,000 elephants in Nagarhole 850 square kilometer is really very, very tough thing. So both the flag of this flagship species which are there getting conserved, and down the line many other species, wild dog, leopard, smooth-coated otter, sambar, deer, everything has given the density also, healthy population. So thank you very much. Now Professor Ramaswamy has joined. Would you like to ask the question before we close it? You are muted, Professor Ramaswamy. You have to unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic, not video. Your video has got off. Mic remained muted. I think some problem with the mic.
लाइन में अभी नहीं है सर वो
जी, कुछ उसमें लग रहा है कुछ प्रॉब्लम है माइक में, उनका वीडियो में। जी जी। So thank you very much, Professor Skand Mishra, for organizing it and continuing this series. Now this is the 5th series you have taken up, and it is bringing a lot of focus on the conservation through all the zoological park, botanical garden, wildlife sanctuaries, parks, archaeological sites. So with these things, I thank Mahesh, thank you very much, and Professor Skand Mishra, thank you very much. Thanks.
I would also like to thank today's chairperson Ajay Mishra sir. During my tenure of 2.5 years, roughly about 1 year, I had your guidance, sir. And after the interaction in the field, I think this is our second interaction in another workshop we had met, sir. Human-elephant conflict workshop. So thankful to the organizers to bring sir on board because of his vast experience. A lot of my questions were also answered by sir. I feel very happy when a senior officer is supporting the junior officers. Thank you very much, sir. And I would also like to thank the organizers who gave me this opportunity. Though I was transferred from Nagarhole, and I was feeling a bit hesitant to speak about a place which I am not no more in charge. But still, Mishra ji pursued me to take over this. Dr. Skand Mishra ji, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would also like to thank all the participants who actively posted questions to me, and I felt very happy to answer all of them. Thank you, one and all.
So thank you very much to all the audience, Professor Mishra, Mahesh. Thanks.
धन्यवाद महेश जी, आपने बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी दी। मैं बताऊं कि ये जो क्षेत्र है, जहां ये रीवा क्षेत्र है हमारा, तो ये भी टाइगर के लिए, टाइगर का घनत्व यहाँ पर काफी अच्छा है। बांधवगढ़ टाइगर रिजर्व इसी क्षेत्र में है। इसके अलावा दो जो अभी डेवलप कर रहे हैं, एक तो पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व और दूसरा संजय गांधी टाइगर रिजर्व सीधी। ये तीनों ही जो नेशनल पार्क थे, ये टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट के अंतर्गत हैं। और ये एरिया विशेष रूप से मध्य प्रदेश के साथ ही ये जो विंध्य रीजन है, हमारे पास 3 टाइगर रिजर्व और एक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व भी है, अमरकंटक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व। तो नागरहोल जैसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो पार्क है उस पर, टाइगर रिजर्व पर आपने जो यहाँ चर्चा की, निश्चित रूप से इसको यहाँ के स्टूडेंट भी समझेंगे। और क्योंकि जहाँ आपने काम किया उसमें टाइगर का भले इकोलॉजी अलग अलग है, लेकिन लगभग जो वाइल्ड लाइफ की स्थिति है वो वही है। तो बहुत अच्छा मौका मिला हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए कि और हमने इसलिए आपसे चाहा था क्योंकि आपका अनुभव था वहाँ, 3-4 साल का जस्ट अनुभव आपका था, क्योंकि नए व्यक्ति जो आ रहे हैं उनके लिए उतना भी अभी अनुभव नहीं था। आपके लिए अनुभव था वहाँ के जो भी आपने क्रियाकलाप किए, तो उसको आपने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से शेयर किया है और हमारे निवेदन को आपने स्वीकार करके और समय दिया। मिश्रा सर ने हमको समय दिया है, पहले भी सेशंस में समय देते रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से हम अपने महाविद्यालय की ओर से, मध्य प्रदेश हायर एजुकेशन विभाग की ओर से आप दोनों एक्सपर्ट को धन्यवाद देते हैं। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
Now next session, sir. Our eminent speaker, B. Rathina Savapati, ecologist, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Welcome, Rathina Savapati ji. And our chairperson, Professor G. Ramaswamy, former head wildlife biology and principal of ABC College हैं, और वर्तमान में वो इसमें एडवाइजर हैं धनपालकम कॉलेज के। और तो मैं वेलकम करता हूं सर को। और को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर आर.पी. जोशी, प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट, एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज, रीवा। तो आई एम रिक्वेस्ट टू डॉक्टर जी रामास्वामी सर, प्लीज चेयर द सेशन and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. B. Rathina Savapati. Dr. G. Ramaswamy, Professor G. Ramaswamy sir, welcome. Hello. Please unmute yourself, sir. G. Ramaswamy sir. Rathina Savapati ji.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, sir. Ji, sir.
Please,
Professor Ramaswamy,
Professor G. Ramaswamy sir, please unmute yourself. Professor G. Ramaswamy sir. लगता है नेटवर्क उनका कुछ गड़बड़ है। मैं लगा रहा हूँ फोन से। हाँ, यस यस सर। गड़बड़। Mr. Rathina Sabhapati, please start your lecture. हाँ.
Okay.
After this, Professor Ramaswamy introduce you. Yes.
Okay.
Please share your slide.
Yes.
Professor Ramaswamy, you are not audible.
Very interesting chapter, sir, lecture, sir. Plant in human welfare, historical perspective, temple trees, and Isthala Virutkam.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Good evening. Please start. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please share your slides, sir. Yours.
PPT is coming, sir.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Some network disturbance. So yes. Yes, sir. Ramaswamy, sir.
Then you go to share
Yes, sir.
a window. Choose a window.
Window, yeah, window. Sir.
You can able to go share.
As I put again, stop sharing is coming. I don't know
No,
whether.
you just stop sharing. Okay.
Okay.
You open your PPT.
Okay,
Then
sir.
Then you can share.
Open.
Just open your. Come back. Then share a window. A window. Right click. See. Share. See, share. See, you're able to share. Or arrow. Arrow. Share. Oh. See, you click on that arrow. Killer icon. Share.
No, sir.
Oh.
Right row.
You minimize your PowerPoint. Open.
It is.
Come there. Share. Share. You come to share.
It's not coming in that, sir.
Click the share. Sabhavati, you're able to follow.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Share was
I'm hearing.
share. Downline. See, you can see the mic, video, then your arrow.
Yeah.
On the arrow, click பண்ணுங்க. You just click on the arrow.
Coming, sir, now? Visible, sir?
No. Right. Yes. Good. No, again, no, it's not visible. Same thing. See, you are done. Good. Now it's visible.
Now,
Continue.
right,
Okay.
right. Now you project it.
The same.
You have lost again. You come back again.
Yeah, again. It's okay. Fine. Even better.
But now it is not visible. Yes. You please go ahead.
Continue. It's better. Okay. It's visible.
Visible, okay. So, good evening to all. Can you able to
It's
hear me,
visible,
sir?
but you have to put it in slideshow.
Right.
But he is not that much
Okay.
familiar sometime, I think. Ratna Sabhavati, this slide is now
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Only thing, you have to take your cursor towards your left hand side and you have to press the each side 1, 2, 3 like that.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Otherwise, you have to move to slideshow.
Not full screen, sir.
Not full screen,
Okay.
but if you touch again, it goes. That's why I'm telling.
Now it is.
No.
Yeah. Now you take the cursor and click 1, 2, 3 like that. It will change.
Okay. Can I present now, sir?
Now
Yes.
it is okay. You go ahead.
Okay, sir. I think it's a plant in human welfare. That is a historical perspective. Especially in South India, we call it as Salaviricham, sir. Can you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah.
I think Dr.
We
Professor
can
Ramaswamy,
hear.
sir, lost.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, sir. I think Stalam is a Sanskrit term, sir. So Stala means is a place. Vriksha is tree. Mostly in South Indian temple, we used to have Stala Vriksham. So other terminology is sacred groves. Sacred grove means mostly in the villages, semi-urban villages. We used to have group of trees near the temple that we called as a sacred groves. This is well-known fact throughout India. So these two are slightly different. Stala Vriksham is single tree. Sacred groves will have many trees, which are conserved by the local people. The main reason is they have very good source of medicinal diversity, so that they have been preserved since from ancient time as a sacred trees, as a Stalavircham or sacred groves. So tree worship is practiced throughout the world. We are all aware, especially in India, Saiva, Vainava, Jainism, the tree worship is going on. In Tamil Nadu, tree worship practice follows religious faith, culture, and such religious workshop. That's what's called as Talavircham in temples. Again, it's dedicated to village gods, ancient goddess, snake god, Ayanar, Amman. These are all the local term I am referring. And Saiva and Vainava temples having a particular tree as a Salavicham. In Tamil Nadu, as far as Hindu Religious Endowment Board records, 115 plants in more than 36,000 temples. So predominantly trees followed by shrubs, climbers and grasses. Most abundance tree we found was people tree, banyan tree, bale tree, vanni and Indian laburnum. the water body, wherever the lakes, tanks are there. Now the river bank has been encroached. The plants density, diversity also has been reduced, which limitedly we can see only in the parks. It's called cane calamus rotang. This is also very prominent plant once along the river side. From the flexible stem only, they're making the all kind of what you call furnitures, sticks, singing rock, many other ornamental things. It has been derived from the sticks of the cane. Now September, October is the ideal season of the fruiting of this cane. This is Arjuna tree. I think wide distribution throughout India. Just in Arjuna. Again, this is also along the water body of the wherever the lake, ponds or river. Now this tree has been decreasing because we are not maintaining the water body edges. Other reason also expansion. I think this tree why I put Polyalthia langifolia and Saraquasaga. Still many people are getting confused. Polyalthia langifolia and Saraquasaga, even a nursery also. So Saraquasaga is a highly ornamental plants, which you can see in few Sivan temple as Thalabiricham, whereas Polyalthia langifolia, Tamil it's called Netlingam, false asoga, which is mainly for ornamental purpose. Called Indian laburnum, Sarakonda in Tamil. This is also a deciduous tree, maybe April, May, June, all the leaf will shed. The tree is full of the yellow color flower, beautiful to watch. Again, this is we call as a ground flower.
What happened, Mr. Ratna Sabhavati? I think there is a connectivity problem.
Used for making a leaf cup and thatch leaf. It is used for various functions because now all these days we are trying to avoid polythene bag and other things. So this is alternate to the.
We cannot see the
Rathina, your slide not showing.
Not showing.
You missed the slide.
once again you can share.
Once again,
Probably once
All
again.
the slides, sir? All the slides?
please
Not
your
visible.
slide
There is
once
slide
again share.
Okay, yeah. Now, sir, now
No, not yet.
No.
No. You can share once again.
yes, yes, sir. Now, sir,
No.
visible, sir?
Fine.
Okay.
Visible.
Yeah. This is the beauty of monosperma tree. The dry leaf mostly used for making leaf cups. This is a best alternative for the. We can prevent using the polythene cups and other things. I think mostly still temple they are following giving prasadam in the leaf cups. Other leaves are mandare. That is called Baginia. Visible, sir? Visible?
Yes. Yes.
It's
Go
visible.
ahead.
This
Go
is
ahead.
again Magua tree, called Magua. This is Maduka longifolia. The oil extracted from the seed used in many temples for lighting the lamp. Now the Magua grew also reduced. In forest, the flower is highly fragrant and have sweet taste. It will attract lot of sloth bears and spotted deers. This is right here Tinctoria. Tinctoria means that is a natural dye yielding plant. There is a place called Tirupalaturai, Karur, near Karur, and Shivan temple is having this tree as a Stalavirisham. Again, this is the very good medicinal plant. This is a climber. It depends on mostly trees to grow, to establish the root. The aerial root out to the ground, it will become another climber. It's called hot leaved moonshade, Chinospora cordifolia. Tamil has got many names, Vanji, Chindilpodi, Amirdavalli. Now, all the pots has been highly medicinal value, especially for diabetes they are using. Leaf, stems, fruits, even roots also they are using. This is Cadoba fredicosa, also again climber. This is a Hiptage bengalensis. Near Avinasi there is a Muruga temple is there. So different temple, because the purpose of keeping the trees in different temple as Talavircham, the aim was to protect the plant, particular plant. Now the what you call the message is missing to the younger generation, because these are all the, I think 10-20 years before it was many people know. Now the younger generation, they are not able to aware, even they don't know about the Stalavircham. It's again a herb. It's called mountain knot grass. It's called Tamil is called Sirupulai, Avera lanata. This leaf is best for kidney stones. Usually in Tamil Nadu, Pongal, whatever the festival, they used to tie this plant along with the mango leaf in front of the house. Still the culture is followed throughout Tamil Nadu, even in Andhra Pradesh also. This is a same Noni family, Indian mulberry, Morinda tinctoria. I think that tree bark has been used for cattle growing and other those days, because the light wood, it won't cause damage to the cattle's shoulders. That's why I put the picture. Now we don't have this kind of ally or something, that the flowing mechanism all become machinery. Again, this is ebinum tree. This is hardwood tree. This is called Ebony, Diosporus ebinum. The bark has been very hard. It has been used as a mortar and pestle. Again, this was talking about 20-30 years before. Now this kind of material not in use. Reason is tree number has been decreased. People not aware about the how to use plants for what purpose. That information is lacking. Again, this is Wellingtonia hortensis, Indian cork tree. This plant can spread through the root suckers. Mostly seen in gardens, parks. It's not advisable to keep before the compound or next to compound, because the root suckers produce another plant. It's highly fragrant flowers. From the flower smell, we can judge the plant where the plant is there. There's a Kanjipuram. There is again Trisulam. There is one temple is there. The temple, this Indian coral tree is Salaviricham. This Indian muscat tree is called Vanni in Tamil. It's a red litter species. Very few only in temple also. Many temples they don't have tree at present. The tree also has highly medicinal value. The sticks, dried sticks, which are used in yogam, along with banyan tree, ficus tree sticks, this Vanni sticks also has been used in yogam and homam, which are for the different functions and houses. This is again cannonball tree, Goropeta guinensis. It's also very exotic species, even though it has been naturalized in many temples as a salivarium. In Chennai, many places we can see along the roadside. Throughout their flowering is there, deciduous tree. This is coconut grass, which again the riverside. They love the fresh water only. It won't come along the sea water wherever. Tirunalaru, that is a famous temple is there. Tirunalaru is a temple. Thalavaricham is grass, the coconut grass. Tamil it's called Darupai. This is Kore. That's a mat, curtain screens, all the things made up of the dried grass of this coconut grass. And then near Chidambaram, that is a soy cod. The temple is having this grass as a Thalavaricham. Again, bamboo, we are all familiar. Bamboo also, yes, Thalavaricham. Kadambattur, Thiruvannamalur. The places I am mentioning mostly from Tamil Nadu. Again, one of the holy plant, vetiver. We are all less known. We are not using it. This play a very vital role in soil erosions. Cost is also very cheap. Roots, leaf, they have medicinal value, as well as we can make handicraft like this. For an example, I am showing how they are using in other countries. India also now started using vetiver for river restoration program. I think Kuam and Adayar we have tried. This is the highly polluted water in Australia. They tried using vetiver. So after planting vetiver, you can see the difference. So how the area it was. So after planting vetiver grass, you can see the difference. Water has been cleaned, the area become green. Dulce, this is a very common plant. This is also a Salavaricham in Triverkudi Viratam temple, and also holy plant. Most of the houses we have as a Dulasi modam. So I want to mention one important tree, historic Kanimara near Paramikulam Tiger Resource. So if you go Anamalai, if you cross the Anamalai, go to Kerala border, that's the Paramikulam Tiger Resource. The tree is said to be about 450 years old. The photograph which I took 2012, I believe. Government of India is a Kalpa Vriksha tree. They are given an award in the 84-85. It's about 460 years old. Still the tree is standing, live tree. I think many of you heard about Bangalore. Benga means Canada's Benga tree. Tamil is called Benga, Indian Kino tree. Bengaluru, once it was a Bengaluru, now it is Bangalore. The tree has plenty. It's again, this Indian Kino tree is a red listed species, endangered species, Herocoppus marsupium. So if you look at the many places throughout India, the name origin depend on plants of the native or important medicinal plants. It have so many reasons. Few places in Tamil Nadu, Marudamalai, so original tree, Virali Malai means half bush, Karamadai, Canthium. Near Chennai, that's called Purasavakam, flame of the forest. Kadambattur, Mitragena parifolia, Perambur, cane, Calamus rotang, Tadayur, Pandanus, Voderotismus, Pandai, Kadambu, and some god name also named after the tree. For example, Punnaivananadar, Mailapur, Vilvavanesar, Bale tree, Alangotisar, again Alamaram, Banyan tree, Tillai Ambalar, Chidambaram Nataraja temple name, Mullaivananadar, again Jasmine, Panangatisar, palm tree. These are some of the example which has been named after the plant. The place is also named after plants. These are to remember, people to follow. That's why they named it. Some program Tamil Nadu government has initiated last year, because I told the reason many temple don't have Thalaviricham. They took the initiatives and the government started to plant 1 lakh tree in all the which temple don't have the Thalaviricham. They have the history of what tree it was there. Second is state level greening committee has been formed. They want to encourage indigenous plant conservation, not exotic plant tree planting. Or they made some list, got confirmed from the forest department. That's a checklist for all Tamil Nadu. So they are going to promote indigenous plant conservation. Apart from this, Government of India Postal Department, they also play a part in conserving plants and animals by printing nearly 80 species of inclusive plants and animals during different years as a postal stamp, so that people can see, recognize Kadamba, that's a Mitragena tree, Sarakundrai, Indian laburnum, Vembu, Neem, 1992 they made a stamp, banyan tree, ficus tree, all they made a stamp in 1987. To remember or to promote the conservation of these trees, they made it. Last, again, Nammalwar, there is a famous agriculture scientist who was motivational to organic farm in Tamil Nadu. Wherever he says, show a seed, it will grow like a tree. Even if it doesn't grow, don't give up your what you call vision thoughts for conservation of trees. Don't think as it become waste. The seeds is shown, it will grow up. Otherwise, it will become a manure for the soil. So we have to keep on trying for tree conservation, especially sacred groves. So we have to leave living planet for the next generation. This I want to convey a message through this historical importance and sacred groves conservation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's very nice, Ratna Sabhavadi.
I think some of the slide not visible to audience, I believe. Maybe I'll share the slide. Maybe you can send it.
Yes. Of course. I think close your presentation so that we...
Yes, sir.
Yes. I think Professor Rangaswamy is something he is conveying, but we couldn't hear actually. He's not
We are not able to
audible.
hear, sir. We are not able to hear.
I think his mic is having some problem.
Yes, sir. Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes.
हाँ मैं थोड़ा सा some college work, so busy in college work, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rasina Sabhapati ji, for a nice talk presented by you, and a unique talk, actually talk on sacred grove. अभी तक हमारे वेबिनार में नहीं हुआ था talk on sacred grove पर, और Professor G. Ramaswamy, thank you, sir, for share the session, and Dr. Rasina Sabhapati for a good lecture in our webinar. Thank you, sir, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, next talk. Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, eminent speaker, Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, founder and owner, IQAC of India, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Chairperson, Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu. Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu. Yes, sir. सर मैं फोन लगा रहा हूँ उनको तो भट्टाचार्य जी आप अपना स्लाइड शुरू करके लेक्चर शुरू करिए इसके बाद आएंगे तो इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे सर मैं फोन लगा रहा हूँ
ठीक सर मैं shall I introduce myself
हाँ हाँ सर इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे आके
अच्छा
हाँ मिस्टर भट्टाचार्य giving his imminent talk Internet of Things, IoT, the future technology in museum. Please share your PPT.
yes sir is it visible sir
No. No.
no it's not visible okay
Hello. Mr. Babu, please join. Hello. Your talk time, please join. Please. Yes, sir.
is it visible sir
Start, sir. Please join.
is it visible sir
Yes, sir. Yes. Please start.
well my topic is on it first basically I would like to thank Professor Mishra and the team for arranging this wonderful webinar for all of us and in which we have gained a lot of information, knowledge, very interesting information, good presentation slides. At the same time, I by heart also convey my thanks to Mr. Alkesh Zaveri, who recommended my name to Professor Skand Kumar Mishra ji. So with this and my pranam to Ma Saraswati, I begin my presentation. My topic is on Internet of Things, IoT, the future technology in museums. I basically completed a research from University of Rajasthan as a student of Center for Museology and Conservation. My thesis is submitted. Viva Voce is still pending. It will be done in the next month. So here I start with my presentation. Is it visible on the screen? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Is it visible on the
My
screen?
screen visible hai, sir.
Okay, sir. Before I start the presentation, I have just 2 words for all of you or the audience. The following talk is a small part of my submitted thesis work. My thesis work is, second point is, as the thesis topic is multidisciplinary, means
Yes, sir. Shiv Shankar Babu, sir, please. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please, please give intro if possible.
Yes, thank you. I am very much pleased to introduce a fellow IT specialist, Indrajit Bhattacharya. He is a full-time IT with a passion for museum and heritage. And he runs two companies. One is Echoes of India, and IT services, he runs IV Code Technologies. So he is a PhD scholar with museology and conservation in research topics in terms of scientific technology and relevance of roles of IoT in museum. So he is going to talk about his pet research subject IoT in museum today. A trained museologist who has been working in multiple disciplines like textile, paper, metal, oil painting, conservation, framing techniques, and varied experience. His regular life, he is an IT professional with 25 years in IT and managing database and all the full spread of services. And in addition to this, his passion has been in museology. And then in this, he has been associated with Museum Association of India, ICOMOS, Asiatic Society for Social Science, and Itihas Sankalan Samiti. And he is an associate editor of Sanskritic Pravah Journal. And it is he is assigned as an industry expert for Amity University, Rajasthan, for his area of specialization. In addition to his regular work and his passion for museology, he also loves photography, traveling, philately, and gardening. Really a true multifaceted technologist, and for what he has learned in many of these areas, transforming them into technology. He has worked in multiple projects with INTAC in conservation, dictionary of monuments with old wall paintings, and he is also a regular guide. He conducts study tours in Rajasthan area, Alwar, Bikaner, Chittorgarh, and other areas, and presented a lot of papers, more than 10 papers in various universities and sessions. So I am really happy and proud to invite Dr. Indrajit to present on his PhD and presentation, Dr. Indrajit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas Babu, sir, for such a wonderful and elaborate introduction. With your permission and the chair permission, I am starting my topic of presentation, Internet of Things, the Future Technology in Museums.
We are all very much eager to listen to this talk. It's interesting and illuminating talk. Thank you,
sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I'm equally eager and enthusiastic to present. Just before the presentation, I am sharing two words with all of you. The following talk is just a small part of my submitted thesis work because of the time constraint. As the thesis topic is multidisciplinary and vast, so in-depth technical details have been avoided considering the talking time. So means my topic is not only limited to internet or IT, it is also containing museum, and along with that it also contained the specialists from zoology, botany, engineers of various kinds, and even carpenters and various designers. So that's why I wrote the term multidisciplinary. So
Yes.
describing everything is not possible here. So I will just have a, I will have a coverage which can fulfill the requirement of this presentation. While depicting the lacunas of museums, their names have not been exposed, as the purpose of observation is to study the problems encountered in a museum only. So I will be sharing some lacunas, the drawbacks of the museums and the shortfalls they are having, based on which my IoT topic is there. So the purpose of showing them is not to demean those museums. They are doing excellent work in their own kind. So with this, I start with the first slide. My topic has been divided into three parts. First, about IoT, because this is the basic. Unless and until you don't understand about IoT, you will not be able to appreciate this topic or subject. Requirement of IoT in museums, why we require IoT in museums, and IoT as a future technology in museums. Means how IoT is currently being started being used in museums, and what are the future prospects. One more thing I would like to add, since I am just presenting the part of it, I'm not in position to share my 11 new recommendations of IoT in museums because my Viva OSA is still not over, so I cannot publicly open it. Okay, we talk with the first subject about IoT. The term Internet of Things was coined in 1999 by Kevin Ashton from MIT, that is Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And this reference could be found in a book by Norris D, 2015. Prior to this development in 1991, it was discussed what if the internet was allowed to go beyond connecting the desktops and laptops and could somehow be tied to the devices around us. So which means that currently we are aware of internet, we are using internet in our daily life. And in 1999, it was argued that the scope of internet should be increased and it should not be limited to only mobile, laptop, and desktop, but it should also be extended to other objects or devices. That is presented by Aziz A, 2014, July 2, in a presentation. Internet of Things, abbreviated as IoT, is formed of two terms, Internet and Things. So as you can see, Internet and Things, heterogeneous computing devices using Internet protocol suite for performing communications and transactions. This is the simplest definitions. Now, just we will have a look on this definition. So I find here networks, consists of networks following different standards bonding systems. For example, it can be cabled network, it can be Wi-Fi network, it can work on an operating system on called Windows or Unix or Linux, etc.
Slide move नहीं कर रही है.
Slides are not moving. Okay, just a minute. Now, can you see it?
No.
Sir, can you see it?
Same slide. हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ लेकिन स्लाइड मूव नहीं कर मूव.
Wait, sir.
It is still in second slide only.
I'm still on second slide. Just a minute, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Now is it visible, sir?
Yes, okay.
Sir, now is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. We are saying about
Yes.
IoT.
So we are discussing the definition of internet. So internet definitions basically, as I told in the last slide. Can you see the last slide? Can you see the last slide? This one, this one?
Yeah, we are able to see the slide about IoT.
Yes. So internet heterogeneous network. Heterogeneous network means different kind of network flowing different standards or running on different operating systems like cabled Wi-Fi, Windows, Unix, Linux, etc. Then we come to heterogeneous devices. Heterogeneous devices means it consists of different kinds of computing devices like desktop, laptop, PDAs, mobiles, etc. Internet Protocol Suite, which consists of TCP/IP, stands for transmit, which is a set of communication protocols used in the internet and similar computer networks. So what I mean to say here is Internet's definition consists of heterogeneous networks, heterogeneous computing devices, and Internet Protocol Suite. So this fits that definition. And now we come to things, Internet of Things. Things may, what is the meaning of things basically? Things can be any kind of device. It can be electrical, mechanical, etc. Or object, which can be pen, almirah, chair, shirt, or even a vehicle. So it can be a bus, it can be a train, it can be anything. Okay, so things refer to any physical object embedded with a computing device that can produce some useful data or information for interpretation. Pen, stapler, watch, comb, shoes, raincoat, glucometer. These are the examples which I have included in the physical object list. So these can produce these useful data or information for interpretation and can be anything which is physically present in this world, like at home, workplace, shops, and malls, hotels, and restaurants, cinema hall, vehicles, and clothes. So things means any physical object which is present at any place in this world. Sir, are you able to see my slides? Sir, are you able to see my slides?
No, it is still in about IoT only. It is still in the
Yes,
about
yes.
IoT slide.
No, means what is the subtitle? Is it showing things? Is it showing the is it
Things,
showing the
yes.
7th slide?
I'm not able
About
to see this, but subtitle is things.
It is about IoT. Come the slide only.
No, no.
About IoT, subtitle is things.
Things. Okay, that is 7th slide. No, you can see in the left side column, slide numbers are there.
Yes, yes, you're right.
7th slide. No, okay,
right.
so it's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Further, we talk about things. However, it must be realized that a physical object cannot do these wonderful things on its own. That is, it must have some components which can perform the task of observation, like sensors, analyze the situation on the basis of observed data, controllers, act accordingly, which are called actuators. So now we have a set of 3 new terms: sensors, controllers, and actuators. And we will just have a brief definition and talk on these 3 quickly. A sensor is a device that converts a physical phenomena into an electrical signal. As such, sensors represent part of the interface between the physical world and the world of electrical devices such as computers. The definition given by Wilson J.S. as 2005. Now, what it means is we can take an example. For example, we take an object called umbrella. Now, if it is fitted with an IoT device, if it is an IoT umbrella, what its sensor would do is it will automatically detect a prediction for monsoon. And as soon as it gets detection for monsoon, it will immediately alert its user to pick it up, so that the user will be able to understand that a monsoon or a downfall is been predicted, and the person must carry the umbrella to save himself from the rain. Coming to the second part, that is controller. Likewise, IoT sensors are devices that sense and measures the physical world and typically signal their measurements as electrical signals sent to some type of microprocessor or microcontroller for additional processing. So that means once the sensor catches the observation, it passes on the information to the second part, which is called controller. Further, this controller stores this information and analyzes it and takes a decision what has to be done. And the actionable is done by the actuator. So actuators, on the other hand, receive some type of control signals, commonly an electric signal or digital command that triggers a physical effect, usually some type of motion, force, and so on. So actuators are the doable objects, means whatever decision has been taken by the controller, that decision is being communicated to the actuator, and actuator does the required task. Shall I go to the presentation mode, sir? Is it looking okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go into the presentation mode. That is far more easier.
Yeah. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
So talking about IoT, we have physical object. These physical objects.
सेकंड नंबर है आपकी भट्टाचार्य जी?
हाँ जी,
स्लाइड सेकंड नंबर पे है, सेकंड नंबर स्लाइड है, दिख रही?
हाँ, अभी आपको कोई डायग्राम दिख रहा है सर?
जी,
अभी आपको कोई इमेज दिख रहा है सर स्लाइड में?
हाँ हाँ दिख रहा है, अबाउट IoT।
और उसके नीचे?
और बगल में दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन स्क्रीन में नहीं दिख रहा। लगता है स्लाइड मूविंग नहीं हो रही है, मतलब वो चल नहीं रही, आगे बढ़ नहीं रही।
सर अब दिख रहा है स्लाइड?
हाँ हाँ अब दिख रहा है।
ठीक है सर, प्रेजेंट नहीं करता हूं मैं, इसी मोड में इसको कंटिन्यू करता हूं। तो जब जो हमने डिस्कशन अभी तक किया है, उस डिस्कशन के हिसाब से फिजिकल ऑब्जेक्ट्स जो हैं वो एम्बेडेड होते हैं. दे आर एम्बेडेड विद सेंसर, कंट्रोलर एंड एक्चुएटर्स. These are further provided the services of internet, and this all forms Internet of Things. Physical objects and sensor, controller, actuator put together हम smart object कहते हैं. So together when a physical object is embedded with sensor, controller, actuator, it is called a smart object. So in today's life, whatever you hear in the surrounding world, like smart watch, smart TV, smart cycle, all these are basically part of smart object. These are examples of smart object. How it works, the IoT life cycle. An IoT life cycle provides a fair glimpse of how an IoT system works. The IoT working takes place. Each phase has its own significance and they form a pattern. So what has to be understood here is the sensors detect any observation. It collects the observation, communicates it to the controller stores it, analyzes it, takes a decision, and the actuators act on that particular decision. This is another example. this is another example of IoT life cycle. This is a sensor, ये एक sensor है. Temperature sensor detects the heat. Temperature sensor sensors कई तरह के होते हैं. तो यहाँ पे टेम्परेचर सेंसर यूज कर रहे हैं जो डिटेक्ट कर रहा है हीट को. कंट्रोल सेंटर में वो अपना ऑब्जर्वेशन भेज रहा है. सेंड्स दिस डिटेक्ट सिग्नल टू द कंट्रोल सेंटर. कंट्रोल सेंटर सेंड्स कमांड टू द स्प्रिंकलर एंड स्प्रिंकलर is being acted by the actuator. The sprinkler turns on and puts out the flame. So this is called sensor to actuator flow in IoT terminology. यहाँ मैंने कुछ एग्जांपल्स लिए हैं सेंसर्स के, जैसे ये टेम्परेचर ह्यूमिडिटी सेंसर है, ये लाइट सेंसर है, दिस इज proximetry sensor, and then you have a gas sensor, chemical sensors. So these are various kinds of sensors are there. Actuators, you can see here, these are some sample actuators. This is a hydraulic, and this is a nozzle based, and these are joystick based. Signals could be transferred. These are controllers. Controllers are nothing but just processors. So you can see them. ये ऐसे दिखते हैं. एक बात इसमें और गौर करने की है, वन थिंग टू बी नोटेड, ये जितने बड़े दिख रहे हैं उतने बड़े हैं नहीं, इनको मैंने enlarge करके दिखाया है. These are very tiny sub objects because these objects are fitted into the physical objects. About IoT application areas, कहाँ IoT use हो रहे हैं. IoTs are used outside India as smart medicine, including patient surveillance, sportsman care, medical stores, ultraviolet radiations. It is used in smart cities, including smart parking, structural health, noise intensity monitoring, smartphone detection, electromagnetic field levels, traffic congestion, smart lighting, waste management, smart roads. Retail business, including smart product management, product suggestion apps, supply chain management, and smart checkouts. इसके बाद industries including environmental detection, temperature control, product locator, vehicle auto diagnosis, manufacturing including manufacturing initiation, smart cause use of raw materials. Sixth, household application including energy and water use. आजकल स्मार्ट होम्स बनने लगे हैं इन्हीं अप्लायंसेस से, इसमें आपका एनर्जी एंड वाटर वेस्ट बिल्कुल मिनिमाइज होता है. रिमोट एप्लीकेशंस, बर्गलरी एंड इंट्रूजन डिटेक्टिंग सिस्टम. सो दीज आर वेरियस एप्लीकेशन एरियाज जो ऑलरेडी आउटसाइड इंडिया, वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में, बाहर के देशों में यूज हो रहा है. इंडिया का जो सिनेरियो है वो ये है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडियाज ambitious digital India and Make in India program has well included many reputed projects, some of which have completed and others are currently under development, like Carrick. Smart driving के लिए basically इस appliance को use किया जा रहा है. SenseGiz, which is earning back the 5 days a year we spend looking for things. Entrib Shopworks, making the shop floors smart for manufacturers. TV connects all your content to TV. LifePlot, the cheapest and most mobile electrocardiography diagnosis tool. तो इन 5 एस्पेक्ट्स पे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया काम कर चुकी है, कर रही है, और इसमें फर्दर डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं. इसके अलावा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज ऑल्सो लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट्स स्मार्ट सिटी प्रोजेक्ट which shall phenomenally touch the following issues. स्मार्ट पार्किंग, आपको एक प्रेमाइसेस में घुसने से पहले ही पता लग जाएगा कि पार्किंग स्पेस आपको कहाँ अवेलेबल है. टेलीकेयर, टेलीफोन्स एंड मोबाइल नेटवर्क रिलेटेड सर्विसेज. स्मार्ट ग्रिड्स, ये बेसिकली इलेक्ट्रिकल ग्रिड्स की बात यहाँ पे हो रही है कि आपके जो लाइट जाती है आती है, जो गैप आता है उनको मैनेज करने के लिए. वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, डिजिटल साइनेज, स्मार्ट वाटर, स्मार्ट हेल्थ, intelligent transport system, women's safety, smart urban lighting, smart city maintenance, water management, and smart environment. So basically, those of you who have just presented on ecology, ecosystems, and wildlife, they might be interested in this development, smart environment. Some of the companies who are actively working in IoT technology in India are Intel, Volkswagen, MediaTek, Hero, Motocorp, Hindustan Petroleum, Apollo Hospitals, Cisco, Bharti Infratel, TVS Motor, IBM, and the list has started growing since the implementation of IoT. Now coming to the second part, I will just IoT, basically, these are the two factors why IoT requirement is there in the museum. First is technological edge of IoT. Technological edge of IoT contains interconnectivity as a feature. Interconnectivity का मतलब होता है कि कई तरह के heterogeneous devices, heterogeneous networks के through एक साथ connect होते हैं. अब तक इसमें केवल laptops and computers connect होते थे. Now things also have started connecting. Heterogeneity का मतलब हो गया कि different of physical object, different types of physical objects. Scalability means an IoT provides scalability as a feature, which means it can be implemented from a level of 1 to a level of infinity. Means इसको छोटे environment से लेके बड़े environment तक इसको use किया जा सकता है, लगाया जा सकता है. Dynamic changes means that a physical object continuously changes its state and it can be recorded efficiently by IoT. So that's why dynamic changes is an important feature of IoT. Dynamic changes का एक example ले सकते हैं कि एक physical object है, वो एक sleeping state पे है. जैसे ही उसमें कुछ signal मिला, immediately वो active हो गया, तो उसका state sleeping से activate पे आ गया. फिर activate के बाद वो हो सकता है कि कोई particular action करे. Again, its state changes. Things related services means the services are basically related to specific physical objects which are specialized on utilizing certain services and providing certain services. So for example, if I talk about a monitor, camera monitor, or not camera monitor, it is just a spy camera. So it will take care of all the services which are confined to it. It will not deviate from its own task into other tasks. So it takes an observation and immediately sends it to the controller. Intelligence basically includes artificial intelligence, which are now being implemented profusely in IoT. IoT के अंदर intelligence के तौर पे robotics और artificial intelligence को बहुत ही तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जिनको नहीं मालूम है, उनको जस्ट एक आइडिया मैं दे देता हूँ. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का एक मतलब होता है कि जैसे हमारा ब्रेन काम करता है कि हम एक सिचुएशन से मुखातिब होते हैं और हमारा ब्रेन इमीडिएटली उसके ऊपर तरह तरह के ऑप्शंस या उसके ऑल्टरनेटिव्स खुद ब खुद डिफाइन कर देता है और हमें बोलता है कि हम उस तरह का एक्शन ले सकते हैं. तो वो सारे के सारे ऑप्शंस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस प्रोवाइड करा देती है. इसीलिए साइंटिस्ट इसे अच्छा भी बताते हैं, खतरनाक भी बताते हैं. सेफ्टी. So safety is another important aspect of IoT. Since the data will be on cloud now, virtual memory, virtual storage space, safety is very important. So safety is equally taken care of IoT. No breaches of data or information takes place. Now coming to the second part, जो हमारा actual focus area है, maladies of museum. Museum में क्या किस तरह की problems हम देखते हैं. ये maladies of museum मैंने अपने रिसर्च वर्क के दौरान डिफरेंट म्यूजियम्स जा के घूम के इनको कलेक्ट किया है. कुछ इंटरव्यूज के जरिए, कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स के जरिए. सो आई विल कम टू दैट. मेलोडीज ऑफ म्यूजियम. I'll just in a fast manner, I will just, museum as an organization experiences various kinds of challenges and difficulties. These challenges could be external or internal. External challenges basically come from the outer world, but that includes the museum, location and environment, social awareness and interest, and political initiative, etc. इसमें इतने कैटेगरीज में मैंने इसको कैटेगराइज किया है आर्टिफैक्ट कलेक्शन, आर्टिफैक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन, म्यूजियम पब्लिकेशन, म्यूजियम कम्युनिकेशन, म्यूजियम फैसिलिटीज एंड सर्विसेज, म्यूजियम बिल्डिंग। सबसे पहले एक एक करके हम ये ऑप्शंस लेंगे, कैटेगरीज लेंगे। आर्टिफैक्ट कलेक्शन में ये देखिए, दिस इज द फर्स्ट एग्जांपल ऑफ आर्टिफैक्ट कलेक्शन। अगेन आई एम नॉट डिस्क्लोजिंग द म्यूजियम नेम, दिस इज showing the artifacts in a measurable state. These two are the inscriptions which are laden with patina, which has grown up, and it may destroy inscriptions at any moment of time, but there is no action being taken on this. This is again showing the greenish patina on this artifact. Then there is another case. You can see iron oxide has grown up, and these are the iron objects which are showing in a measurable state. No restoration or conservation action has been taken. This comes under artifact collection. Again, artifact collection an example. आर्टिफैक्ट्स को इस तरह से डिस्प्ले में रखा जाता है, उसके ऊपर ब्लैक इंक से बड़े बड़े बोल्ड अक्षरों में पोत दिया जाता है। कई बार ये लिक्विड इतना मेजरेबली यूज किया जाता है कि ये फैल जाता है। देखिए इसमें किस तरह से किया गया है। It gives a bad look to the artifacts as well as it destroys the surface in certain areas. आर्टिफैक्ट कलेक्शन की अगर हम आगे बात करें तो दिस इज अ शोकेस जहाँ पे टैग्स लगे हुए हैं, लेबल्स लगे हुए हैं, लेकिन कोई भी आर्टिफैक्ट यहाँ रखा हुआ नहीं है। दिस अगेन अ carelessness. Either you should keep the artifacts or you should completely remove the tags completely. And this is not acceptable. इसके विपरीत यहाँ पे एक शोकेस है जहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्ट्स रखे हुए हैं इन अ स्टोरेज मैनर, गोदाम की तरह, and there are no tags. What is it? Why it is being kept here in this manner? आर्टिफैक्ट कलेक्शन का एक और एग्जांपल लेते हैं। यहाँ पे आपको एक शोकेस दिख रहा है, यहाँ पे नंबरिंग स्टार्ट होती है 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8। यहाँ पे 1 नहीं है और यहाँ पे 9 नहीं है। दूसरा, अगर इसका आप डिस्क्रिप्शन देखें तो यू विल फाइंड इट डिफरेंट। सो देयर आर many certain loopholes like this which could be seen. Another example, there is a showcase जहाँ पे कोई नंबर ही नहीं लगा हुआ है, and there is a tag. Sorry, this image turned out to be blurred. So these are the numbers you can see 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5, but there is no tags here. Okay, now we come to the second part, melodies of museum artifact information. This I have seen in one of the museum. This simple एक tag लगा दिया गया and the museum and thought that the people will easily understand it. It is written as Alam Ka Panja. Now Alam Ka Panja is particular religious artifact which is confined to a particular sect or a community. What is alam and what is its panja? It should be described here. These are actually being taken during the procession of Muharram and such occasions, but none of these information is being provided here. Simply alam ka panja is being there. I being a Bengali, if I keep certain artifacts of ours like Lokhir Ghat and I tag it as Lokhir Ghat, so nobody will understand except a Bengali. Nobody will understand what is that particular artifact. So this artifact information is another drawback focus area. Artifact information का दूसरा नमूना यहाँ मैंने लेबल दिखाया है। यहाँ लिखा है सिरोही राज्य का तोप. Does it look like a तोप? Does it look like a cannon? It is not a cannon. The person hasn't researched it. It is basically a machine gun of World War I. Another example of this is about museum publication. This brochure has been collected from one of the museums, and this is the English brochure with horrible grammar, many spelling mistakes, and many negative information to attract the foreign tourist. So you can see here, tribal is written here as treble. Fine. Then there is a grammar mistakes is there. So it's so small it cannot be. Okay. The museum publication is another. This is the second example of museum publication. I have purchased this book from one of the museum shop. It in the year 2019, and they are handing me a publication of 1984. So within a span of these many years, the entire collection has changed. The arrangement of the collection has changed, but there's no update in the museum publication. This is again about museum communication. I could not capture it in a video, but I have captured the image. This old person was furious because there was no one to satisfy his query about these artifacts and the sculptures. Ultimately, when he got angry and got into a heated argument, the museum authorities starts running, and then he started explaining it to the person. So my suggestion is that gallery expert must be there with every galleries, and the information must be fed to the demanding visitors. Another example, museum facilities and services. These are certain tabs which has broken, closed, and either you dismantle this area or you repair it. Then there is another example of a museum where I went and I found I was very dissatisfied. Jain Kala Vithiki. It was closed because the curator of that particular gallery or the gallery expert was not there. Now this should not happen, because in banks, organizations like banks also, in many organizations, in hospitals also, when a particular surgeon or when a particular banker is absent for a day, someone else is there to take his place and provide the services. In such case, the museum visitor feels cheated. This is again the same thing, but now the topic is different. Museum facilities and services. Services का मतलब ये हुआ कि आप जो facilities दे रहे हैं, it should be trustworthy. यहाँ पे price 2 figures में लिखा हुआ है, मैंने blur कर रखा है इसको. And I have been billed the price in 3 letters, figures, which is, I think, not fair, basically, which is the actual price, and the price demanded and paid by me is much more. This is the condition of the museum building. You can see the seepages, some more examples, seepages from the AC, and the seepages going into the showcases, damaging this is a fungi growth which has taken place. And the artifacts which has been taken from these are simply lying idle outside without any note or anything in another showcase. Requirement of IoT in museum. So there are few selected cases of frequently seen anomalies in a museum. Besides these, the biggest challenge that a museum faces is skilled manpower. ये problem इंडिया के म्यूजियम्स में भी है, बाहर के म्यूजियम्स में भी है, क्योंकि the skilled power is the biggest challenge. Maintaining and running a museum is not an easy task. It requires skilled manpower who are experts in their specific field. Example, museum administrator, various types of conservators, computer and ICT specialists. In addition, a number of trained workers are also required. A big museum calls for big manpower, which in turn calls for increased expense in salary, wages, thus affecting the finance of the museum. Again, the availability of manpower and their stability is not guaranteed. Even if they are stable, their commitment and mentality is always under question. The excess dependency of a museum on general manpower will always jeopardize its resources and will hinder in the smooth running of a museum. It will compromise its quality now and then. It is therefore a permanent solution needs to be found, which can help museum and museum authorities to maintain and run the museum smoothly, thus providing quality service in every aspect of promise. Museum and heritage preserving body must keep in mind that artifacts cannot be created. ये सबसे बड़ी बात है, उन्हें ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि आर्टिफैक्ट जब चाहे तब क्रिएट किए जा सकते हैं. Once it is lost forever. अब हम आते हैं लास्ट पार्ट पे, IoT as a future technologies in museum. जिन aspects पे
Indrajit ji, this is Babu.
Yeah.
You have 10 minutes left of your 45.
Yes, I will finish it in time, sir. Thank you, sir.
If you can accelerate, that will be helpful.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
The field in which IoT is finding its use already, जिन क्षेत्रों में IoT already म्यूजियम में यूज में आ रहा है, हो रहा है, वो है प्रिजर्वेशन ऑफ आर्टिफैक्ट्स. आजकल ऐसे शोकेसेस बनने लगे हैं जिसमें टेम्परेचर, ह्यूमिडिटी एंड लाइट अपने आप कंट्रोल होती है IoT ऑब्जेक्ट्स के थ्रू. वाटर लीकेज डिटेक्शन इज देयर, कंडेंसेशन, एयर कंडीशनिंग leaks from ground water or pipes. Artificial management and security, access control, motion and vibration sensors are there. तो आप पता लगा सकते हैं कि कौन कहाँ मूव कर रहा है, और वाइब्रेशंस, किसी ने हाथ रखा शोकेस पे, कोई छू रहा है, इट विल बी इमीडिएटली अलर्टेड. Artifact tracking, near field communication and Bluetooth low power beacons are being used. Artifacts पहले इधर उधर हो जाते थे, अब ये पॉसिबल नहीं हो सकता है क्योंकि आर्टिफैक्ट के अंदर RFIDs यूज होती हैं जिनसे उनका एक्चुअल पोजीशन या जगह पता लगाया जा सकता है कि वो कहाँ रखी गई हैं. Then PIR, presence detecting sensor. ऑड आवर्स में एक कमरे में कोई पर्टिकुलर पर्सन है या नहीं, वो PIR सेंसर से पता लग सकता है. These are thermal detectors which can detect the body heat of an organism. Interactive exhibits, interactive artifacts, galleries, quizzes, etc. Automated download of information in various mobiles. तो exhibitions interactive होने लग गए हैं. Visitors reactions note किए जाने लगे, they are now recorded. Visitors response towards artifacts. Comfortable experience for visitors, environment quality like fresh air, temperature, humidity, toilet papers, hand sanitizer, etc. Simplified control of museum. The smart socket of the Internet Things can connect all the devices remotely, controlling different lighting. IoT devices जो म्यूजियम में यूज में आ रहे हैं वो है RFIDs in the form of bracelet, cards and badges. Social distance tracker, खास तौर पे पैंडेमिक और कोविड के लिए इसको बनाया गया है. Mobile ticketing, GPS tracking system, mobile ticketing, contactless payments, sensors, smart sockets. IoT as a future technology in museum. Now, यहाँ पे मैंने सिर्फ कुछ एग्जांपल्स दिए हैं जो म्यूजियम्स ऑलरेडी IoT टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं. मेट्रोपॉलिटन म्यूजियम न्यूयॉर्क सिटी, UK का मार्वल जू, चिल्ड्रंस म्यूजियम ऑफ ह्यूस्टन, लूव्र म्यूजियम फ्रांस, ब्रिटिश म्यूजियम लंदन, डच हिस्टोरिक्स म्यूजियम, पिसा म्यूजियम स्पेन, नेशनल गैलरी ऑफ एंशिएंट आर्ट रोम, Rocca di Gradera Museum, Urbino, Italy. Okay, now these are basically what are the future technologies which are currently being used in the museum. More are coming up. इंडिया में भी धीरे धीरे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन शुरू हुआ है. इवन आपका उदयपुर का म्यूजियम भी अपग्रेड हो गया है. वहाँ पे ऐसे शोकेसेस आ गए हैं जहाँ पे आपका टेम्परेचर, ह्यूमिडिटी एंड लाइट कंट्रोल ऑटोमेटिकली हो सकता है. Now, further future में अगर जाते हैं तो एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी और आ रही है IoE, which is Internet of Everything. Everything का मतलब ये होगा कि अब फिजिकल ऑब्जेक्ट्स के साथ साथ लिविंग फॉर्म्स भी इसके अंदर आ जाएंगे, इंक्लूड हो जाएंगे. लाइक डायबिटीज पैचेस जो US डेवलप कर चुकी है. डायबिटीज पैचेस बॉडी में लगा दिया जाता है. आपके बॉडी का इंसुलिन घट रहा है, कम हो रहा है, उसके हिसाब से इंसुलिन अपने आप उसमें से रिलीज होगा या न्यूट्रलाइज होगा. फिर आर्मी जैकेट्स, आर्मी फीडिंग जैकेट्स बनने लगे हैं. USA बना रही है जिसमें आर्मी कैन वेयर द जैकेट्स. उसके अंदर कुछ पोषक तत्व दिए रहते हैं, फीड इट फॉर 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, और वो धीरे धीरे करके बॉडी के अंदर आते रहते हैं, एब्जॉर्ब होते रहते हैं. This is basically during the war situations. Conclusion, the research study indicates that the condition of museum cannot be said good, leaving for few example cases, though various cases of museum observations have already been discussed, which are supported by the picture of their condition. Lack of skilled manpower further adds up to this problem. Therefore, the resolution of improve the current condition of museum must be thought with an open mind. It must be realized that museums are already using technologies like air conditioners, heaters, fridges, computer and computer network system. But still, this date has fetched favorable result and as upgrading the new knowledge about the upcoming technology. RT will only help in understanding the future implementation of IoT in museums and prepare them for future. Implementation of IoT in museum respectfully give due consideration to the ethics of museum and heritage. ये सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आप ये मत समझिए IoT is a technology in a museum. IoT को उसी तरह से म्यूजियम आर्टिफैक्ट्स के और उसके कंजर्वेशन के एथिक्स को ध्यान में रख के उसको पूरा सम्मान देते हुए इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा रहा है. ऐसा नहीं कि हैफजर्डली IoT या टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज किया जा रहा है या इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा रहा है. Implementation of some IoT technologies have already started in museums across the world that we have already seen. These museums are further planning to extend their scope of application to different areas of museum. In context of India, adopting this technology could save millions of artifacts in time without depending on waiting for skilled manpower. There is nothing as invaluable as heritage because it represents a culture, civilization, and a nation, and adopting a new technology does not do any harm provided. There's a saying by David Wong, new technology is not good or evil in and of itself. It's all about how people choose to use it. This is my acknowledgement to Professor Vibha Upadhyay. I'm student of her. So she was my mentor also, my guide, Dr. Sambodh Goswami, Dr. Nikki Chaturvedi, my pre-PhD trainer, and all respected director, curators, staff, and tourists of all the museums I have surveyed and interviewed, visited. These are the references. Suggestions and questions.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Excellent presentation, sir. Thank you. Thanks for supporting us in managing it on time and then within the scope.
Yes, sir.
A fairly detailed, enlightening presentation. So I leave it to the audience for the questions. Whoever is having any queries or questions, please proceed. Satyanarayana,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir.
I am retired Professor Satyanarayana from
Yes, sir.
Tamil Nadu.
Yes, sir.
Really excellent. You are a innovative technovator in
Thank you, sir.
the field. As a zoology professor or a wildlife professor, we have a problem of conservation where we used to kill those days number of animals, and also we used to taxidermy. You'll be knowing we capture the birds and then stuff it and keep it, preserve it in a museum. That is called the museums, traditional museum, and also we procure from other agencies who supply our all animals. Now what I also advocate after conservation as a biodiversity conservationist to have a digital museum in all the colleges instead
Yes,
of
sir.
having the museums. We have a lot of problem. And what about this IoT can be applied to the various
Yes, sir.
colleges?
Yes, sir.
So that we can. What could you suggest for the?
Yes, sir. It's a very good idea. Digital museums are coming up very fast. And basically, as I told in the very beginning of my presentation, it is a multidisciplinary concept. It includes zoologists, botanists, all the scientists, and engineers as well, because there are various apparatus showcases, scientific showcases, which I have also suggested in my recommendation. I cannot disclose it right now. It's very much possible to design the showcases which can detect the deteriorating biological growth over the specimens. It is very much possible. And it can be detected prior, means when the growth has started, And there are, I have designed certain fumigation chambers where it is possible to even destroy these deteriorating factors, these zoological deteriorating factors. Right, sir? So it is very much possible.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very very good approach. Good approach.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
just to add to that,
Yes.
when we talk about biological specimens, the science of projection has improved to a great extent that we have lot of 3D specimens and 3D animations available where you can look at the body parts and then you can actually physically separate them and then see them working in isolation or in together, all in 3D right in front of the eyes. So this technology is already implemented in some of the US universities, and I'm sure that very soon this will be available in Indian universities also.
Yes, sir. That is just a different subject. I have given a paper on that also. It comes under cyber museology. So
Yeah.
cyber, it's a one part of cyber museology, and what you are referring to is basically it is being implemented in mostly Western museums because it needs a high budgeted apparatuses. These are called holograms, forming holograms.
Correct.
So you find the holograms of dinosaurs species, Stegosaurus, Stegosaurus, and all that. And these holograms are it has the adjustments of various photographs, light beams and projections, which are installed on the roof and at various angles to form an image. Now, country like India, firstly, the museum does not have so high budget to afford even a single hologram because its installation comes under crores. And moreover, its running cost is high, means always need a person to monitor that, and even if any defect appears, he should be able to rectify that problem. ASI has approached me. They were experiencing a problem in one of the museum in Rajasthan. I will not again disclose the museum name, where they have placed the furnitures of a great king of that particular area. I'm not disclosing the name of the king also. The problem is that when the local people comes there, they straight away start sitting on those furnitures. And when they are being pointed out that please, these are heritage objects, you will damage it and you get up from this. Then they simply say that these are the objects of our great Maharaja, our great ancestor. So we have full right to use it. So I suggested that a hologram methodology could be easy for me to handle such type of situation. But then again, it is difficult to handle. Means how will you handle hologram in India? So this I have presented in a separate paper of cyber museology actually.
This
Yes,
is
sir.
an interesting analogy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Please conclude, sir.
Yeah.
Babu
So
sir,
thank
please
you.
conclude.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation. This was a very good insight into the world of IoT and then which is extending into IoE from non-living things to living things. It was a nice journey highlighting about what is IoT and breaking many of the myths and how it works, the components, and also the second part was really attributed into how the current challenges of the museum. And finally, he explained about how some of the problems can be addressed by IoT. So there is a really illuminating area, and many of us know little more about IoT and IoE and how these things are capable and can do different things and can replace some of the things that are not possible now due to shortage of funds or shortage of manpower. This can be easily done by IoT. There's a really great insight into this, and definitely wishing you for the successful completion of the
Thank you,
PhD
sir.
and then grand viewers, and looking forward to hear the fuller complete paper after PhD certification, and that will be far more interesting. Thank you very
Thank
much
you, sir.
for an
Sir, you
enlightening.
can find this paper in ResearchGate.
Yeah, okay.
ResearchGate and Academy.
हाँ ज्वाइन कर लें,
Sure.
हाँ ज्वाइन कर लें सर। मिश्रा बोल रहा हूँ, प्रोफेसर मिश्रा। हाँ बिल्कुल तुरंत सर जी। हाँ हाँ हाँ।
So we can go to the next session on Ajanta.
थैंक यू
Over to you, sir.
इंद्रजीत जी, आपने बहुत बढ़िया यहाँ पर अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है, और खासकर जो यंग रिसर्चर हैं उनके लिए, और इवन केवल ये आर्कियोलॉजी फील्ड बल्कि अन्य फील्ड के लिए भी बहुत उपयोगी है। और एक बार पुनः मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आपने हमारे वेबिनार में जो समय दिया और यहाँ पे बढ़िया लेक्चर आपने प्रेजेंट किया। धन्यवाद। मिस्टर शिव शंकर बाबू, प्लीज thanks for giving your time and chair the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, next
Thank you.
session.
All the best.
Next session, archaeology field. Our eminent speaker, Mrs. Anita Korde, Indologist, Mumbai, and our chairperson, Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu, writer, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Welcome, madam. Anita, madam, welcome. Jugnu, sir, welcome. And I am request to Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Anita Korde. डॉक्टर MM द्विवेदी, रीवा, क्या ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं? डॉक्टर MM द्विवेदी। यस सर। जुगनू सर प्लीज।
सर, मैं आप सभी का आज इस वेबिनार में सबको प्रणाम करता हूं। मेरे लिए आदरणीय है मिश्रा जी, जिन्होंने बराबर मुझे संभाल के भी रखा और बांध के भी रखा। ये सफल आयोजन और इस सफलता का सारा श्रेय आपको। मैं तो बार बार यही मान रहा हूं कि आप हम सब के बड़े भाई, क्योंकि स्कंद का मतलब ही बड़ा होता है। पूरा ऋतु संहार काव्य आप पर लिखा हुआ, एक बहुत अच्छा आयोजन आपने दिया है हम लोगों को, और हम सब गौरवान्वित हैं। हमारे बीच कई मित्र हैं, और मुझे अनीता कोरडे का, बाईसा का परिचय देने के लिए कहा है। मैं श्रीमती अनीता कोरडे के बारे में इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि जिज्ञासा कहां तक जाती है हम लोगों की, और भारतीय संस्कृति में ऐसा क्या है कि हम किसी भी फील्ड में चले जाएं, लेकिन ये जो सांस्कृतिक तत्व हैं ये हमें अलग नहीं जाने देते। इसका पर्याय है अनीता। अनीता की बहुत कुछ पढ़ा, कुछ करने के लिए वो मैनेजमेंट की उच्च डिग्री उन्होंने की, लेकिन बाद में उन्हें लगा कि मुझे संस्कृति को जानना है, तो वो इंडोलॉजी में MA है, बॉम्बे रहती हैं, बहुत अच्छी लिखती हैं और दिखती भी। एक सबसे बड़ी बात उनकी ये है कि कभी भी कोई प्रश्न हुआ तो जो भी व्यक्ति समर्थ हैं और जो जानता है, उनके पास बैठ के, पहुंच के और पूछ के अपनी बात भी रखती है। कभी ये नहीं कि आपसे सब कुछ मैंने ले लिया, ऐसा नहीं है। यदि आज पर्चा भी पढ़ रही है, जितनी हम लोगों से डिस्कशन हुई है, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो उतनी ही विद्वान और विदुषी हमारे बीच मैनेजमेंट की छात्रा भी है, ब्रह्म विद्या की टीचर है, हम लोगों के लिए सम्माननीय है, ब्रह्म विद्या की शिक्षिका। और एक और ये भारतीय राइट्स एंड रिचुअल्स पर, जिस पर हमारी संस्कृति बेस्ड है और जिसके लिए हमारी संस्कृति दुनिया की सब संस्कृतियों से अलग है, राइट्स एंड रिचुअल्स के लिए उसकी जानकार और उनसे बहुत इंस्टीट्यूट है मैनेजमेंट का, उनके साथ भी जुड़ी हुई। इनकी रुचियों में मुद्रा शास्त्र है, इनकी रुचियों में मूर्ति शास्त्र है, इनकी रुचियों में समुद्र वाली, जिन पर ये आज बात करेगी, अप्सराएं क्या है। देखिए आप, एक छोटा सा विषय लेकिन कितना गंभीर विषय है। सोमनाथ पर इनकी जो किताब आ रही है, तैयार तो हो गई है, इन्होंने तो देख ली, लेकिन हमें देखनी बाकी है। वो भारतीय संस्कृति और खासतौर से मंदिर संस्कृति में एक नया अध्याय स्थापित करेगी। हमारे बीच इनके सहयोगी हर्ष भी मुझे नज़र आ रहे हैं। 26 जने 2/6, आज तारीख 2 है, 9वां महीना है, आज 6 तारीख उल्टी, लेकिन आप देखिए 29 जने होने वाले हैं आज। तो मैं इनसे आग्रह करता हूँ, हम सब लोगों के बीच में अप्सरा ऑन द जंगा ऑफ सोमनाथ टेम्पल्स। यहाँ एक बात मैं कह के आपको बुलाता हूँ, सोमनाथ मंदिर हमारे बीच आज़ादी के बाद बनने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण, और बल्कि मैं तो सबसे पहला मंदिर कहता हूँ उसको सोमनाथ। भारत में सोम का होना कई अर्थ से मायने है। ये जो चंद्रोदय, जो रात्रि में आज़ादी की घोषणा हुई थी, उसके साथ ही इस मंदिर की, ये मंदिर वो है जिसके साथ भारत की आस्था, सरदार पटेल का जो वल्लभत्व है, प्रिय भाव, वो उस मंदिर के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी की जो पूजन की आस्था है, वो इस मंदिर के साथ जुड़ी हुई है। तमाम भारतीयों की आस्था इस मंदिर के साथ। ये मंदिर वर्तमान में, अतीत और भविष्य का लेखा है। उनके जो जंगा भाग है मंदिर का, उन पर जो अप्सराएं बनी हुई है, वो क्या कुछ हम लोगों को कहती है। मैं आग्रह कर रहा हूँ अनीता जी।
Jai Somnath, everyone, and good afternoon. And thank you, Guruji, for giving such a wonderful introduction to me. I'm really, really grateful to you that you agreed to do that. You agreed to be the chair person for my session. Thank you, Dr. Divedi, and I'm really grateful to you for co-chairing this particular session. Today, we are going to talk about Apsaras on the Janga of the Somnath Temple. It was in the year 2016. I attended a talk called as Ek Hota Deur by renowned Indologist Udayan Indurkar, and I got enamored by Indology. I was drawn into the fascinating world of ancient India. I did my MA in Indology from Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit and learned about the greatness of our temples and how the temple, or the greatness or the science behind our temple, especially how the iconography and the temple architecture brings the divine and human together became the topic of special interest to me. In the year 2020, I got an opportunity to be a part of the two-member team formed to set up the Somnath Temple Architecture Museum that housed the artifacts of the old Somnath Temple. The museum is set up by me and Mr. Harshad Patel. This museum was inaugurated by Honorable Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, our Prime Minister, on 21st of August 2021. The museum is first of its kind to explain the various parts of the temple along with their intended billing and the placement on the temple. The museum is very well received and have received critical acclaim from the higher authorities. It was during the execution of this particular project that the seed of writing the book on Somnath Temple was sowed in our minds, which was encouraged and supported by Sri Somnath Trust. The perspective and approach to today's topic has been framed by the research done by us during the writing of the book, The Invincible Somnath Temple. This book covers the history of Somnath Temple. It covers each and every element in the architecture of the temple and how it forms a part of devotees' journey from Sthul to Shikshma to Para and ultimately attaining the moksha. This book is commissioned and published by Sri Somnath Trust and it is due to be released shortly. Now, before we dive into today's topic, let us briefly touch upon the Somnath Temple, its architectural elements, to understand their significance with special focus on Janga. So, what is a temple? The ultimate goal of any Hindu is to attain moksha, which is the freedom from the illusionary world in which he is recurringly born. A Hindu temple, through its mathematically correct and sacred architectural design, functions as a place of transcendence where man progresses from the world of illusion to the world of ultimate truth, where he transits from the human consciousness to divine consciousness. Mukti or moksha is a long, arduous journey of many stages, and it involves progression upwards through various stages of consciousness. Temple architecture, also through its various layers, both internally and externally, takes the devotee from Sthul to Shukshma to Para, that is from gross to subtle to causal. The causal or the Para, the ultimate reality, is when the human consciousness dissolves into divine consciousness. Therefore, every element in the temple architecture has a physical presence with a symbolic meaning behind it. Now, the shlok which you're seeing on the screen is a Sanskrit shloka from the text of Vastu Shastra. This is basically a dialogue between the divine architect Vishwakarma is explaining to his son Jaya about the placement of the deities in the various parts of the temple. In a nutshell, he is telling that Dharashila and Karashila, representing the Kurma and Varaha Avtara, which stands for stability and protection, should be based in the foundation of the pit. Ganesha should be in a Gajapit to denote strength, Ashwin in the Ashwapit to denote speed and progression, and best among the men in the Narapit to show the efforts of the humans. Now, Mount Meru should descend on the Janga, Apsaras, Lokpalas, and Dikpalas, and the Suras and the Ganeshwara in the Janga. He says, let the mountain descend on the pillars. The ceiling is a metaphor for the space. Hence, the sky is asked to pervade the ceiling. The four Vidyas should be based in Manjari of the Shikhara. Maya with Rudra in the Kantha, Vidya in Amlasara, Ishvara in Kalasha, and Bindu, the ultimate point above the Kalasha. Kundalini Shakti on the Dvaj, and the three Shaktis should be placed on the Dvajadanda. From this shloka, we realize that prasada is both the creator and the creation, manifest and the unmanifested, the absolute and the relative in the same temple, the omnipresent, the omniscient, and the omnipotent are thus conceptualized as a prasada, which is a cosmic Purush. We all know that Yatha Brahmande Tatha Pinde, Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande. That is, whatever is present in macrocosm is present in microcosm. We see that temple is conceived as a whole cosmos with all its components, all the gods, goddesses, semi-divine beings, Akash, Vayu, Agni, Jal, Prithvi, all the Panchatattvas and the earthly beings. Now let's briefly look at the Somnath temple. This new Somnath temple was conceived in the year 1947 with the visit of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel at Prabhas Patan. Looking at the ruined state of the old Somnath temple, he was deeply moved and he decided the new temple should be built in its place. The new the construction of the new temple began with the formation of Sri Somnath Trust. This mammoth and the most prestigious task of building a new temple was entrusted to the well-known Stapati Sri Prabhashankar Bhai Oghar Bhai Sompura. Now, Somnath temple is made of sandstone. It is a shore temple which is located on the banks of Ratnakar Sagar, or as it is currently called as Arabian Sea. It is located in Prabhas Patan in Gujarat. The temple is built in Nagara style and it's called Kailash Mahameru Prasad. Kailash is the abode of Lord Shiva. Meru in Hinduism is considered as the axis of the world. Maha is added to show the magnitude, and Prasada means the palace, right? Now, Somnath temple is a Sandhar Prasad temple. That means it has a enclosed Pradakshina path provided for doing the Pradakshina around the Garbhagruha, which is square in shape. The temple has two mandapas. Sabha Mandapa, a closed pillared hall where all the rituals take place and where Nandi and Kurma are placed facing the Garbhagruha. Nritya Mandapa, as Lord Shiva is the Lord of Dance, and religious music and dance performances are held here. It is an open pillared hall. Both the mandapas have highly decorated 72 pillars, which are connected through the toranas or the arches. The arches are in the form of Elika or Hindolaka Torana. Entry to the temple is through the Mukha Mandapa, which is an aisle which is laced with decorated pillars. The temple has ground floor, first floor, and second floor. Both the above floors mimic the ground floor architecture. Now let's look at the vertical elements of the temple. The temple has the Pitha, that is the base, the Mandovar, the Shikhara, the Amlaka, Kalasha, and the Dvajastambha and the Dvaja. Pitha is the basement. It is carved with series of horizontal moldings of Kirtimukhas, Gajatharas, Ashwatharas, and Narathara. Janga is basically the outer wall of the Garbhagruha. It is also called as Mandovar and it is decorated with various sculptures. Somnath temple is Dvijanga, that means it has two-story Janga. The Shikara is 7-story tall and it symbolizes the Saptaloka. Amlaka is a segmented notched stone disc which sits on the top of the Shikara. It represents a lotus and thus a symbolic seat of the deity in the Garbhagruha, or it is a gateway to heaven. Kalasha is the highest point of the temple. Somnath temple Kalasha is made of 10 tons of sandstone and later on it was encased in the sheath of gold. Kalash is a symbol of the universe and also the symbol of the earth. Vishnu is situated in the mouth, Rudra in the throat, and Brahma is in the root. And in the middle, the goddess Shakti resides. Somnath temple has a saffron colored triangular dhwaja with Nandi and Trishul with Damru depicted on it. Both the Sabha Mandap and the Nritya Mandap has a superstructure over them, which is domical in shape and is called Samvarna. Now, we saw the temple, we saw its architectural elements, and briefly we touch upon what do they mean, right? Now, today, as we are going to talk about Janga and talk about temple, how it becomes an instrument for transcendence from human consciousness to divine consciousness, right? So let's talk about our journey from Pitha to Kalasha, our journey of manifested to the unmanifested. Now it is advised that before we take the darshan of the Lord in the Garbhagruha, we should do the pradikshina of the temple from outside. Therefore, pradikshina path is also provided in Somnath temple where the devotees can do the pradikshina. Now the temple is designed in such a way that our eyes move slowly upwards. So does our state of mind, which moves from sthula aspect of life towards the sukshma aspect of life and finally to the para. When we are doing the prediction of the temple from outside, we see the 4 purusharths as prescribed by our scriptures, that is dharma, artha, kama, moksha, all depicted at the lower level on the temple, that is on the Pitha and Kumbhi. And as we go higher on the vertical planes of the temple, that is Janga, we meet minor deities and major deities. We see deities like Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and their avatars and devis. And we also see minor deities like Devanganas, Dikpalas, and Vyalas. Now, when we look at all these deities, we realize that all these deities are nothing but one unmanifested reality, manifested as Somnath Mahadev Linga in the Garbhagruha. The movement upwards is both visual and symbolic. Now our eyes are directed to Shikhara, the symbolic of divine or celestial region, with the images of Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, Lord Brahma, and their Shaktis and Ashtadikpalas. The presence of the deities show that this region is a celestial region where the gods reside. Slowly but steadily, our mind is levitated from Sthul to Shushma aspect of the Parabrahman. The Shikhara of the temple is kept with Amlaka. Amlasara means pure. It is the architectural symbol of the celestial world, which is uncorrupt and pure. Now, our mind moves from Shukshma to Para state, wherein we perceive the reality which is beyond perception. Kalasha tops the Amlaka as the summit of the temple and symbolizes the absolute and the timeless principle beyond the repetition and reality. Lord Shiva is worshipped in the Linga form. Its presence in the temple represents the Brahman's personal, that is Saguna, that is with form aspect, the reality. On the other hand, the Kalasha on the top of the temple is not in the shape of any person, but it represents the attributeless Nirguna, that is without form aspect of reality. So, the Hindu imagery helps the devotee's ascent along the axis as we progress towards enlightenment, that is moksha or mukti, or the ultimate goal. Now, since our focus is going to be on Janga, let's study the Janga more minutely. Though the murtis are found in every part of the temple, the major profusion of the murtis is found on the Janga of the temple walls. Janga is that part of the prasada which is made of lateral projections and recesses. The wall is made of offsets and niches, which are carved with images. The images seem to protrude and then reset and to protrude again and recede horizontally, but also seems to go upwards into the space. The images on Janga are of Lord Shiva, his various forms, his Parivar Devatas like Lord Ganesha, Lord Kartike, Devi Parvati and her various forms, Lord Vishnu, his Dashavatharas, Lord Brahma, Lord Surya, and Adityas. They are all found on the Bhadra part of the Janga. And in the recesses, we find the images of Ashtadikpalas, they are the guardians of the 8 directions, Devanganas, Tapas, and Vyals. Now, as we circumambulate or do the pradakshina around a temple, our gazes meet with deity after deity unfolding themselves from every bend and corner of the Janga with their Abhay Mudra telling us, be fearless, I'm always with you. And with their Varada Hasta Mudra assuring us of their blessings and boons always. We as devotees know that the Ugra or Rudra images of the deities are there to assure us that the deity will protect us and destroy the evil that can harm us. Darshan of various forms of deities, one after the another, evokes a strong devotional feeling within us, and we realize that unmanifested manifests itself in various forms, but all is one. Slowly, the temple architecture levitates our ascent from Pitha to Mandor to Shikhara, Amlak, and finally the Kalasha, where the ultimate reality is present. We saw the temple as a whole is designed for the devotees to realize its true nature, which is Aham Brahmasmi, of which Janga plays a very important role. We also saw that Apsaras are present on the Janga along with the gods. So now let's find out who are these Apsaras? What are they doing on the Janga of the temple? Up means water and Sara means the dwelling. So Apsara means the ones who are moving in the water. Apsaras are also known as Surasundris, Devanganas, Alas Kanyas, Devalayanganas, and Madanikas. Apsaras are epitome of beauty. They are celestial semi-divine beings who are above the humans but below the gods. In Vedic literature, apsaras are often spoken of as frequenting lakes, forests, and and found on the banyan and sacred fig trees. Vayu Purana mentions them as Manas Kanya of Brahma. According to Bhagavad Purana, the apsaras emerge out of the churning of the ocean, draped with beautiful robes and golden necklaces. According to Natya Shastra, the apsaras are known as Natya Alankaras, created by the powerful Brahma from his mind, who was skillful in embellishing the drama and gave them over to Bharat Muni in performance. By the time the Puranas and the two epics were composed, apsaras had become the performing artists to the gods. They were the singers and dancers and courtesans, while the Gandharvas were the musicians. They are found in jungles, rivers, nature, valleys, mountains, and are also called as Jaladevta and Vanadevta. Apsaras are said to be able to travel in Tribhuvana. They are called Kamarupini because they can change their form as per their will. They are also called as Kamagamini, that is one who can travel as per their will. They are Chirtarudya, means they never get old. They, despite giving birth to the child, there is no impact on their bodies. Their bodies remain eternally beautiful. She is called Nav Taruni, means they are born young and do not have childhood and they never become old, sick, or ugly. They're supposed to be knowledgeable in all the 64 performing arts. Apsaras know the art of Shringarasas really well and they know how to adorn themselves with ornaments, makeup, hairstyles to make themselves look more attractive. They share in the very life of Indra's heaven as the wives of Gandharvas, but they are also promised as a reward to the heroes fallen in the battle when they are received in the paradise of Indra. They are rampantly depicted on the hero stones, receiving the fallen hero in the heaven. Now we saw what apsaras mean. Now let's find out what are the textual references we find about apsaras. So most of the treaties, architectural treaties, we find iconography of Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, and Shakti is well defined, but not much is talked about apsaras. Apsaras are mentioned in great details in the architectural treaties of Shilpa Prakasha and Shirarnav. Shilpa Prakasha mentions 16 types of apsaras, whereas Shirarnav mentions 32 types. Shirarnav gives detailed instructions about the iconographical details of 32 apsaras, where they should be placed, how many times they should be repeated, and with which Dikpala they should be posed with. Right? There are 32 apsaras mentioned, and they are Menika, Lilavati, Vidhichitra, Sundari, Shubhagamini, Hansavali, Sarvakala, Karpur Manjari, Padmini, Guda Shabda, so on and so forth. So you can see on the screen the various apsaras were described as to how they will stand, what will be their posture, what will be their hasta mudras, what ayuds they will be holding in their hand, right? So this is how they are depicted. Now let's see. After seeing this slide, let's see the apsaras on the Janga of Somnath temple. Now let's see, in Hinduism, the highest purpose of art is not in mere decoration, but in expression of ideas and sentiments which appeals to the mind and heart of the spectator. Indian art is a delectable mixture of mysticism, symbolism, and transcendentalism, where religion, art, and philosophy forms a trinity. There are two types of divine female powers. One, that the sacred female divine powers which are not easily accessible. And second, the semi-divine powers which are easily accessible. Apsaras, by the representation through the entire gamut of earthly feelings and emotions, are easily relatable and easily accessible to humans. According to the scholar Stella Cambridge, Devangna's first which means celestial beauty, is but one of the names and types in which the image of Shakti is carved on the walls of the temple. Shakti is energy, the primordial power and substance of the world. When Apsaras are depicted on the Janga of the temple, she represents the semi divine power of the Shakti, and due to their placements next to the divinity, we are going to call them Devanganas. On the Somnath temple Dvijanga, the Devanganas are placed on both the levels. They are shown standing on the Padmasana, that is, an oval shaped lotus base on which the divine and semi divine deities stand. Somnath Devanganas are depicted as young women who are tall, slim, with proportionate body and slender waist. They appear to be in the prime of the youth. The face is oval with sharp nose, lips are thin but well defined, eyes are large but downward looking. The hair is neatly groomed in various hairstyles. They appear to be scantily clad, but they are wearing tight fitting blouses and long dhotis. Profusion of ornaments are seen adorning different parts of Devangana sculptures from head to toes. The Janga of Somnath temple adorns itself with Devanganas of all types. Erotic ones, sensuous one, motherly, Viranganas, one with Raudra Roop and Shanta Roop. Now today I'm going to look at Devangana from 2 points of view. One, that is in the sculptural form with the conventional meaning given in the iconographical details. And secondly, and most importantly, the implied meaning behind the charming, alluring physical beauty Devangana as a symbol suggesting a higher transcendental phenomena and the intended spiritual meaning behind them. So now let's look at the message the Devanganas are trying to give us from the Janga. Temple as a Sri Yantra. The entire temple is conceived as the manifestation of the outgrowth of the icon. And very often, the ground plan of the temple is a mandala. Just as the Sri Chakra is the unfolding of the Bindu at the center, the temple is the outpouring or the expansion of the deity residing in the Garbhagruha. The temple as Sri Chakra employs the imagery of an all enveloping space and time issuing out of the womb. In case of Sri Chakra, the Bindu is a dimensionless and therefore imperceptible source of energy. The idol in the Garbhagruha represents the manifestation of that imperceptible energy. The Sri Chakra Upasaka too proceeds from outer Avran and passes through various routes and successive stages to reach the Bindu at the center of the chakra. Similarly, the devotees who enters the temple also passes through several layers and submits himself to the Lord in the Garbhagruha, the very representation of one cosmic principle. In Sri Yantra, the various positions are held by various goddesses or powers who are known as yoginis, the conjoined energies who does the work of the transcendental power, the Mahashakti. They are placed in the yantra in the hierarchy of positions, proceeding inwards and corresponding to an increasing secrecy and sacredness until the center is reached, where the supreme yogini is Mahashakti. Devanganas are the yoginis, the embodiment of power, force, and grace. They express themselves through various attributes, ayut and rasas, and are called akarshinis. As an Avran Devta or the surrounding deity, they attract the devotees to the temple. By the attraction in the outer circle, they satisfy the devotee's response to them so that the devotee can proceed to the inner sanctum with devotion. The devotee, both at the temple and Sri Chakra, moves from the gross to the subtle to the para. Now let's look at what else the Devanganas are trying to tell us. After the Pran Pratishtha of the deity is considered as a living entity and revered as the king of the universe. There are two types of rituals which are offered to the enshrined deity. One is Anga Bhoga and second is the Ranga Bhoga. What is Anga Bhoga? Anga Bhoga is which comforts the body of the deity. It is a private ceremony done in the Garbhagruha and it is done by the qualified priest who performs rituals like bathing the idol, adorning the god with clothes, changing the Yogya Pavitra, anointing with sandalwood paste, offering food, and lighting the lamp. The second is Ranga Bhoga. Ranga Bhoga is performed to please the deity and it is open to the public. The Ranga Bhoga includes dance, music, and recitation of religious scriptures. Indra Sabha is endowed with beautiful apsaras. So is the earthly abode of all the gods, the temple. The temples are also endowed with devanganas. Dancers and musicians thus played a very important role in the temple ritual. Zakaria al-Samani, a 13th century Persian traveler, wrote in his book Wonders of Creation about Somnath temple. He wrote, and I quote, 1,000 Brahmins were employed in worshipping the idol and attending on the visitors, and 500 damsels sang and danced at the door. All these were maintained upon the endowments of the temple. The dancers performed dance daily in front of the deity. Dance and music of the Devangnas was considered auspicious, and we find a mention of Devangnas having danced at the celebration of Lord Rama's marriage and at his coronation. Dance is a sacred art, and hence we find even the gods and goddesses' sculptures in dance poses. There are two types of dance forms depicted on the Janga of Somnath temple. One is the classical dance, and second is the non-classical dance. The dancing sculptures are sculpted as per the Natya Shastra. A favorite theme in sculpture is the disposition of limbs in different dance postures known as thanas, karnas, and angaras, and their permutation and combination form a pleasing motif of architecture. So you can see the classical dance being performed here. Now, apart from the classical dance, we also see non-classical form of dance. We see Devangnas dancing with swords, knives, daggers, and shields in their hands. This, this particular aspect tells us that temple is equally Daivik as well as Lokik. This kind of dances can be seen performed till date by various communities in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Music has also played a very important role in Hindu place of worship. It is known that the sound and musical instruments, along with Vedic chanting during the prayer, would enable the wandering mind of the devotees to focus on the worship rituals. We find four types of musical instruments depicted on the wall of Somnath temple. The wind instruments like bansi, bean, shehnai, and shankar. We also find the stringed instruments like tambura and veena. We also see metallic instruments like manjira and cymbals, and percussion instruments like mridanga. Mandova symbolizes the sukshma level of consciousness, and joy is the nature of God. And when the humans dance and play music, they are expressing joy through the dance and music, and they are connecting to the God whose nature is joy. That is Sat Chit Ananda. Shringara is one of the nine rasas usually translated as erotic love, romantic love, or an attraction of beauty. Much of the content of the traditional Indian art revolves around the relationship between a man and a woman. The primary emotion thus generated is Shringara. The romantic relation for the relationship between the individual and the divine. On Somnath temple, the Devangnas are shown in Shringari dress doing their makeup, wearing their jewelry, doing their hairstyles, or Shubhasini talking to a parrot. Now, of all these Devangas in Shringar Ras, there's one of the most important is the Darpana. Darpana is the lady with a mirror, one of the most important and frequent imageries of feminine beauty found in an Indian art. She is shown adjusting her ornaments, applying cosmetics, or generally admiring herself. The sculpture portrays the outward beautification of self to make oneself look more attractive. Now, when we look at it philosophically, Darpana or the mirror can be identified as the human soul, the conscience, which always wants to know what is my true nature. I have beautified my body, but am I only a body? Am I what I look like? This is metamorphically cleansed by entering the temple and concentrating upon the Parabrahman, where the devotees realizes that I am that I am. That is, God is within me. Aham Brahmasmi. After seeing the Devangnas in their self-indulgent and Shringaric Soumya Rupa, people are amazed and shocked to see the weapon-wielding Devangnas in the warrior poses. Virarasa is an embodiment of physical valor as well as the strength of character. The warrior Devangnas depicted on the Mandora of Somnath temple personifies strength, courage, and fear aspect of feminine power. They are shown holding sword, khadaga, khatwang, bow, and arrow. Shirano mentions Urvashi, where she's shown killing a man or a demon. Gauri, who is called Sinhamardini, she's shown killing a lion. And this is Ramba, who is shown with a dagger and is ready to kill the lion which is at her feet. Rodra Ras is also depicted on the Ganga of Somnath temple. Rodra Ras means extreme anger. This rasa is produced by fight, striking, cutting, mutilation, and piercing in an encounter. The Devanganas are the various forms of Mahashakti. We know that Devi Durga took a Rodra roop to kill the demon Mahisasur, and from there on she was called Mahishasur Mardani. Similarly, when we surrender ourselves to the divine, it protects us and destroys anything that can harm us. One of the most dynamic Devangna on the temple of Somnath is Marichika. She is shown aiming an arrow at a crouching animal. Marichika stands in a Samhar Mudra. The upper torso stretches and curves in a direction opposite to the bow, which is powerfully aimed at the crouching animal below. The expression of tension and the force is fully explored here. Now let's look at the another Rodra Devangana called as Shatrumardini. Shatrumardini is shown with a sword and a severed head of a demon in her hands. From both the Viraras and Rodraras, Devanganas, they indicate that before we take darshan of the Lord, we should behead our lower tendencies like Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, and Matsara, which prevents us from achieving our spiritual goals. Now let us look at the Devanganas who are trying to tell us how to take the darshan of Lord Mahadev in the Garbhagruha. It is said that when we visit God, Guru, and King, we should never go empty handed. Riktam hastam na gantavyam. The slok of Bhagavad Gita states that I shall accept if anyone worships me with leaves, flower, fruits, or water, with love and devotion. The Devanganas remind the devotees coming to the temple for darshan through the postures and the implements they hold in their hands, that they can offer water, flower, fruits, and leaves to the Lord as a symbol of their love and devotion. This is Dal Malika. She is shown with holding a branch with leaves. Bilva Patra is the most important ingredient in the worship of Lord Shiva. According to Jagadguru Sri Adi Shankaracharya, the trifoliate Bilva leaf signifies the Holy Trinity, Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Mahesh. Let's look at Padmagandha. Padmagandha Devangana is shown holding a flower in her hand. Lord Shiva is worshipped by offering Dhatura flowers, Akanda flowers, and blue lotuses. When we look at the Mahamrutyunjaya mantra, there also the supreme being is addressed as Sugandhim, or the fragrance of life, thus explaining the importance of flowers and their scents as the gift of the divine and the spiritual connection. Jaya Devangna is here shown with a pot of water. It is said that if you do not have fruit of flower to offer to the Lord, you can also offer water. Water in Hinduism is given paramount importance, and Devangnas are said to have emerged during the Samudra Manthan from the sea. Doing Abhishek of water and Shivlinga is considered very auspicious. Jaya is also saying that one should take bath before taking the darshan. In Hinduism, internal and external purity is both desirable for the darshana. Markata Cheshta. We can see a Devangna here, and we can see a monkey clinging to her thigh. The Devangna is very scared, and she's showing the fear on her face, and she's trying to shoo away the monkey by raising a hand. Now, this is a very interesting sculpture. What is it trying to tell us? Here, the monkey is metaphor used for the fickleness of human mind. The mind is fickle like a monkey, and it jumps from place to place, going after things, engaging itself in innumerable activities that disturbs the peace of mind. Just like the monkey, the mind will try to distract us with worldly pleasures to keep us away from our spiritual goals. So, we should be aware of it and control our mind and do not get distracted by it. Alas Kanya. Shilpa Prakasha mentions her as Alas Kanya, whereas Shiranav calls her Lilavati. Here, the Devangna is shown stretching herself in laziness. Presence of such sculptures amazes and confuses the spectators or the devotees. Alas Kanyas, as they are popularly known, are used to showcase the beautiful female form in its most tantalizing angle. Metamorphically, it means that efforts are divine, and without efforts, one can't achieve anything. On the path of salvation, the consistency and the persistency of the sadhana is required. One has to stay focused in the sadhana, and no alas or laziness should be allowed. Alas Kanya, therefore, is reinforcing the message to let go of anything holding us back from our chosen path of devotion. We see a beautiful sculpture of Shubhagamini. Shubhagamini Devangana is shown removing the thorn from her feet. Here we see a beautiful Devangana in the prime of her youth, decked in ornaments from head to toes. She seems to be in a hurry to go somewhere, maybe to meet her lover, but she had to stop to remove the thorn from her feet. The path to God is full of Maya, and Maya will entice us and throw us off the chosen path. This Devangana, Shubhagamini, through her action, is telling us that while going for the darshana of the Lord, one has to remove the thorn of Kama, Krodha, Matsara, Lobha, which are embedded in our consciousness. Let go of the lower human tendencies and raise your human consciousness to the higher frequencies of divine love. Here we see a beautiful sculpture of Putra Vallabha. Female as a mother is highly revered in Hinduism. The imagery of Putra Vallabha is most auspicious and pleasant, natural, and reveals a proud mother firmly holding her baby. The mother is lovingly holding a child with an expression of joy and contentment, and the child too hangs on to her and feels secure, safe in her embrace. The relationship between the devotee and the god is also like a mother and a child. God also protects, nourishes, and cares for the devotees like a mother. Putra Vallabha is telling the devotee that if we trust and submit ourselves to the Almighty, He will protect us and we'll have nothing to worry about. After seeing all these rasas, we finally come to the Shanta Rasa. This rasa is produced after fighting a physical or emotional war, of attaining the love or blessing of God by going on a path of self realization and achieving a sense of calm. After doing the pradikshina of the temple, the devotee's mind shifts from the Shringarik Devanganas to Veer and Rodra Devanganas to Jaya, Padmagandha, Dal Malika, Putra Vallabha, Shatru Mardini, Shubhagamini, and Alas Kanyas, which teaches the devotees the right way to take the darshana both physically and mentally. After contemplation on these Devanganas, the devotee's mind becomes calm and is lost in the devotion of the Lord. All the Dvanda youth which is going on in the mind due to the materialistic influences settles down and the mind becomes clear and becomes calm and is ready to take the darshan of the Lord in the Garbhagruha. Here we see a beautiful Devangana called as Chandravali in a Anjali Mudra. You can see the peace and calm on her face and she's lost in devotions. Therefore, to attain moksha, one has to distance from the worldly temptations. Now let us conclude for the day and just gather all the points. So what did we learn from Apsaras today? We learned that there is not a single element in the temple which is there without the intended purpose. Though we observe only the physical aspect of the art and architecture in the temple, we should train ourselves to go beyond the obvious and learn and understand the metamorphical and the spiritual meaning emerging out of their imagery. Struck on the physical beauty of Devangnas, the devotees are not able to comprehend the message she's trying to give. Devangna sculptures is but a symbol trying to convey a meaning both on the physical level as well as the transcendental level. Devangnas are conceptualized through their physical form and action to deliver the philosophical and spiritual message to the humans by their presence in the temple. Devangnas are not just the decorative element on the temple, but an important cosmic element layered with shushma or subtle messages for the devotees on their progression in the spiritual path. To summarize, the total Devangna imagery, we can perceive that as the devotees progresses from progresses uh, on his pradakshina of the temple, starting from the south to the west to the north and then to east, the Devagnas lead him from the sensual and the superficial, that is gross, like Shringar Rasa, to the level of introspection and cleansing, the subtle, like Darpana, and it finally culminates into the pure joy or peace, like Vinyasa. The beauty of Devangna is in her duality. The law of duality says that two exact opposite meanings is derived of the same thing. Devangana is amorous, yet she's auspicious. She's fleeting, yet rooted. She's akarshani, yet toshini. She's enduring, yet endearing. She's mugdha, yet a virangana. She's shringarik, yet a tapaswini. She's tangible, yet intangible. She's present at the gross level, yet she's one with the para. This is the shlok which is the essence of my presentation, which is Ekam Sata Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. That is, truth is one. The wise perceives it differently. For the God is one. The enlightened or the wise call him by different names. Jai Somnath, and thank you so much. With this, I end my presentation. It is said that the highest compliment anybody could pay is giving their time and attention. And that is the compliment I have received from you all audience who took your time out and gave me a patient listening. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू, बहुत सुंदर।
थैंक यू गुरुजी।
मैं तो देखते रह गया हूँ क्योंकि ये एक इतना गंभीर विषय है कि हम सब लोगों के लिए जानना जरूरी है। हम लोग आज मोबाइल के अलावा ज़्यादा जान ही क्या रहे हैं। उस पर जो परोसा जाता है हम लोग उस पर आंख मीच के विश्वास कर लेते हैं, लेकिन ये जिन पे हमारी सांस्कृतिक तत्व, ये सांस्कृतिक प्रतिनिधि हैं, ये सेमी डिवाइन या देवता जिसको हम उपदेवता या उन वर्गों में शामिल करते हैं जहाँ से हमारी बहुत सारी संस्कृति की कथाएं शुरू होती है। मैं बात कुछ आगे और शुरू करूंगा, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं चाहूँगा कि जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेशन या जो साथ है, मैं देख रहा था कि यदि आने वाले और जाने वालों को भी मैं गिनता जाऊं तो लगभग 50 जने हमारे बीच, ये बड़े मतलब अच्छा नंबर है, क्योंकि परसों हम लोग थे तब हमारे पास 20, 30, 22, 25 के अलावा, लेकिन ये बड़ी संख्या है। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि इस विषय को लोग जानना चाहते हैं। तो मैं तो एक तो तुम्हें मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, और दूसरा ये सबसे अनुरोध करता हूँ कि यदि किसी का कोई प्रश्न इस व्याख्यान से संबंधित हो तो वो कीजिएगा, फिर मैं अपनी बात कहता हूँ। जी
Dr. Anita.
Yes, Dr. Suresh.
You see, even you will find all these apsaras during Vijayanagar period as well as Vaisala period, and even in Khajuraho also you will find plenty of apsaras.
Yes, sir.
I think you must have noticed it and seen photographs.
Yes, sir.
I have written on Kandariya Mahadeva temple.
Okay.
Particularly with especially Apsaras, I have written a book. I will send you one book to you.
Grateful, sir. Gratitude. Thank you, sir.
Very beautiful talk.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Means a lot to me, sir.
Congratulations.
Dr. Anita, this is Dr. Shivakant Bajpayee, Superintending Archaeological Survey of India, Jabalpur Circle.
Yes,
Firstly,
sir.
I congratulate to your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And one my queries, I think some archaeological excavation has been conducted in and around of the Somnath temple.
Yes,
if
sir.
you have some idea, kindly enlighten us, please.
So there are a lot of excavation that have happened, and a lot of marine excavation also have happened. But currently, I don't have that information with me, but surely I'll share it with you.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
जी, और
Anita,
कोई?
kindly tell about the museum which you have set up. You guys have set up in near around Somnath.
Yes, sir. Uh,
अंकेश जी
it's a
नमस्कार।
sir, the museum is called Somnath Temple Architecture Museum, and basically the artifacts of the old Somnath temples are kept over there. Now the khasiyat or the highlight of this particular museum is that each and every architectural element of the temple, it is displayed with the information giving as to why that element is called what it's called, what is its architectural purpose, as well as what is the symbolic meaning behind it. So if the gods are in mudras, so each and every mudra is explained. If the god is standing, so what is Alidha mudra? What is Samabhaga position or Tribhanga, Atibhanga? What are the different kind of jewelries which is worn by the deities? Each and every jewelry is identified and illustrated with names. So various hairstyles. No, it has gone into minute details. This is the result why many higher up authorities from the government museum and archaeology has visited, and they have highly appreciated this museum. And so because of this museum, we got the idea. We realized that we are qualified as an Indologist to understand the meaning behind every symbol of architecture, but the common people do not. And that is the precise reason why we wrote this book. So this book will tell us what is a murti. Not many people know. They know there's a murti, but what is the idea behind the murti? And what are the different kinds of murtis? To house the murti, a temple was made. So what are the different kinds of temple? What is Somnath temple? Each and every architectural element is explained with the symbolic meaning, how to take darshana, what to do while taking darshana, and how the whole temple is designed as a cosmic Purush. So we have covered the ancient history of Somnath, how the new Somnath temple came into being, and all the current activities that are happening over there. Is there any other query? So if there's no query, I like to thank and give my deepest regards and naman to Dr. Jugnu, who is my guru and a mentor. Thank you so much, Guruji, for agreeing to chair this session. It's a big honor to me. I'm really grateful. Dr. Divedi, thank you so much. And my special thanks goes out to Dr. Skand Mishra ji, whom I have troubled a lot of times with various queries, and he has patiently answered all my queries. And I wonder how he's managing the whole show of, coordination is such a tedious and thankless job. Mishra ji, thank you so much for inviting me to give my talk over here. And God bless you. And thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me.
एक अच्छे पेपर के लिए, एक अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए बहुत सारा धन्यवाद। मुझे तो वो एक संस्मरण याद आ गया कि सोमनाथ पर तुमने पर्चा पढ़ा है, और सोमनाथ के लिए भारत में जो सहिष्णुता है ना, सहिष्णुता और सहिष्णुता भारतीय संस्कृति के लिए, भारतीय संस्कृति के प्राण तत्व के लिए किसी पानी से कम नहीं। सोम उसका नाम। वहाँ जब राजा कुमारपाल के साथ हेमचंद्राचार्य गए थे तो एक बहुत सुंदर बात कही थी सहिष्णुता के अर्थ में कि भव बीजांकुर जनना रागाध्या क्षय मुपागता यस्य ब्रह्मा वार विष्णुर वा हरोर जिनोर वा नमस्तस्मै। इसका बहुत सुंदर अर्थ वासुदेव अग्रवाल ने किया है कि संसार रूपी बीज के अंकुर को हरा करने वाले, जिसके राग द्वेष विकार मिट चुके हैं, मेरा प्रणाम उसके लिए है। फिर वह ब्रह्मा हो, विष्णु हो, शिव हो या तीर्थंकर, इनमें से कोई भी क्यों न हो। जब पर्चा पढ़ रही थी तब मुझे ये अनुभव हो रहा था कि भारतीय संस्कृति के नियामक मैं सूत्रधारों को संस्कृति के तत्वों की खोज करने वाला कहता हूं। संस्कृति में क्या तत्व है और वो प्रकट कैसे हो सकता है, नियम सब है, लेकिन उस नियम को सबसे पहले कौन नियमित करके हम लोगों के सामने एक निश्चित परिभाषा में प्रस्तुत करता है, तो हम उसको इन्वेंशन करता कह देते हैं, खोजक कह देते हैं, आविष्कारक कह देते हैं। वैसे ही सारे ही सूत्रधार, शिल्पकार इस संस्कृति के तत्वों के वैज्ञानिक रूप से खोज करता है। इन्होंने निर्गुण कहो चाहे सगुण साकार कहो, उन सब तत्वों को हम लोगों के सामने साकार किया है मंदिर के रूप, देवालय के रूप। जो कुछ वेदों में जो कुछ धारणा हम लोगों के सामने आती है, उन सब को तत्वतः विभाजित या विनियोजित करके हम लोगों के सामने जिन मूर्तिमान किया है कि कितना बड़ा देवालय। एक मैं तो देवालय को ये कहता हूँ कि यदि कोई मनुष्य गढ़ सकता है तो गढ़ सकता है, लेकिन देवालय नहीं गढ़ सकता। उसके लिए कितना बड़ा, इसीलिए हमने उनको विश्वकर्मा कहा है। हमारे पास कितने इतने इंस्क्रिप्शंस जिनमें सूत्रधार को विश्वकर्मा रूप कहा है। यदि कोई विश्वकर्मा, आज जैसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन जिस विश्वकर्मा ने मंदिर बनाया है, अब देखिए, तुम जब पढ़ रही थी तब मैं उन सब बातों को खोज रहा था और सोच रहा था कि मंदिर में राजा की मूर्ति लगे न लगे, सूत्रधार की मूर्ति लगे। खजुराहो का कितना सुंदर मंदिर है, कोणार्क के कितने सुंदर मंदिर है, या सोमनाथ, गुजरात तो पूरे बेल्ट आ गया है, राजस्थान भी उसे लगा वही है। राजस्थान तो चालुक्यों के अधीन ही रहा मैक्सिमम। तो देखिए कि वहां भी सब सूत्रधारों ने अपने सिग्नेचर किए हैं और लिखा है इस सन में ये सूत्रधार ने ये मंदिर बनाया। मंदिर के नामकरण का श्रेय उनको, मंदिर की परिकल्पना का श्रेय उनको, और उन सब लोगों ने इस मंदिर को महिमामय किया। जिनमें से जो जल तत्व है वो अप्सराएं। ये अप्सराएं इसलिए है, जहां भी पानी मिल मिला के, मैंने एक दिन एक परिभाषा में इस बात को कहा था, ये जो सौंदर्य है ना, सौंदर्य का सबसे बड़ा सार जल है। जल से सारी सृष्टि की उत्पत्ति की जो हम कथाएं पढ़ते हैं, जल सलील से सर है। ये जो मैं कुछ बात एक कह रहा हूँ, इस पूरे सलील का जो सार है वो अप्सरा है। सौंदर्य में जो लावण्य है समुद्र के जल का, कोई ज्यादा ही गोरा ना हो जाए, ज्यादा ही काला ना हो जाए, जो एक बैलेंस सत्व है अप्सरा। ये अप्सराएं कितना सुंदर पारिभाषिक विन्यास हमारे सामने अगस्त्य करते हैं कि माँ उर्वशी और वो मछलियों को, वशिष्ठ को, मछलियां सुंदर क्यों हैं? वशिष्ठ, अगस्त, कुंभज हो गए। मुझे कुछ लगता है भारतीय संस्कृति ने इन सब तत्वों को नियोजित करके, दो ग्रंथ हमारे पास मुख्य हैं, शिल्प प्रकाश, क्षीरार्णव, जिनके आधार पर तुमने अपना ये पर्चा रखा, वो नारद पृच्छा है। और इतनी सुंदर ढंग से मंजू घोषा की परिभाषा हो, चाहे नुपुर पद्मिनी की परिभाषा हो, चाहे शिशु क्रोड़ा हो, चाहे सद्य स्नाता हो, ये वो हैं जो हमारी लोक जीवन के भी हमारे अंग, हम लोग रोज देखते हैं या नहीं देखते हैं, लेकिन मंदिरों के आकर्षण के लिए, मंदिरों में जिसको तुमने कहा कि वो स्थूल से सूक्ष्म की ओर यात्रा करते हैं, सच में मंदिर जिस यज्ञ संस्कृति के उत्तर काल में मंदिर के रूप में हमारी संस्कृति जीवंत होती है, उसमें अनेक स्तरों में, खासतौर से जंगा भाग में जो तुमने कहा, एक महत्वपूर्ण सोपान या सौंदर्य के हेतु हो के अप्सराएं हमारे बीच आती है। लोग उसको देखते ही रहते, शब्द नहीं जानते हैं। कितने लोग हैं जो उन प्रॉपर शब्दों को जानते हैं, नहीं जानते। ये ग्रंथ जिनके तुमने उद्धरण दिए, ये हम सब लोगों के लिए देखने के योग्य हैं। मैं तो सौभाग्यशाली इसलिए हूँ कि रोज़ इन शब्दों में उलझा रहता हूँ, रोज़ देखता रहता हूँ, लेकिन ये महत्वपूर्ण जो स्थूल से सूक्ष्म की तुमने यात्राएं करवाई, मुझे लगा कि ये जो सब संदर्भ हैं वो हमें प्रपंच सार तत्वम या पंचीकरण या दूसरे जो भी ग्रंथ हैं जिनमें लगभग ये आ जाते हैं। सौंदर्य लहरी मुझे याद आया। मैं बहुत सारा धन्यवाद देता हूँ और मुझे इस सेशन में शेयर करने का जो एक अवसर दिया, मैं स्कंद मिश्रा जी का भी, रेवा यूनिवर्सिटी का भी, उच्च शिक्षा मध्य प्रदेश उच्च शिक्षा विभाग का भी सबका आभार मानता हूँ। अनिता को बहुत सारे आयोजनों में आना चाहिए। ये जो प्रतिभा थी, इस विषय पर तुम्हारा कमांड था, मैंने देखा है। हम इस बात को आगे पहुंचाना चाहेंगे। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद। अलकेश जी का स्वागत कर रहा हूँ। अलकेश जी का स्वागत करता हूँ मैं।
जो अनिता जी आए
ऑल द बेस्ट अलकेश भाई।
खींच के लाए सर उनको।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अनिता। बहुत ही बढ़िया आपने व्याख्यान यहाँ पर सोमनाथ मंदिर पर दिया। एक्चुअली मैं काफी दिन पहले सोमनाथ गया हुआ था, लेकिन आज नए तरीके से आपने सोमनाथ मंदिर का दर्शन कराया यहाँ पर, और मैं आदरणीय जुगनू साहब का वो धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस वेबिनार में अपना समय निकाला और सेशन को शेयर किया, बहुत सी अपनी बातें भी बताई, शेयर की यहाँ पे महत्वपूर्ण बातें। एक्चुअली क्या मंदिरों में हर जगह जो पहले के मंदिर हैं उनमें आख्यान बहुत ही अच्छे हैं। अब ये है कि कुछ हम लोग उससे दूर हो गए समझने में, और जब कोई समझाता है तो निश्चित रूप से सबकी उत्कंठा होती है कि हम इस बात को समझें। ये है कि अब समझाने वाले भी कम हैं और समय की के कारण जो है लोग समझने में भी उतना समय नहीं दे पाते हैं। लेकिन बहुत अच्छा आपने ये उत्कृष्ट टॉक थी हमारे वेबिनार की, और इसके पहले भी बहुत अच्छी टॉक हुई हैं, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि ये बहुत ही उम्दा टॉक थी और आपने इसको बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से दिया है। और सोमनाथ को जिनने भी देखा है और जो भी आगे देखेंगे YouTube के माध्यम से, अभी हम इसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे हर जगह अपने हायर एजुकेशन में भी और भी लोगों को, तो उसको हम क्या ग्रंथ को या जो भी है इसमें हम छिपाते नहीं हैं, उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रसार करते हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से ये एक नया अध्याय होगा विषय का आपके द्वारा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी को। और हमारे सीनियर, देखिए इसको सुनने के लिए डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर KM सुरेश साहब जो हम्पी विश्वविद्यालय के प्राध्यापक रहे हैं और वहाँ के डायरेक्टर रहे हैं, जाने माने आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं। हमारे मध्य प्रदेश शासन से भी आदरणीय भुवन विक्रमा जी, वाजपेयी जी, सभी लोग जो है वो जुड़े। निश्चित रूप से विषय ऐसा था और सबकी उत्कंठा थी कि हम इसको सुने, और उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में भी समय निकाला, और हम धन्यवाद देते हैं उन लोगों को भी। और एक बार पुनः अपने संस्था की ओर से, मध्य प्रदेश उच्च शिक्षा विभाग की ओर से मैं सभी को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। अगला सेशन भी महत्वपूर्ण है। वो कहते हैं गुरु गोविंद दोऊ खड़े काके लागू पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपनो गोविंदियो बताए। तो अलकेश जी ने हमको अनीता जी के बारे में बताया था, तो उनका भी महत्व इस टॉक के लिए, और जो खुद दे रहे हैं आगे जस्ट ये टॉक होने जा रही है और बहुत ही अच्छा विषय है। वो भी गजलक्ष्मी पर है। और मैं सबसे पहले स्वागत करता हूं मिस्टर अलकेश जवेरी न्यू जर्सी यूएसए से हैं, मेंबर ऑफ हेरिटेज फाउंडेशन जलगांव और गुजरात से नेटिव हैं, गुजरात इनका नेटिव प्लेस रहा है। तो और सेशन की चेयरपर्सन द प्लीच इंडिया फाउंडेशन हैदराबाद। शिवनागी सर.
Sir, namaste, Mishra sir, namaste.
Welcome sir.
I am traveling from Vijayawada to Hyderabad.
Dr. Shivnagi Reddy sir,
Namaste.
please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker Alkesh Javeri sir.
Yeah, sir, good afternoon, all the respected scholars. First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor S.K. Misraji, convener, national webinar on not only national parks but also on heritage precincts. And he has been taking a lot of pains in organizing national webinar series. We have all enjoyed a lot of the previous webinars. Now, now I think we have Dr. Pratap Chandran, Assistant Professor, MS University, Baroda as co-chairperson. Then I welcome him. And Professor Alkesh Javeri ji, we all know that...
Sir, no professor.
No, yes, sir, you are more than a professor.
I am not a professor, sir.
Yes, Alkesh ji, I think most of our Stapati Stapati talks and many seminars on Indology, his presence, architecture, and his active participation. For that, I am extremely happy to see once again Alkesh ji on this national webinar. Sir, we welcome you with great respect. On behalf of S.K. Misra ji, on behalf of our Vice President Pratap Chandran ji, and on behalf of our learned scholars who are present here. So, I think may I request the co-chairperson Dr. Pratap Chandran to present the CV of Alkesh ji. Before he makes a presentation on a wonderful topic, Journey of Goddess Gajalakshmi through millennia over Pan India. Yes, there are people or scholars who are known for their expertise in one specialization. That is, Javeri ji has a lot of collection on the image and the paintings and other curios on Gajalakshmi. We all are aware of the fact that earliest Gajalakshmi panels come from one of the railing panels of what we call Barhut Stupa, and there is a continuity of journey. So later now in the early historic and later historic periods, we see on the Lalat Bimba of the temples and many more. Even if you go to Ellora, you have a very beautiful Gajalakshmi sculpture. Like that, I am not going into the details, rather than waiting to enjoy the illustrious talk by Alkesh Javeri ji. Sir.
Pranam, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, pranam.
Thanks for giving me time while traveling.
Sir, no, it is our, otherwise I could have missed it. Sir. Sir, Mishra sir, is our Pratap Chandran ji is available? Hello?
हाँ, चंदर जी सर नहीं है, not available sir. Please present his introduction of Mr. Alkesh Javeri. You have his biodata?
But I do not have that details on Alkesh ji, sir.
I would do on my behalf.
Kindly,
sir.
kindly.
You are traveling, so no problem for me.
Kindly brief on yourself.
And you have already introduced me before in your start set, so it's not a very.
Sir. Kindly give a details for the benefit of the other participants, sir.
Okay. In a very brief,
Yes, sir.
I would say
Sir,
about
sir, very
myself.
kind of you.
अंकेश जी आप टॉक स्टार्ट करिए, उसके बाद हम यहाँ वो करते हैं, हम भेजते हैं सर के पास, भुवन सर के पास भेजते हैं, वो
कोई
प्रेजेंट
बात नहीं,
करेंगे।
कोई बात नहीं सर। एक मिनट मेरा स्क्रीन शेयर कर लेता हूँ आप लोगों से।
हाँ
स्क्रीन विजिबल हो तो बता दीजिएगा प्लीज।
हाँ,
इज इट विजिबल?
यस सर,
ओके,
विजुअल है। हाँ
ओके, गिव मी सेकंड। So good day everybody. This is Alkesh from United States representing my paper at National Webinar 22-23 series on Gajalakshmi, on journey of Gajalakshmi through millennia. I am not a very great scholar, so it would be difficult to say more stuff about Indology or archaeology or something. This journey started with a collection of the object, the Gajalakshmi picture, when my mother used to tell me some stories about Gajalakshmi and I used to listen to her. तो उस समय जब हम when I was listening to the story, I always had this image in my mind, and the main image was of Mangal Kamini Mata from West Bengal, where Gajalakshmi, the goddess Lakshmi, showed playing with elephants in that story. So that extended me, and this is the first sculpture I saw that is from Maharashtra. Then I started collecting these pictures, and this picture started my journey through millennia. And when I started collecting all these pictures, I found that this image has taken a long story. Long story starts beyond BC and is extending now also with various people. So this is our Kuldevi's temple. She is also a Gajalakshmi, and she is stationed at Binmal in Rajasthan. The beauty of this sculpture is Gajalakshmi is holding has two hands. In one hand, she has a flower. The other hand is in separate mudra, and she is annotated by 4 elephants. 4 हाथी उनकी सेवा में है. तो गजलक्ष्मी का कॉन्सेप्ट ये होता है कि अगर लक्ष्मी है और उनके साथ हाथी है तो उसको गजलक्ष्मी बोला जाता है, नहीं कि लक्ष्मी सिर्फ उनके ऊपर जब अभिषेक करते हैं, अगर वो अभिषेक करती है तो उसे अभिषेक लक्ष्मी कहते हैं. सो व्हेन शी इज एनोनेटेड and lusted by water, she is Abhishek Lakshmi, but with presence of elephant, she is only a Gaja Lakshmi. And this Devi, ये एक सोचना कि if you see everywhere, you will see Ganesh. Right now, Ganesh festival is going on, so we will see that everywhere is Ganesha. But this Devi has already sorry. This Devi is prayed in all the religions of Hindu. So Brahmanical, Buddhist, and Jains, as Manjari Bhalerao told a couple of days back. The main nature of Lakshmi is Lakshmi. Haji? Hello? The Gajalakshmi is since past, and she's तो गजलक्ष्मी को हम सबसे पहला उसका लिटरेरी रेफरेंस देखते हैं, वो है ऋग्वेद के श्री सूक्ता में, जहां उन्हें पद्मों के साथ बताया गया है. पद्मिनी जो लोटस के पास होती है, पद्म सीता जो कमल के अंदर रहती है, पद्म वर्णा जिनका रंग पद्म जैसा है, पद्म संभवा जो लोटस से आई है, और कभी कभी उसे पद्माक्षी भी कहते हैं जिसकी आंखें भी कमल जैसी है. उनको वो बताया गया है कि लक्ष्मी इज कंसिडर्ड एज कॉन्फरर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी, रिचेस, स्प्लेंडर, फेम, लॉन्ग long life and offspring. So Lakshmi is not a goddess. Goddess is a metaphor which has been later became a part as an idol. But she gives you all things, जिसको आज के दौर में इकोनॉमिक्स या डेवलपमेंट कहा जाता है. अब जब लक्ष्मी की बात होती है तो एक जगह ये दो इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है. जो एक है भैरुत स्तूपा का, जो अभी मिस्टर शिवांगी रेड्डी सर ने कहा कि जहाँ वो फर्स्ट हमें दिखी, और दूसरा ये आंध्र प्रदेश में दिखी थी जिसके सिल में उनको देखा गया था. So these are two places from where her first iconic representation you see. You see her for the first time in iconically कि यहाँ पे गजलक्ष्मी है. उसके बाद उससे पहले होता the Lakshmi मूर्तिज were made, but they were made on perishable material. Or Sikotra Mata, we say, on the name of which there is another island called as Scortia. And this is one of the great paintings by, I think, Ravi Verma. This motif became so much of famous that it was taken. Not only Lakshmi was represented, but here you see other gods are also represented in Abhishek mode. This is Shiva, Shivlingam, and this is Ganesha. There are many also forms, but it's very difficult to get everything in one slide. And it's difficult to warehouse the collection when we are working all around. So I have just tried to get 3 of them. I have many, but we will take another time. We will put in the present sheet too. So now as we say the Gajalakshmi, she is composed of 2 words, Gaja, elephants, and Nagas, the clouds. So she was metamorphed with the clouds. जो बारिश की बरसात के क्लाउड होता है, उसकी भी एक स्टोरी है. अगर टाइम रहा प्रेजेंटेशन में तो I would tell about that Amarjal story, but if not, we will continue the presentation right now, and then in the end I will tell about this Gajalakshmi story too. So here you see she is with 1 elephant. Here you see with her 3 elephants, 2 elephants, and this is the one I am talking about. ये जो मंदिर है उज्जैन में है, जिसको गजलक्ष्मी मंदिर कहा जाता है, जहाँ गजलक्ष्मी माता की पूजा होती है, और उसमें गजलक्ष्मी का आप जो देखते हैं वो लेंटिल पे या ललित बिंब पे वैसी गजलक्ष्मी नहीं है, वो हाथी के ऊपर सवार है. So Gajalakshmi is with 1 elephant, 2 elephants, or more than 2 elephants. So we will see various images over here because we are just journeying with Gajalakshmi. And with the popularity, it has caused the Silk Route also. So on every places of the Silk Route, you will find Gajalakshmi. And it is also followed by various religions who were in a merchant community. So they were Jains, they were Buddhists, they were Hindus or Brahmanicals, whatever you say. And her journey continues over. So when she is presented, with one elephant in various asanas. Here you can see in one of the paintings. Here you can see excellent. Here is in a woodwork with other gods, and here she is sitting. And you see the elephants are not annotating her, but elephants are on her side by side. So all over India, when you move around, you will find various icons of Gajalakshmi. So let's see some elder. These are some seals which were found of Gajalakshmi. This is one in the Bihar Museum. This is Mathura Museum. This is in Los Angeles Museum, where she is standing in standing position. Now here we say all the murtis are in standing position, whether they are broken or not broken. But later on, with the development of sculpture art, this slowly started make her in sitting position also in various asanas. And so these are all seals where the Gajalakshmi is standing. Even if you see Lakshmi in coins, I have included few Lakshmi coins because Gajalakshmi, if you say, without Lakshmi, we cannot move further for Gajalakshmi. So we have to include the coins of Lakshmi. So here we see various coins, how the Lakshmi has traveled on various coins. This is from Sri Lanka. This is one of the most famous coins of Azilius, on which Lakshmi is shown in standing position. So this was a combination of Indian and Greek god. So how long that has traveled, that which shows. These are the coins from Sri Lanka. This is from Sri Lanka. This I don't know which coin, but it's a Gajalakshmi coin. Some friends sent me. This is again from Sri Lanka. And this also a friend has sent me, but he hasn't given me the details. So some people who just collect, and they are also in search of details of various things. So when we don't get information, it's not that we would know. And these are two coins of Lakshmi during the Gupta period. This is the same slide in Hindi. So here you see Lakshmi on a full bloom lotus. Here you see Lakshmi in a standing position. Here you see Lakshmi again annotated by elephant. On the coin is from someplace exactly. The name is also on the slide. You guys can see it. And this is a plate of Lakshmi. So it is not only she is on coins. You can find her on plate also. What is Lakshmi now? Or what is a Gaja Lakshmi? She has 5 things. She is energy. She is nature. She is grace. She is celebration, kirti. She is success. And at the end, she is Maya, who creates and destroys. She also marks the sign of beauty, power, prosperity, luck. And she is not only the wife of Vishnu. In many places they say, oh, ye Vishnu ki patni hai aur ye unka hai. No, she is power of all the gods. All the male gods have the power in form of Shakti as a female. So it's the Shastras have balanced all the gods. They haven't given each one a single power. Like electron, any material has electrons and protons. And then only it can stay in the stable state. So to make this world in a stable stage, everybody was given concert. And all those concerts which are with you or with us are Lakshmis. Sometimes she is also represented with Purna Kumbha. Many times they don't draw a whole Lakshmi, but it is. Now here if you see this image, where is Gaj? You don't see Gaj. Here this is a very famous painting by a very famous artist, Keshav sir. Here is Gaj. So she is with Gaja. She is with Kamdanu. And here Lakshmi. So all this say Prakriti, nature, Kirti, celebration, success, everything comes within these three things. Now, many times in many papers, it has been described that she is part of Ashtalakshmi. However, some scholars do opine that she is not part of Ashtalakshmi, but she is a separate. Ashtalakshmi concept was later came in. So if you see Ashtalakshmi, there are 8 forms of Lakshmi, means 8 different ways the Lakshmi can come to you. Adi Lakshmi, who creates, Sanatan Lakshmi, who gives you pregnancy, means who gives you birth. Shubha Lakshmi, who gives you well-being. Dhan, who gives you wealth. Now, wealth doesn't mean only money. We have to always keep in mind. She is not an ATM who gives out money. She gives you riches, energy, success, glory, and on all of top, if you get everything, she is Mahalakshmi. She survives you as a Mahalakshmi. Sometimes also in certain places I have seen in some of the panels that she is also presented with Sapta Matrukas and other Matrukas. But no, she has her own identity, where you can see here. Here there are Matrukas or sometimes some 7 planets, but Lakshmi is put separately over here on the lentils or on the side. She never is a part of it. Here we see some beautiful Gajalakshmis. Now this is on the mask. So whenever somebody is doing a dance, she is carrying Gajalakshmi on her head to show his kirti. Here Gajalakshmi is in a standing position. Here is another beautiful Lakshmi with 2 elephants. Here is a painting of Lakshmi. This is a painting. So you can see the difference in the way the Lakshmi is over here. Lakshmi is over here and Lakshmi is there. These are from different ages. All the murtis are from different ages. This is one from Kashi. I have a question for all the scholars. In Kashi, there is a temple called Mangala temple where there is a Gajalakshmi. So if anybody goes to Kashi, please find that image for me. And she is not only like at a one stage, she was considered as the similar god. This is one. Here she is on one of the Gupta or Kausambi coin. Here is on lead coin of Sattavahana. This image is a beauty, very much beauty. And where is she found from? Where this image is found from? You will be surprised. This is in Bangladesh Museum. I have many, like couple of images from Bangladesh Museum too, but this is one of them. Many times she is shown with lions also. So here, if you see all of them, you will see all this have a lion on the side. And I think in the last seminar, somebody told long back that lions used to extend from Iran all the way up to West Bengal. So it's very important that this lion must have come into iconography of the sculptures. And they have united him. Gajalakshmi, this is a Gajalakshmi, and this is lion with her. Also, whatever the sculptures are found from Kashmir, you always see she is with lions. So why this happened, how this happened is again a question of research work. But her presence with lion is very well being established. Maybe some say, oh, she is Durga. Yes, if we consider Durga, she is also Shakti, but main thing is why Gajalakshmi formed with Durga. This is again a research question. So this is in one of the forts of Kalinjas. Here you can see lion clearly on her side. Most of people say Gajalakshmi is compared with Kirti. Sorry guys. Gajalakshmi is compared with Kirti. Shit, 1 second. My slide are running up, okay? My mouse is not giving me good. To most, the Gajalakshmi is used to be with comparison of Kirti. Kirti is when you win a war, and when you are victorious, you get Kirti. So this Kirti sculpture started, the king started making her as a Kirti sculpture, and later on they also put her over in the temples. So we notice Gajalakshmi in various places, not at one place. In the temple sanctum, where we pray, on the Lalit beams of the temple, on the walls of temple, in the niches of the temple. But mostly nowadays, later stage, it became that she was always worshipped on Lalit Bimba only. And many temples of the South Indian, you will see that when you move around the temples, it's almost like so many Gajalakshmis all over on all the late niches and Lalit Bimbs. So the state of South India, I don't know what happened in North India and why the Gajalakshmi sculpture diminished in that area. But if we think she is existing in southern temples, there should be some that it must be existing in northern temples too. But due to so many attacks and plain structure, the plain Gangetic plain structure, those may have gone with that, and easily available statues may have been broken. I don't know, but we will see. It's also a question of research. So in the South India, even in temples, even in houses, also they have a Gajalakshmi. Here you see it's in one of the houses. This is palace. This is a house. This is again a palace. This is from Kashmir. This is from Cambodia. Gajalakshmi in Sri Lanka. This is on a small pillar, very small pillar. It may be 2.5 centimeter size. This one is in Seychelles island, where the Indians have carried their culture down. This is again in one in Mathura Museum, where she is in standing position. And it has been used by Jain sculptures also. It's not that only Hindus, Brahminical sculptures used her, but also Jains used her very much, and also Buddhists use them. So she is power. What is then? She is represents values. She also represents values. Was affluence, development, fame, victory, and sovereignty. जैसे आज भी किसी के पास बहुत पैसा है और बहुत स्थापित आदमी होगा तो बोलेंगे लक्ष्मी जी की इनके ऊपर कृपा है या गजलक्ष्मी की कृपा है इनके ऊपर. बाद में गजलक्ष्मी वर्ड निकल गया, लेकिन लक्ष्मी साथ में रही है. And it's over the centuries. Nowadays we carry mobiles and have a picture of our gods with us. Back in this day, on those days, the travelers, the merchants, the seafaring communities, they did not have. So they used to carry this kind of small Lakshmis made of terracotta. And they will pray every day to her. So this is a very small, hardly it's like 2 centimeter object. Even in the slide also, it's not that big. So this is one of the images. This is on the temple. This is cut in the wood. Here are some famous ones. Let me see. This is one terracotta found from Uttar Pradesh, and it is in the Los Angeles Museum. This is again terracotta from Chandraketu Gruhi. This is in Kathmandu. So Gajalakshmi sculpture was already in Nepal too, and Nepal was part of India. We should not forget. That's why I have taken my topic as a span over pan India. Because always we see the current India, we don't see the previous India. So this is a part of the pan Indian culture. And she is on various temples. So this is on the various temples of various places. This is on one of the houses. I already told you guys that it's on not only in palace, but she's in the houses too. So here she's in temple. Most of them are on the Lalit beams. This is from Surya Temple in Kutch, Gujarat. This is in a house in Morbi. This is again in one of the temples. The god is different, but still Gajalakshmi is on the top of him. The temple may be Shiva temple may be Vishnu temple, or any, but the top is Gajalakshmi. This is one temple in Orissa too. Here we can see various Gajalakshmi. Now here, as I said, that she is found in sanctum. So in various temples in Tamil Nadu, if you travel, in most of the temples you will find her as a separate shrine. And many friends, when I ask for the pictures from different temples, they say that according to the agamas, they cannot take photographs at many places. So from some places where they can take the photographs, they have sent me the photographs, but I don't have photographs from all the temples. So this is from Tamil Nadu. This is again from Tamil Nadu. This is Meenakshi Mandir. This is somewhere in Tamil Nadu. Temple looks very old, but the Lakshmi image is a little bit blurred, but it's very good. This is from Orissa. This is again in somewhere in Tamil Nadu. Here this is from Konark temple, and she's in the axis of the Surya Ratha. So as I said, she's a very important deity. Very important deity. She is also found in various places like Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and every place, every state in India, you will find at least one. Only thing I have not found is from Punjab, but I would suggest any person who is listening to my lecture, if they find any Gajalakshmi in Punjab area, please share it to me. So she has traveled into various regions of India, like, and with the seafaring communities, as I said, she has traveled all the way up to Vietnam, Champa, Bangkok, Thailand. She is also a part of this is not a new design, okay? This is some tribal dress, and these are all from tribal ones. So people also used to wear her when they used to move to do the darshan in the morning. They used to wear the pendants or ear something on the ears and keep. She is also now you will also find with the development of temples in Western world like Africa, Europe, North America, Jamaica, South America, where we have various communities. They also started putting Gajalakshmi, and they are building temples like our Indian temples. This is in one of the temples in United States. So as I said that Gajalakshmi has traveled from on various places, from Mathura, Vidisha, again Mathura, Northwest. This is one of the coins in the Northwest. This is a Gajalakshmi which has been little bit broken with the time, and this is the temple in Pakistan. Here also, I think, as I jotted down that some of the people who moved from the Pakistan after 1947, this or during before that, when there were trade links going on with Dwarka and other places, they used to build the houses with Gajalakshmi. So my conjecture is that her presence was also in that area too. Let's see and do a research, and we will find some of the presence. This is again from the Kashmir with one lion. Maybe you may find some murtis have been repeated. Sometimes, as I said, that she is just not shown as a Lakshmi, but she is also shown as some symbols. The lotus symbol of Lakshmi being prayed in Bengal folk. She has become the part of folk art too. These are some beautiful collections shared by Dr. Srinivasan to me These are all from northwest seals. So this is Abhishek Lakshmi from northwest Kushana period. It's from Kushan period. This is again Abhishek Lakshmi from Kushan period, which was shared by Dr. Srinivasan, and this is in collection of this guy Aman ur Rahman collection. So this is the basically Afghanistan area. It's most of the sales are from Afghanistan and beyond, all of them. So from northwest, let's come down again, and they are found all the way up to southeast coast. All the eastern coast states, starting from Bengal, Orissa, are rich with Gajalakshmis. And even the western coast also, if you go in certain all Goa, Sayadri, and further down. So she is not most of the places she is represented is not only on lentil, but she is as a separate murti too. This may be part of lentil which has been broken later on a later concept and just put in the temples. This is also the similar object. Or second, my conjecture is this may be the protector goddess. So she is also in many places taken as a protector goddess, जिसको हम ग्राम देवता बोलते हैं या विलेज deity बोलते हैं. In the western world, if we go to in Maharashtra, she is found in various caves. Bita caves, Yana caves, Aurangabad caves. This is the part of this Bita cave, Alora. In eastern Orissa also, I think she is also found in one of the caves. I'm forgetting the name of the cave, but there is a very famous. I may have a picture in this one of this. Now
Udayagiri, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Udaygiri caves. Thank you, sir. It's very early morning, sir. Some points may be got away. And I said before also, Ujjaini has a temple, and Ujjaini also had coins of Gajalakshmi too. So you can see where his presence is. So from Ujjain, and we also should think of in the past that Ujjain was very near to Sanchi. It's not that far. So when we are putting up the miles, we have to understand these things also. So here she is found in various temples of Orissa. The beauty in Orissa is always in most of the places, the lotus is shown on her left hand. Whereas in the western side, the lotus is shown on the right hand, this side. I will show you some images and I would say these are my observations. It's not anything like research, but what I observe. Here you can see that elephant is picking up the water and annotating her. Now she is also found in Kashmir, Himachal Valley, Rajasthan. Hello? Somebody's mic is on. Can you please mute it, please? This is from West Bengal. This is in Himachal Pradesh, as I said. This is Assam. This is again Orissa. This is in the Madhya Pradesh and Odisha area. This is a very important sculpture of Gajalakshmi, and this also has a big story. It's from Amjara, Rajasthan, and this sculpture has Krishna and Balrama as their attendants to Lakshmi. So here these are some of the sculptures from Rajasthan of various eras. This sculpture has a big story. I went to India this year, and I was moving around in Udaipur near one of the vows. Suddenly, like something was pressing me to go down. I said, let me go down. When I went down, on the lentil, I saw this image. And that wow, nobody visits that wow. Nobody goes inside that wow. So even in the walls of Pratihara temple, or in the temple of Kalinga, or in the Rajasthan, or even she is also depreciated on Vijayastambha of Chittor. So she is a Kirit Lakshmi. Again, a proof of her giving us a Kirti or Kirti. And I believe one of the priests, when I went to this Balaji temple in United States, when I asked Gajalakshmi, he said, no, this is Kirti Lakshmi and take the picture of Kirti Lakshmi. So I'm not sure in Tamil region or they may tell her as a Kirti Lakshmi too. I have to find about that exactly. This is in Bundi. This Bundi sculpture, I would say more details in a later slide. Here are some old from Sattavahana time. This is a cosmetic tray. You see, this is on the tray, and this is how you use it. This is also on the tray which has traveled all the way to Southeast Asia. Here she is on the niche of the temple. So it's not that she's only on one object like Lalit beam or wall. She is also used on the objects which you are using, like a trays. Coming on the Sahyadri region, Vidisha, Vidarbha, and Maharashtra section. These are few from those areas. Sahyadri, Konkan. These are all from Konkan areas. And every day I find one or two new sculptures, and people send it to me. So this end. So this is we are in the state of Maharashtra. This is again from West Bengal. This is a murti in West Bengal. So beautiful, 2.5 inch, 2.5 centimeter, or 2 inch. I'm not sure. He didn't mention me the dimension, but this is it. This is in one of the palaces in Jaisalmer. It's a private house, and here you see Lakshmi sitting on lotus, elephants annotating. Here, Gajalakshmi is carrying Surya annotated. So that's why I said it. She is also shown with sun. Look at these two sculptures. Two different regions, but sculpturally almost same. This is Telangana. This is Chhattisgarh. So sculptures used to travel, and they also used to carry their cultures. Most of is similar. I'm not saying the same. See the annotating elephants. See the kumbh from where it's annotating. See the asana of the Lakshmi. Only here you see two flowers, and here you see some decorative stuff over here. That's the difference. Here are some bronzes of Lakshmi. This is with four elephants, one elephant, one elephant, two elephants. So she has also been depreciated in bronzes also, and bronzes have also traveled as Vigra with various people. This Gajalakshmi is a protector stone, and she's lying under the dam. When summer comes, she is only available when the summer comes up. During rainy season, she again goes back inside the dam catchment area. Here you see she's on the tank. I have beautiful on the tank also 2 or 3 Lakshmis, but I cannot cover everything in the slides. So this is on the tank. This is in the Cochin temple as a Kirit Lakshmi. Again in the lentil, because in Kerala the temples are built of wood. So this is on one of them. This is he is using kolam, and this is also a sculpture from Bidmal. This is our Kuldevi Lakshmi. So I am not going to Here we see these are from Pratihara time. See the change of lotus, as I said. This is in one of the sun temples in a Jalore area. I don't have the exact image. I tried to get from people, but I don't. But this I found from internet some in one of the articles in JSTOR. So this is one of them. So you see the lotus is on the right. This is from Chittor Fort. This is the Ocean Temple. Now you see how they moved them to the lotus. Sometimes the sculptures made elephant as an attendants, but on the later stage, they use the lotus and they use lotus as a pedestal for the elephants. But in basic sculpture, if you see, elephants are never put on the lotus. But in Orissa, if you see on the Puri image, you will see lotus. And now compare, this is in Rajasthan, western part of India, and if you compare the Gajalakshmi on the Puri temple, which is almost eastern section of India, both have lotus in the hand. Elephants are used as a pedestal. This is in one of the ornaments which is offered to the god, and Gajalakshmi is there. This is taken only once in a year. This ornament is taken only once in a year and offered to God. This is from Chhattisgarh. This is one of my friend Om Soni gave it to me. Now this is the sculpture I was talking about. This is from Bundi. If you see any Gajalakshmi in the Bundi area, you will see that she is always playing with hairs, and while the elephants are annotating. A very interesting story is called Amarjal story, or myth connected to her, and that also relates to Vindhyavasini Mata too. So here there are 8 if you count, is more than 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8. So Gajalakshmi is almost on 8 elephants, with 8 elephants. Shri Yantra, and she is playing with her hair. Here the elephants are annotating. This is from Chhattisgarh. This is a bit before that region. Why I have tried to combine all these different places together so that we can know that how iconography was related to each other. So these are from the similar areas, the murtis from similar, and some murtis I have taken from different regions on the slide also, to give you the idea that on the different side how the sculptures took the iconography from one region to other region and put their variations in it. So these are two from Chhattisgarh. This is from Vidisha area, I think. These are from some museums, but here Gajalakshmi is shown with various different gods. There is one in Mathura Museum too, where all the gods, and secondly, all the idols have a similar height. A very important thing is when all the gods have a similar height, their nature or their power is almost on the same line. No one is upper to each, or no one is lower to the god. So considering that all the gods are of the same level, these idols I have tried to collect and put all them together. This is from one of the papers by Dr. Gerard Mavison and his colleague. So all the images I have taken and compared over here. This image is called Khandeshwari image. Now this is in some tribal area of Assam or West Bengal. Now here is a different thing. Here they offer goddess what you call as Bali or some other stuff. Again, this is a tribal art from Chhattisgarh. Gajalakshmi with only one elephant annotating Gajalakshmi. See, this is no sculpture has done it. It has just traveled from generation to generation to generation to some of the tribal people. Here you can see that he has also shown British Army moving around. So you can say that this is not a very old image. It's after British era image. This is also showing like what you do in agricultural stuff. Basically, Lakshmi is also connected with agriculture. We have to keep in mind this world survives on development of agriculture. If a factory breaks down, you can reconstruct. But you cannot reconstruct a factory without an agriculture because you will have no money. So always keep in mind that point. The opening the factory is not a development. Development is making agriculture rich. Here this is in one of the columns by Meenakshi Devraj. She's an IT tech and she's also associated with many organizations. Very simple Lakshmi in one of the temples. But look the beauty of the artists. We always have to look at the beauty of the art. Is it again in the part somewhere in the southern part of India? Second thing I would tell you is I haven't taken any known and famous images in my presentation. You will see. There is no from except couple of them who are landmarks in the Lakshmi study. I have tried to show you all the images of Gajalakshmi which are not known or which are unknown to the people. This is from Assam. Gajalakshmi from Assam. It's Ahom period. Here, this is the Gajalakshmi again. But here you don't see she is being annotated by elephants. But she is being charmed by elephants. You know, इसको charmers बोलते हैं, जिसको हवा डालते हैं ना भगवान को, वो कर रहा है. This is in somewhere in near Porbandar area. This is an important slide what I was talking about. So these are the people who have been migrated or they had their trade connection from Karachi to Dwarka. And they built this house and they built this something like a chiti houses in Tamil Nadu or in the southern part where they always have a Gajalakshmi which we saw earlier. So these people have moved from Karachi down. And they are, I think, I don't know their genes, but they have moved from Pakistan or that area, and they had a beautiful trade from Pakistan. So a very promptly we can say that this connection is there in Pakistan. Only thing is we have to find some ancient ones from there. I could find like later ages, but I haven't found any ancient from this region. So that is my quest going on right now to find one of the at least images. And here if you see this house, you will see the Gajalakshmi is at top and Lakshmi is in the bottom. The whole page. So with that we have to talk. It's not only just the artisan has made art, but they have made the levels also. They have shown the levels that who is on the top or what god you were and what is at the lower end. This is a digital art. So it's not that she was only in ancient. This is somebody has done in digital art. And this is somebody has done on the walls as a fresco. So compare both. Here we see Gajalakshmi prayed as a Kolhapur Mahalakshmi. This is on one of the hero stone. So it is not that they just built on the ledges or temples or everything, but it was also made on hero stones. Because you can easily see this small images which tell that this is a hero stone. This is somewhere near the tree. So here she is as a protected deity. Again, one of this I had already shown in black and white, but this is the color image of the same. All the gods same size. Gajalakshmi anointed by elephant, Kartikeya and Ganesha. This is from Tamil Nadu. Look at the asan. Most of the Gajalakshmis, if you go in the Tamil Nadu region, you will find in this asana mode. Not like this. Whereas here in the western Rajasthan and other side, this is one from Alwar. So here you see the asanas, and here you see the difference of asanas. So iconography also you have to compare when you move around.
That is called Utkutikasana.
Sir, thank you. I already told before the presentation that I don't know various asanas or something of Indology. So I would just, but what are the observations I will keep in mind, sir. Thank you. So this is Utkutasana over here. Here we again see Gajalakshmi. Now this, if you see the image, you will see it is not on lentil. It is like this way, the lentil is there and it is over this area. This is again in Kerala, all the way on the top. This is max I could do, otherwise the picture is getting blurred. So this is the max I could get from that picture. This is in one of the bows in Rajasthan, in Udaipur area. This is in one of the chariot. Chariot. This is the second. Here you see only two hands again. Never a Gajalakshmi. At later some stage they started showing in with her four hands. But if Gajalakshmi has a power or she is independent, she always has two hands. In iconography, if the goddess is with two hands, she is independent. And if she has four hands, she is not independent. That's what they say. I haven't gone much in the iconographical key also. So if any mistake, please correct. This is again a Gajalakshmi, some from Bundi area. Again, you see, yes.
She is sitting in Siddhasana, the last slide.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this is Siddhasana. Here you see is in Bundi. Again, you see this. She is playing with hair. There's a beauty in Bundi. Even if you see any paintings of Bundi art of Gajalakshmi, you will find that she is always playing with her hair and the water is flowing. We'll come to that story also if we have a time. मिश्रा जी मुझे बता देना अगर टाइम है कि नहीं है सर प्लीज. And here these are some paintings by famous artist Keshava. Here you see Gajalakshmi playing with two hairs. Yes
सर. जवेरी सर.
हाँ बोलिए.
एक लेक्चर और है अभी आपके बाद मैडम का. तो हाँ कहीं तो इसको आप अभी बता लीजिए 10 मिनट में आप कंक्लूड कर दीजिए.
हाँ वो तो कंक्लूड हो जाएगा उसके
हो
बाद
जाएगा?
टाइम है कि नहीं हुआ. हाँ हो जाएगा सर. So here she is.
हाँ 10-15 मिनट में फिर मैडम का लेक्चर होगा. अभी एक लेक्चर और.
श्योर सर, इसीलिए मैंने पूछा आपसे. So these are some Gajalakshmi Keshava sir has studied and painted.
हाँ.
So see now this is what I said, that the Gajalakshmi in southern state is at brim. Anywhere you go in South India, you will feel this Gajalakshmi. You will find Gajalakshmi. Maybe on temple niches as a protector Devi, as a separate goddess spirit. These are all in Jain temples or in Buddhist. You will find her. Here this is the last is on the tank. Is a water tank, and to protect the water tank, she is a protector Devi. So she gives you water. Here we have various Gajalakshmis with two elephants, two elephants. These three sculptures I will show you in the next slide. I don't want to, as Mr. Sir said, there is another lecture coming in, so we will take the process of time. So here you see this Gajalakshmi. This is again a protector deity. This is on the wall. This is on the wooden bracket. I would ask all the participants to see these Gajalakshmis of different era. This is on one of the very famous something picture. It's called a picture, and that has traveled all the way to Denmark. And here you see the Gajalakshmi. And you see the elephants. See the elephants. Surprisingly, astonishingly.
Like horses.
Yes.
Like horses.
Yes, they are like horses. And second thing is this elephants also, sir. This is the like a hybrid animal, showing the teeth, tusk, carnivorous, everything. So these two pictures really surprised me. And the age is different from Stone Age to on a wooden panel in the state of Gujarat. How this has traveled? Again, a research question. Here she is on various hero stones and also on inscriptions. Again on a wooden panel. So this is the Gajalakshmi on wooden panel. Now, before concluding what I was saying about the Gajalakshmi story in Bundi, it is said that long back there was a very much big drought on the earth, or a famine on earth. So Lakshmi went for prayers and did a penance. So when she did a penance, it was so much. Then the Vishnu came in and asked God Sea to send the elephants and annonate her with this water. So this water was annonated on her as in form of rain, and that rain is called now Amar Jal. जो मरता नहीं है वो पानी, उसको अमर बोलते हैं. और पानी ये चीज है जो मरती नहीं है. हमारे 75% अर्थ में पानी है, लेकिन जो पीने लायक पानी है वो उसका 1% ही है जो हमारे 75%. तो वो पानी का अमर क्यों हो गया? क्योंकि वो लक्ष्मी को एनोनेट करके हमको पीने को मिलता है. और उस जगह से दो नदियां बही थी, एक चंबल और एक यमुना. तो विंध्याचल का जो त्रिकोण है जहाँ तीन देव है, विंध्यावासिनी माता, काली माता एंड सरस्वती. Basically that was a Mahalakshmi who had penance there, and that story is very implanted in in Bundi area. So anytime you find any Gajalakshmi from Bundi, you will see that she is always playing with her hair, and the two rivers are flowing from her hair. Now, in the conclusion, is my special thanks to the organizers and the team, and a big thank you to Skand Mishra sir who gave me this opportunity to present this paper. And at the end, I would be dedicating this to my brother. Actually, this was made for my brother who recently passed in month of March, and on his anniversary, I was going to present for some at another other place, but unfortunately, I could not present. So this is dedicated to my brother Virendra Javeri, who has passed in for some passed in last on March. So praying to him, I would be concluding my session. If you have anything, I have this my Gajalakshmi page where you guys can visit and see various images of Lakshmi. And if anybody has any kind of Lakshmi, you can post on this page or send it to me. My email and other stuff is available to you, and Mishra sir also has it. This is Gajalakshmi in my city Vadodara, This image also has a big story, but due to the time restriction, I won't tell anything more. Last but not the least, this image from Amzara is very close to my heart. Very much close to my heart, because this is the goddess who came to my mother and asked her to find her. That I would discuss sometimes in another presentation. But she was stayed in heart, and later on, right now they have built a small temple over there. This is a Gajalakshmi from Chittor. Even in the Chittor fort, there are almost like 8 to 10 sculptures of Gajalakshmi, and 4 sculptures of them are on the Vijayastam too. Why I'm almost emphasizing Chittor and Rajasthan, because my roots belong to the state of Rajasthan. So I always will be. Rajasthan is also close to my heart.
Kindly close your mic.
Gujarat.
Siva sir, kindly close your mic. It is interrupting us. Siva sir, please mute your volume. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sorry, I would just repeat the 3 slides which you guys have missed it. So this is dedicated to my brother Virendra Javeri, who passed in March. The presentation is dedicated to him. And this, I am talking about this Gajalakshmi. So this is the one which my mother had dreamt, and so with this I conclude my session. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently. I have tried to get as many Gajalakshmi as I could with this next 40 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sir, Mishra sir. Hello.
जी सर बोलिए.
Sir, can I offer my concluding remarks, sir?
Sure, sir.
Yes. Now, I would like to actually congratulate and thank Javeri sir for giving us what you call his topic is also very interesting. He justified. He also took us on a virtual tour to the places where he could found all the Gajalakshmis right from Borhut to Rajasthan, Alwar, etc. And including he dealt on varieties of media of Gajalakshmi. And for me, it is exactly a new thing that I come across, that 8 Gajalakshmis, that Ashta Gaja Lakshmi. Lakshmi with Ashta Gaja, 8 Gajas is a very rare phenomenon. And again, Gajalakshmi accompanied by Ganesh and Kartikeya is also a new thing that we come across in regular iconographical details in other contexts also. But at one place, he has put across all the information. And my request to Javeri sir is, why can't you kindly bring out a monograph on Gajalakshmi, and your name will, become Gajalakshmi Alkesh Javeri ji hereafter. You made a wonderful, wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Once again. I congratulate you once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's like a treat to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I am also thankful. I am thankful to SK Mishra ji for giving me an
brief
opportunity to change the session.
Alkesh Javeri ka. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Reddy sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. A brief intro of Alkesh Javeri and your views.
Sure. Alkesh, due to certain problems, your introduction was not given, so I am given the charge to introduce you after your beautiful presentation has taken place. So, Mr. Alkesh Javeri,
by education and profession is not an archaeologist. He did his postgraduate diploma in human resource development from Maharaj MS University Baroda, and he has done Master of Science in Statistics, Operation Research, and Computer Programming from Sayaji University, Baroda. And he has been working in different professions in USA, but out of his love for India and for especially for Gajalakshmi, he has collected uh, so many images wherever possible, and taken us on tours of Gajalakshmi through the India and abroad. And it has been a very wonderful showcasing of Gajalakshmi in various forms. And I would simply like to say that although the Gajalakshmi perhaps originated somewhere in the Buddhist context, so far as iconographic form is concerned, because we find earliest Gajalakshmi in Bharat context, in the Buddhist context, and then in Sachi and various others. But as Maya, the Lakshmi, the money, wealth has got no religion, so the Gajalakshmi also has traveled, has been accepted in all the religions in India, be it Buddhism, Brahmanism, Jainism, and later on, and in different format, it continued, and it still continues to bless us with wealth of grace, property, and all kinds of wealth that we require for our survival. So, Alkesh, many thanks for you for bringing us to the through the journey for taking us through the journey in India, throughout India and abroad on the Gajalakshmi trail. That was wonderful seeing all the things. I would only add to what Dr. Shiv Nagi Reddy has said, that you bring out a monograph on Gajalakshmi so that there would be a chronological order of it. It would have been better if your presentation would have been on although it was, but the place names and dates, others that could have generated, that could have given us more information to all our audience and scholars alike. Uh, Nonetheless, it was a wonderful presentation, and thank you very much.
Sir, I would say this is all taken from the time of which I come
Thank
after
you,
my
sir.
work. I work
Many
in
thanks.
USA almost like 8 to 9 hours a day. And
I,
then
I, I,
right
we
now
understand, and
also,
that
last
is
night
very
I
commendable of
worked
you.
last night I worked till 12 o'clock, and today at 5, it's around 6 a.m. I'm again presenting. Getting up
Yeah.
at 4 o'clock, going to
Yes, we
working
appreciate your effort. We appreciate your
as
effort
a
a lot.
so what happens is a time constraint is there, and second thing
Right.
is the certain information is not easily available in this country. Anything regarding India, if I want to know, I may have to go to either New York or in the college or libraries, which I'm not entitled. I have to pay for that. Even if
Yeah.
you want to get a small monograph from JSTOR, you have to pay $50, $60 a month, so that you can access to those libraries. So whatever I get from various places or from net, I use it, and I try to. And this chronology idea is still in my mind, but the issue is I am not that expert who can make this. So I need a special support from the scholars and experts who can help me to do this.
Definitely, we all are ready to help you out in this. And Dr. Shiv Nagi Reddy is here, who is a great Sthapati and has been
Yeah,
a
he is
member
the
of
one who had inspired me to talk.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mr. Akhilesh Javeri, sir, for giving nice talk, and Dr. Shiv Nagi Reddy and Dr. Bhuvan Vikarma, sir, for giving time for the session. Uh, Thank you, sir. Now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Mary Josephine, Principal, St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur, Tamil Nadu. Chairperson, Dr. Vidyanath Jha, Professor Botany, CM Science College, Darbhanga, Bihar. Welcome, sir. Welcome, madam. Please. I am requesting to Dr. Jha, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Mary Josephine. Dr. Jha, sir. Hello.
Hello.
हाँ झा साहब डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ झा मैं मैडम आप शुरू करिए टॉक मैं झा साहब को फोन करता हूँ यू स्टार्ट योर टॉक
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
आप शेयर करिए
Am I audible, sir?
Audible, but your slide not visible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Now slide.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, it is visible.
Start, madam. Start
Dr.
your
Sahab.
talk.
Very pleasant.
Dr. Sahab.
झा साहब हाँ सर प्लीज give introduction. Already biodata, you have biodata of Madam Josephine?
No. Please send it. Please send it to me, his biodata. Tomorrow or day after? Tomorrow or day after?
नहीं, tomorrow.
कल या कल के बाद?
Yesterday, I am sir. Yesterday night, sir.
Yesterday I called you. So tomorrow I shall be presiding over a session. Tomorrow you have managed it.
Please check your WhatsApp, sir.
Acha, yes. You have sent it. You have sent the details. Okay. I am checking it. You send his biodata, please. Okay, I shall be there tomorrow. Okay. ठीक है. ठीक है. Yesterday कहे छी yesterday. अरे काल तो हम कहबे के लिए साथ में yesterday कर रहल छी. तो प्रोग्राम के अच्छी करे के सुन.
कौन चला? उनके क्लास में
अब इसको एडमिशन कर दें. देखिए तो हमारे प्रोग्राम का खान के हैं. हेलो, हम चेक कर लेते हैं.
हाँ सर.
चेक कर लेते हैं फिर बात करते हैं आपसे.
अच्छा.
ठीक है.
मैडम का टॉक शुरू करवा दें, बाद में हो जाएगा ये.
Hello, sir. Shall I start? Shall I start, sir?
Yes.
Very pleasant evening.
After your talk, Dr. Jha, present your introduction. Yes. Please start.
Very pleasant evening to all. First of all, I thank Dr. Mishra for giving this wonderful opportunity and selecting some innovative topics and collecting all people from different discipline. And he paved the new innovative ideas and syllabus to introduce in other universities. I feel all these topics are a valuable topic and very informative also. Thank you for giving such an opportunity. I'm going to present the Babylonian. In Babylonia, nowadays all are talking about vertical garden, terrace garden, herbal garden, kitchen garden, hydroponics, and all those things. But those days itself, they initiated the terrace garden with a different habitat of plants and different herbs, shrubs, trees, and climbers was grown in the ancient period. So that shows this is not new, and we are just modernizing the technology and other things. Nowadays, all are going for vertical garden and terrace garden with different types of irrigation, with hydroponics like that. With this introduction, I tell you what are the flora and fauna that is seen in the Babylonian period, and the hanging garden is very interesting, and that covers all sorts of plants and different habits and habitats. It's like a urban forest. It's like a terrace garden. So the hanging gardens of Babylon were one of the seven wonders of the ancient world listed by Hellenic culture. They were described as remarkable feat of engineering with an ascending series of tiered gardens, stories like stories one above other, depending upon the size of the plants, containing a wide variety of trees, shrubs, vines, resembling a large green mountain constructed of mud bricks. Those days, the technology is not well advanced, but even then, still the buildings are strong. That's why we are able to study about the culture and what are the flora, fauna, different culture, the artistic skills, and the civil engineers, the constructions, we are able to do research on this area. The gardens featured blossoming flowers and ripened fruits, burbling waterfalls, and terraces. Based on Babylonian literature, tradition, and the environmental characteristics of the area, some of the following plants may have been found in the gardens. So, olive tree is common in almost all Asian countries, and Sidonia oblonga, that is common name is called quince, and apple, the common pears, the pyrus communis, that is apricot, and fig, ficus cornica. Almond is common in those Babylonian garden, prunus dulcis, and common grapevine, the vitis vinifera, this is also common, and date palm, Phoenix dactylifera, it's a common, commonly grown in desert in very hottest place, and some plants which are grow only in like pear, all these plants, olive, all these in hottest and coldest, extreme cold, they grow well. And Tamarix aphylla and Atlas majestic Pistacia atlantica, these are the common plants observed in the Babylonian garden. Types of ancient plants that were tradition found in Assyrian garden. So this is Ficus carica. This is native to the Middle East and Western Asia. The common fig, it's called, nowadays all are using dried fig. It's very good for health. But those days itself, they started eating that fig was one of the first plants to be cultivated by human. It's very interesting. Ancient Greek athletes ate the fruit before competing due to the common thought that it has that it increased strength and speed. So this fig is very important because the athletics, they because of scientific proof that gives the most strength and speed for the athletics. So this almond is called a botanical name Prunus dulcis, is a wild almond have been found at archaeological sites in Greece dating back to 3000 BC. Nomadic tribes in the Middle East mixed ground almonds with dates and pistachio and sesame is very good for health, and breadcrumbs to make up portable and calorie dense food to take on the journeys, because normally while travel we used to take very lightweight luggages, but these food items is very easy to carry, but at the same time they are with a high calorific value, and dense food take they used to take the tribal people especially on the journeys. And this grape wine is common because they used to prepare homemade wine those days. Wines of grapes were symbols of fertility and wealth across the ancient world. So most modern grapes are descendants of a species that originated in Iran around 2000 BC. So wine is common. The botanical name is called Vitis vinifera. So olive is very common. We are using here sunflower oil and coconut oil, these oils, groundnut oil. But in those countries, they commonly used oil for cooking purposes, olive oil, and was a staple in the ancient world. The earliest records of the olive oil trade date to 2000 to 3000 BC. These olive trees can live up to 1,000 years. Imagine it has a long life with a minimal cultivation in harsh desert condition that many other fruit-bearing plants cannot tolerate. So I observed when we visited the Rome, Italy, Spain, the common tree, like here we are finding the neem tree, but in those countries, this olive tree is very common. It's like a Rutaceae member, and it has a very thick leaf, and the tree is very short and stout, and the fruits also very hard. So the pulp is also hard. Everything is hard. So the tree is very attractive and bushy with a thick leathery leaves. So throughout Rome and Italy, we observed those trees. And then this quince, this called as Cydonia oblonga, is a native to Middle East. In mythology, it is often referred to as golden apple and is widely thought to be the fruit that Hercules is tasked with stealing from the garden of the Hesperides as one of his 12 labors. So next, coming to pear fruit, this is called Pyrus communis. Pyrus malacis is different. This is called Pyrus communis. So modern Europe pear does not occur naturally. It is a mix of wild progenitors that have been cultivated and hybridized since around 1000 BC. In Homer's The Odyssey, the pear is mentioned as a gift from the god. So that is the value of the food because it's a gift from the god. They, so bubbling in animal symbols. So not only flora, many animal symbols were there because anybody now all are talking about urban forest. So that is the Miyawaki. So that in case the local climatic condition, the litter falls that form mulching and it's a manure. So there is no need of any application of any additional fertilizer. The soil become fertile, and that helps in support many weeds and other plants. It's typical forest, typical urban forest. So same way that forest attract the birds, animals, butterflies, bees, and squirrels. So many animals, wild animals also. It's a very good setup. Because of that in case the local climatic condition that gives very good rain, and helps in changing the climatic condition also. So all are talking about when barren lands, they are going for this type of Miyawaki forest that supports the wild animals who are in endanger also, we can get it back because of that. So the three animals like lion, bull, and the Mrs. dragon, as depicted on the walls of the gate and also processional way at Babylon, embody multiple layers of meaning but are associated with the specific deities and all possesses apotropia qualities. The lion is the symbol of Babylon. The bull of the heaven is a constellation we call Taurus. So the dragon, the symbol of god Marduk, who was the patron of King Babylon. So these are the symbols that found on the wall. The lion is one of the prominent monuments in Babylon, measuring 2.6 meters long and 11.9 meters in height. The lion remains in place, although many other features of the ancient city heritages, such as Historic Gate, now at the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, have been removed and are on view in museums. Nowadays, you can see everything in the museum, all these archaeological resources. Many we have to renovate and we have to get it back, our culture, so that the coming future generation also they learn about all these things. The bull of heaven is Babylon. So the bull represents a constellation we call Taurus. He is controlled by the sky. Bull of heaven appears in the epic of Gilgamesh. After Gilgamesh upsets the goddess Ishtar, she convinces her father Anu to send the bull of heaven to earth to destroy the crops and kill people. So this is the story about that the Babylon. It is a creature from ancient Mesopotamian mythology. So the mythology, Mesopotamian civilization, everything we know, a mythological hybrid. It is a scaly animal with legs, hind legs resembling the eagle, lion-like forelimbs, a long neck and a tail and horned head, a snake-like tongue and a crest. The most famously appears on the reconstructed historic gate of the city of Babylon, dating to the 6th century BCE. So this is about the flora and fauna found in the Babylon. It's a very good collection. So we have people, youngsters, you can take up a project on this and you can introduce a new paper about this. So it's a very interesting and we can also try such kind of setup that hanging garden. It's very interesting that cool the entire building, the setup, the irrigation, the path, everything is properly constructed in the Babylonia. So there's a very interesting and the irrigation system also very good. And the soil they maintain the different stories like different state that includes all types of habits like trees, shrubs, vines, and resembling large. It's like a large green mountain itself. So I to conclude this session, and it's very interesting. I to thank Mr. Sir for giving this wonderful opportunity. And in the beginning, I asked Sir last time also I presented the wetland ecosystem, and I started collecting information about our civilization and our ancient culture and the flora and fauna in temples, churches, and also in mosques, including Aswatham temple we visited in Delhi. So it's a very interesting, but they won't allow to take the camera inside. But we observed many trees, different type of trees, animals, especially throughout from the entry until we reach the temple full of elephants in queues and elephants in crowd and separate elephant and the elephant worshipping the Lord. And so all these are very interesting. One such example I observed in Aswatham temple. Thank you, sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Dr. Jha, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I'm hearing you.
Dr. Jha, please. No, I am calling to Dr. Jha, Vidya Jha, sir. Chairperson of the session. हेलो झा साहब आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ बोलिए।
हाँ सर।
अभी चेयर करना है। हाँ अभी चेयर करना है।
हाँ नहीं चेयर तो
डिटेल
मैडम का हो गया। लेक्चर
अच्छा
हुआ, अभी लेक्चर हो गया ना मैडम का।
अच्छा
उनका इंट्रो आपको हमने भेजा है,
नहीं
मिल गए
वो मुझे मिला नहीं, वो मुझे मिला नहीं
हेलो
है ना, थोड़ा कम्युनिकेशन गैप हो गया। यस
अभी
आई हैव टू
अभी
समराइज,
मैंने WhatsApp पे भेजा है। हाँ
आई हैव टू समराइज, यही ना। यस आई आई इज इट सो, ये मुझे समराइज करना है ना।
हाँ यस यस यस
हाँ ये this was a great honor to
हाँ
preside over this was a great honor to preside over the program, the lecture, the presentation delivered by the talker. It was a nice one, quite comprehensive, and I think Dr. Skand Mishra, the task that he has taken up is a brilliant one. I think it is an example for the scientists and other fields, individuals working in other fields, to look into the whole exercise that he's conducting, and it is a fruitful one. I wish the program all success, and I also congratulate the talker. Thank you, thank you. Yes, there is silence.
हाँ यस, मैं प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ माई सेल्फ,
हाँ ठीक है
प्रेजेंट
ठीक है ठीक।
मैडम बायोडाटा,
हाँ
डॉक्टर मिस आर मैरी जोसेफिन, प्रिंसिपल जोसेफ कॉलेज फॉर वुमेन तिरुपुर, MSc from Krishnamal College for Women Coimbatore, MPhil Bhartiyar University Coimbatore, PhD from Bhartiyar University Coimbatore, and PGDCA Bhartiyar University Coimbatore. Nature Science Foundation Board of Director and Lead Auditor Advisor, Binjana Bharti State Science Council member. Chaired many sessions. Project completed UGC minor project titled A Study on Wetland Ecosystem for Residents and Migrant Bird Communities at Perur Lake, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Student was तो और इसके साथ ही मैडम फर्स्ट एज ए प्रोफेसर वर्किंग एज ए प्रोफेसर कोयम्बटूर, नाउ प्रेजेंटली ही प्रिंसिपल सेंट जोसेफ कॉलेज फॉर वुमेन तिरुपुर।
Okay.
तो
Nice, nice, very nice.
आप मैडम डॉक्टर मैरी जोसेफिन, थैंक यू मैडम। मैडम
Yes,
हेलो।
sir. Yes, sir.
If you present some यदि मैटर आपके पास और ज्यादा है तो आप थोड़ा बहुत बोल सकती हैं, हालांकि
Yes,
आपने
yes.
अपना वो तो
Yes, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
ठीक है, कंप्लीट कर लिया है आपने, हो गया, ठीक है सर, ओके, है ना मैडम ने
It was a
complete
nice
कर
one.
लिया
It was
है,
a nice one, a
तो
brilliant one, brilliant
ओके।
lecture. Sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
प्रोसीडिंग के लिए
मुझे भेज दीजिए, मैं उनके
आपको दे देंगी।
जगह प्रेजेंट कर देता हूँ।
Please send your paper for proceeding. Madam, please send your photo
Yes.
for your paper, your write-up for proceeding.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Definitely.
thank you.
I will send you,
Thank
sir.
Professor
Computer.
Madam Mary Josephine, Madam,
Yes, sir.
for giving a time and share the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Barbara.
I have to thank you all for painstaking and collecting people doing this kind of research, and continuously you are organizing such conferences throughout. It's very useful and informative. Also, sir, collecting people is very difficult nowadays. These kind of researches are now only very few people are doing, sir.
A brilliant program. A brilliant program.
But uh, tomorrow Sunday, 4th of September program. Very good talker will give the talk. Dr. Guru Gobind Singh, Department of Religious Studies, Punjab University, Patiala, will give his talk, Socio-Religious Heritage of Punjab. Next, the eminent archaeologist Dr. B.R. Mani will present fresh archaeological evidence from Sarnath. वाराणसी सारनाथ से वहां के बारे में बताएंगे। डॉक्टर राजीव निगम बहुत अच्छी टॉक है, वेरी गुड टॉक। व्हाट काज द डिक्लाइन ऑफ ग्रेट एंशिएंट इंडियन कोस्ट, कारण क्या था इनके खत्म होने के। धोलावीरा, लोथल और द्वारका के ये फेमस जियोलॉजिस्ट हैं, NIO गोवा के चीफ साइंटिस्ट हैं और रहे हैं और इमेरिटस साइंटिस्ट हैं राजीव निगम साहब। कल उनका लेक्चर होगा। इसके बाद डॉक्टर भुवन विकर्मा जो MP मध्य प्रदेश में इस समय आर्कियोलॉजी के टेम्पल प्रोजेक्ट के डायरेक्टर हैं, वो आर्कियोलॉजिकल रीअसेसमेंट ऑफ गंगा यमुना दोआब इन द लाइट ऑफ रिसेंट फाइंडिंग। अगला डॉक्टर लकी हुसैन, डायरेक्टर भारतीय लोक कला मंदिर उदयपुर, मंडल उदयपुर, राजस्थान, folk theatre with a special reference to Gauri. अगला लेक्चर फॉरेस्ट आउल एक्सटेंशन rediscovery and present status, Dr. जयंत वाटकर, प्रेसिडेंट पक्षी मित्र संगठन अमरावती महाराष्ट्र। एंड लास्ट लेक्चर डॉक्टर मोहन लाल, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री एंड आर्कियोलॉजी, अमरकंटक यूनिवर्सिटी मध्य प्रदेश। ये तो इस तरह से ये टॉक, ये एरन पर टॉक करेंगे, नियर सागर मध्य प्रदेश। एरन प्लेस है, वहाँ पर जो आर्कियोलॉजी की काम है उस पर वो आर्कियोलॉजी का उस पर वो ये। और एक टॉक जो है वो मानस टाइगर रिजर्व पर डॉक्टर भास्कर चौधरी जो WTI के हैं और काजीरंगा आश्रम में हैं, और वो जो है वो मानस टाइगर रिजर्व पर बात करेंगे। तो इस प्रकार कल 8 टॉक होंगी। 10:30 से अपने को जुड़ना है, 10:20 से ही जुड़ना है। ज्वाइनिंग टाइम 10:20। ओ प्लीज आई एम इनवाइट ऑल ऑफ यू, प्लीज ज्वाइन द सेशन। थैंक यू। मैडम, डॉक्टर मैरी जोसेफिन मैडम, झा साहब, हेलो।
I am here. मैं यहाँ हूँ।
Tomorrow 10:20 mostly archaeology site talk and 2 and 3 talk on our botany and animal field talk.
So I have to be there
Manas tiger
at 10:20.
tiger is
10:20 tomorrow. I have to be there. Okay.
Yes. No.
ठीक है.
Thank you all of you, sir.
Thank you.